To idę po nią. Nie. Każdy się wyjebał na tym jebanym B. Halo? Halo? Czemu to nie weszło? Ja mu w głowę strzelałem. Ah. Goty team. No mogę. Wypierdalaj mi go się jebane. Uci w dupę. No dobra. Następny. A możesz wziąć. Ostatnie jest na longu. O, no. Never mind. Goty. O. Pokaż zdjęcie Nygusia. Ładna chociaż? To taka 3 na 10. Czy Gorlock Destroyer? Gorlock to nie jest gotet. Gotet. To żeś porobił. What? Stop fucking crying, you fucking dog. Go. Fucking cygan. Crying more than I don't know. O, czekaj, mam binda. To sobie zaraz stawimy. Montuję bombę. Dobra, zmienimy binda na szybko. Pod N. Da się, da się. Wszystko się da. Na B. Zaczyna bomba. Bombę. Po schodach. To nie? Chyba na schodach słyszałem. Chyba czwartyną. A no, słyszałem. Czekaj, teraz to zgadnia do czego zajebał mi rower. Śmiesz się po cygańskiemu. Każdy wie i tak o co chodzi. Ja mam defa. To jebał, kurwa. Czekaj, jak się... Kurwa. Co teraz zmienimy? Dobra, jak nie leci. Ale zrobiłem Edgeboga, ja pierdolę. Ale gangsta. Kurwy mi wjeżdżają. Wodę wjeżdżają. Może idą B. Proszę przez górę. Na sajcie. Na sajcie. Ale ci dojebał, więc 6 ode mnie miał. Ha, ok. To idziemy na ścianego. Dobra, wypierdalam trena, tak. I kum kum. Heszkę w meszkę i heszkę w meszkę i ryszki, szyszki, 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 kru, o, daj. Otwieramy. Kurwa, ja już spamię. Mam. Jak ty to wyciągnąłeś, to nie wiem. To dam ci buziaka. Jeszcze z twoim wąsikiem dziewiczym, to nie wiem. Tyle wystalkować i powiem, że jesteś jebanym nygusem. Lubisz Hitlera. O, takiej powiem. No takie, nie wiem, no 8 na 10, na pewno. Tylko wąsik dziewiczy na level 10, no. Nie, nie gramy. Przyszło zdjęcie kotasa. Ale jesteś kurwa gejem. Ja pierdolę. To Gold Digger. Zwoliłeś wąsik? Zwoliłeś wąsik wąsik. Ja pierdolę, jest kurwa. Taki Ahmed dobry. Hello Ahmed, hello Ahmed. How are you doing? Ahmed. I think I still look like my left nut, but sure. Hello team man. You like bind? O kurwa, ale mi wyjebał bombę. B, coś. No to ci nawet powiem, że dobrze. Content. Dobra, teraz zmienimy. Exactly. 7-0 perfect age. Kurwa, daję ci boosta, ty jebany negusie, kurwa, ty se poszłeś. O, to fajnie. O, mam piękną broń, idę mi da. Bo nie idę mi da. Spierdalaj z tym dragiem. Jezu Chryste, oni kurwa wszyscy się wyjebali w jedną sekundę. Kurwa, przestań mnie szczelać. Ostatnio mi idę. O, czekaj, tylko z... Tu. O, wyjebałeś się. Pójdź ci w dopę. O kurwa, ja też. Oni poszli. Albo nie? A jednak. Kurwa mać. Toż ja, kurwa, co to za psy jebane? Kurwa, wybełta. Taka. Ale wiesz to. To jest wyjebane. Ja pierdolę. Dobra, chuj, wygramy to i dane, no. Aż rozjebałem. Jak twoja stara, kurwa.
This is taking since the multicam sequence. It's just like this, and you can see all of them play sync to the song, and it does make cuts on it. And accounts for your music.
Ale miałem to. No kurwa i teraz mnie piknął pies jebany. Jezu, jak ja jestem kurwa unlocker. Goated? And this nigga barely can kill him. No, nie wiedziałem. Teraz... Co ty mi kurwa wysłałeś na Instagrama? Zbija mine, ja pierdolę. Zbija miner. Cię pierdolę. Cause I wearing you, nigga. Remember that. I will remember that. Bomb. Bombę mamy, chodź ta bombę. O, ale ci trafiłem. O kurwa, weszedł mi, a ja się patrzyłem na Instagrama. Kurwa mać. O. Kurwa, mam. You're so close. Kurwa, coś tam mi idzie. Jebana. Find the goat. No idzie. Tombak? Przepierdalamy teraz 12-10. Ja pierdolę, jestem chujowy. Dwóch tam jedzie. Kurwa, co to jest? Kurwa, ammo nie mam. Kawan, kawan. Zabiję go. Kurwa mać! Kurwa, no robię ten kombak. Ej, kurwa ruda. No kurwa. Mm. Komby. No ja pierdolę! To bomba, konia kurwa. O kurwa, pierdolę. Mamy boosta. Trzymaj się lepiej. Kurwa mać, no i wyszłem! Oni się odpalili, czy mi się chujowi zrobili? Chyba pierdola. O zapierdola. Ja pierdolę. Co ci kurwa ten... Ten połowa. O, ejsik. I to ładne. O, to... O, wypierdalaj, kurwa, jak nie wiadomo. Co jedno wanty będzie? Teraz już nie będzie. Jej! No, chodźcie w dupę. Nie bój się. I dalej.
Next year. Close me. What's this? No. Dude. He's got thing that bitch. We'll see an Discord. All you got now this thing. What do I get? Enough. Good. The map. Village. Bro, what? Hello? Hello? Bro, huh? What? Bro, what? Good cheat. I thought, bro, I heard you stop. You stop. I was like, okay, he has fucking wall hack, bro. Oh, fuck you. I'm even sleepy baby. Sleepy baby. I give up, bro. I give up, dude. CSGO Legacy. Guys, are you ready?
No.
Well, play Legacy version of CSGO. Yes, baby. You have launched a legacy version of the game that is no longer supported. Wait, dude, wait. Oh my god. This music is absolutely insane.
Yeah, like a year back. Click on it and join the team.
Bro, wait, Fury, why does it say you have 1.20 HLTV rating? That's just a lie. However, what's the lie is the sponsor, which is Skinport. And if you don't know what Skinport is, there is CS marketplace where you can buy and sell your CS2 skins safely for real money. And on Skinport, there's a fee for buying skins. So if you wanted to buy this Bayonet Tiger Tooth on Skinport, it's right now 150 euro. Meanwhile, on Steam, it will cost you almost 600 euro, which is a very big difference. And they have 4 on Trustpilot. They have over 1.6 million CS2 skins listed, which is absolutely mind-blowing. And if you sell skins, your payouts are also sent in your local currency, with many countries supported. So if you want to try Skinport to buy and sell skins, then please do so. The link in the description, and thank you again for sponsoring this video. And now let's play CSGO. Let's start the first map, Insertion. That is literally my favorite map ever. Yes, Alex, bro, we used to spend hundreds of hours on this loading screen I haven't seen for so long. Control. It's so smooth.
Yeah,
It's 400 FPS.
that's the difference between CS2 and CSGO, buddy.
No. It's actually so smooth. Okay, let's go, baby. Me and Alex. Wait, what knife for a side? Oh, God. It's like serious. Me and Alex, bro, we know this one. We know the spawns. We know the strat.
You're doing something, guys. So check
No. I'm gooning.
Thank him. Nice. Last one here. Fuck him up, Drew.
Item.
Hey, bitch.
Oh, let's shoot CT. We're gonna have 2 on A, and we're gonna have.
Bro, what is this map?
I don't know. Oh my God, he thinks me. Get them, bro. Fritz. In his house, we used to call Fritz. He had a basement, and he looked at someone in his basement. Called it Fritz. The way you play this map is you just stay at the edge and you just wait for movement in the grays and the fog. Now I see him, and now he's dead. I'm really kind of sad. Like, this game, it feels so much smoother.
Even the buy menu and my muscle memory.
Yeah.
It's just like,
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about the buy menu is different. Bro, you don't understand how good this feels compared to CS2.
for back theory aim. Oh my.
No, kill yourself.
Easy life.
You can kill yourself. Hit the one.
Oh my God! I feel like I'm forming Omaha Beach.
Suck my dick. Okay, whoever gives me a gun, I use it. 50,000. And say I won't get it. Okay?
You won't get the 3K. Oh my God! Look at the goofy ass guy driving the plane. Come. Remember him? Goofy ass driving the plane.
That's his pulse. Hey, in the trenches.
Look, Swedish armed forces. Carry number.
You bad.
This
Have
is your
watched
brain
it
when
on
you're
the
struggling to
phone.
focus. And this is your brain. You're in the zone.
Playing the
This is your brain when you're struggling.
Can you go fuck
And
yourself?
this is your brain. You're in the zone.
I'm not who you think I am. I'm not who I think I am. I am who I think you think I am. Complicated, I know, but bear with me. Basically, our self-identity is shaped not by how we see ourselves, nor how others see us, but by how we think they see us. This is why a simple compliment can change your whole mood. It's why criticism, especially from someone you care about, can hurt so deeply. Because every word and every look is another brushstroke on the canvas of who you think you are. Think about it. You're not just yourself. You're countless versions of it. Every single person who ever knew you has a version of you that exists only in their mind. None of them are the same. To your friends, you might be the funny one, the quiet one, and the serious one all at once, depending on who you're with. To your parents, you still are the same kid who needs protecting. And to a stranger who just saw you at the store, you're nothing but a passing blur. We often don't realize just how different these versions of ourselves are, until we're stuck in a room with two people who know us in completely different ways. It's a strange feeling when you're not sure which you to be, and all of a sudden you're hyper aware of every word and every gesture until you end up feeling off, like an actor who's forgotten their lines. That's because your sense of self is being pulled in two different directions. You try to balance it, but you can't. Not perfectly, because you're trying to match what you think they think of you. And that's exhausting. Psychologist Charles Cooley called this the looking glass self, because in essence you're looking at yourself through the reflections of everyone else's perception of you. It's like living in a funhouse of mirrors, and each one shows you a slightly different version of who you are, but none of them are quite right. Some are flattering, some are warped, and some barely resemble you at all. The people around you are holding up these mirrors, and you're constantly shifting, adjusting, trying to fit into each one. And so, we create masks, social masks. You wear one at work, at home, with friends, with strangers. It's not pretending, it's survival. Carl Jung called this the persona, the face we present to the world, our attempt to keep up. But while it helps us fit in, it can also trap us, because sometimes we get so used to wearing a mask that we forget who's underneath. You laugh at jokes you don't find funny. You nod along when you don't really care, and it's only later you wonder, was that really me? But even when you're alone and you don't need a mask anymore, who are you? Alan Watts says, trying to define yourself is like trying to bite your own teeth, because hate or love it, you're not fully you with nobody around to reflect off of. The person in your head is probably not the same out loud. Even your voice literally isn't the same to you as it is to others. That's why it almost disappoints us hearing it from a phone or a recorder. In fact, not liking the sound of your own voice is so common that there's a term for it: voice confrontation. And it's because in your head, you hear your voice through vibrations in your skull, which makes it sound deeper and richer. What everyone else hears is, well, different. It's kind of like looking in a mirror. You probably like your mirror reflection more than photos of yourself, and there's a reason for that. You're used to seeing a reversed version of you, the face you've seen 1,000 times brushing your teeth or fixing your hair. It's called the mere exposure effect. Basically, the more familiar something is, the more we tend to like it. So, the you know best. It's just the version you've gotten used to, but it's not the same version everyone else sees, and it's definitely not the only one that exists. Heraclitus, the Greek philosopher, said, "No man ever steps in the same river twice, for it's not the same river, and he's not the same man." You're always in flux, in motion. The you that existed at the beginning of this video is not quite the same as the you watching this now, and won't be at the end of it. Every little thing shapes you, just a tiny bit. Everything is always changing ever so slightly, maybe too little for you to notice, but it's still happening. And yet, we crave consistency. We want to be a solid, defined character in our own story, but we're more like a sketch that's constantly being erased and redrawn. The pencil never quite lifts from the page. It's why looking back at old photos or reading an old text feels so strange. You cringe, not because your past self was wrong, but because they're practically a stranger. That person made choices you wouldn't make today, said things you wouldn't say, believed things you might not believe anymore. In a way, they're gone, and yet still a part of you. Psychologists call this the end of history illusion. Studies from Harvard and the University of Virginia found that while we recognize how much we've changed in the past, we tend to underestimate how much we'll change in the future. It's like we always believe that the current version of ourselves is the final version, as if we've finally figured it all out. Spoiler alert, we haven't. We never do. And that's okay, because it makes life even more interesting. The ability to evolve constantly is what does. But this ever-changing notion makes the version of you that exists in someone else's mind, by definition, outdated. When someone thinks of you, they're not imagining the person you are right now. They're recalling the last version of you they saw, or the version that left the strongest impression. It could be you from last week, last year, or even from childhood. They don't see the tiny shifts in your perspective, the lessons you've learned, or the subtle changes in your personality. They didn't feel that quiet moment you had at 2 a.m, staring at the ceiling, when something just clicked. And it's not because they don't care, it's just human nature. We're all wrapped up in our own stories, our own endless evolution. While you're busy changing, so is everyone else. This is why running into an old friend feels so strange. They might still expect you to laugh at the same jokes or care about the same things, but maybe you've outgrown that version of yourself, and so you find yourself slipping back into old patterns, playing the part they expect, because it's easier than trying to explain who you've become. But this isn't a one-way street. You do the same to others. You think you know who your friends are, who your parents are, who your co-workers are, but those are just versions of them that you've frozen in time. You're not fully aware of their growth, their struggles, their late-night epiphanies. In a way, every relationship we have is like talking to a ghost of who someone used to be, mixed with who we think they are. Because the human brain hates gaps, it loves a complete picture, even if it has to make things up to fill in the blanks. When you meet someone for the first time, your mind doesn't just stop at what they say or how they look. It fills in the rest with assumptions, stereotypes, and experiences from your past. Maybe they remind you of someone else, or perhaps their tone triggers a memory. Without realizing it, you build an entire backstory for them, layering your own biases and expectations over who they actually are. And they're doing the same to you.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base.
When you meet a person, you think you know them, but you don't. They exist in your mind as an idea, not as a reality. Psychologists call this impression formation. We take tiny pieces of information, a smile, a phrase, an outfit, and construct a whole narrative around it. Our brains are essentially storytellers, filling in the unknowns with whatever makes the story make sense. But those stories aren't always accurate. Yet once that first impression is set, our brains become stubborn. It takes a lot more evidence to change a first impression than to reinforce it. It's why a bad first impression can haunt you, and a good one can create unrealistic expectations. Ironically, your brain often tries to match every impression. It's a survival instinct to fit in. This is called the Pygmalion effect, where higher expectations lead to improved performance, and lower expectations do the opposite. If someone expects you to be funny, you might find yourself cracking jokes. If they see you as shy, you might hold back, even if that's not who you usually are. You could be sitting alone at a cafe. One person might think, they're so peaceful. Another might think, they look so lonely. The truth could be neither, or both, but each observer walks away with a different version of you in their mind. But nobody's story is complete. Everyone is working with half-written scripts and missing chapters, and so every interaction is like two incomplete puzzles trying to fit together, with pieces that don't quite match. And when those gaps are too big, when the story in your head doesn't match the story in theirs, they say, you've changed. But really, they just haven't updated their version of you in a while. In the end, we're all just walking each other home. We're all walking around as puzzles with pieces only partially visible to others. You'll never fully understand how someone else sees you, just as they'll never fully understand the layers of who you are. But instead of fearing that, maybe we can find comfort in it. It's what makes connection so powerful when it happens, and why a true understanding from someone else feels so rare and beautiful. And it's also why social interactions can be so draining. It's not just about being present, it's about managing the infinite possibilities of how you're being perceived. It's why you might replay conversations in your head, wondering, did I sound weird? Did they think I was awkward? But hey, maybe that's why the smartest people to ever live often shun social life.
Millions of people find comfort in feeling sad. This special feeling is what's known as melancholy. It's the kind of sadness that feels good. So good, you begin to desire it. But the disturbing thing about melancholy that sets it apart from regular sadness is how we don't know where it comes from. We simply feel empty. And for some reason, we like it. As we'll see, the desire to be sad is a longing to understand what we're missing. It manifests as an engagement with sad media, the romanticization of suffering, and a yearning for meaning. Before we look at the function of the desire to be sad, it's best if we understand where it comes from. Melancholy is everywhere in Silent Hill 2, as much as the fog that fills the town's streets. In the game's opening, James Sunderland receives a letter from his deceased wife 2 years after her death, telling him to meet her in their special place somewhere in the town of Silent Hill. And although he tells himself she's dead and can't possibly be there, he goes looking for her anyway, as if he doesn't believe what he already knows.
Meet Paydico, advanced payment orchestration platform that brings all your solutions into one place with a single.
But what if I told you Silent Hill's incredibly famous premise is also the premise of Sigmund Freud's paper Mourning and Melancholia? Freud makes the radical claim that mourning and melancholia are both approaches to loss, but he specifically sees melancholia as a failure to mourn. The mourning process means coming to accept that the person or thing we love is gone forever. Everything in the world reminds us of them. We might even feel their presence. Freud wrote that for mourning to be successful, we must retract our attachment to the deceased each time a memory surfaces until our grief no longer consumes us. Images rush in to fill the gap left by their absence. It's an unbearably painful process that lasts for years. We used to think we die from it. Nobody questions why you feel sad after losing someone or something you love. By contrast, even we can't quite pinpoint why we feel sad and melancholy. One may know they've lost someone, but, Freud writes, only in the sense that he knows whom he has lost, but not what he has lost in him.
This is the most important thing I've said so far.
Maybe something like looking at your baby photos hits you harder than you expected. You know what's changed. Obviously, you've grown up, but you're not sure why it hurts so much. You feel melancholy. Loss doesn't only involve people. Animals, objects, periods of your life, and purpose can all be loved and lost. Because there's something more to these things than just the person or thing we've left behind.
I'll help you understand what that is throughout this video.
Of course, when you want to be sad, you consciously or subconsciously search it out, but little attention has been paid to how that's accomplished. Sad media is one outlet. Tragedy becomes so attractive because fictional losses act as a mirror. And if you're anything like me, melancholy also means romanticizing the world around you, your emotions. Things seem prettier when you're sad. Both of these are ways of coping with loss. They both also fit neatly into psychoanalyst Jacques Lacan's idea of the symbolic register. The symbolic is the realm of representation. While it mostly concerns language, it also encompasses the laws and social conventions one is born into. It's one of 3 domains of psychic life. There's also the imaginary, which has to do with our self-image and perception of others, and the real, which cannot be represented or understood. All 3 have something to tell us about the desire to be sad.
Drawing on the linguist Ferdinand de Saussure, Lacan taught that the spoken and written word are just 2 means of representation.
Words are what Saussure and Lacan called signifiers, a material way of representing a concept. But words aren't the only signifiers. Sign language, for example, doesn't have words. The 1992 documentary Baraka has no voiceover and still manages to make a point. Movies, melodies, and art help us grasp what we can't put into words.
What I want to emphasize is the role representation has in melancholy.
Keeping in mind that melancholy centers around an unrepresentable loss. In Martin Scorsese's Taxi Driver, a Vietnam veteran takes on the night shift for a taxi service while suffering from insomnia. But he becomes increasingly disgusted with the people he sees on the streets at night. Disdain colors his view of the whole world. He writes about his ensuing loneliness with great detail in a journal, but there's something about it all he can't articulate. His entries are seemingly unable to get directly to the heart of what he's lost. In one scene, Travis asks a friend for advice, but when he tries to explain his problem, he's entirely unable to. His friend's advice is consequently useless, and Travis is left alone with his melancholy. On his TV appearance in 1974, Lacan claimed that depression arises from a failure to articulate oneself. The same is true of melancholy. None of us choose the language we learn to speak. The methods of navigating existence given to us by our parents and culture do not have our names signed at the bottom. The forms of representation available to us come from other people. And yet, in cases like the desire to be sad, we cannot fully express what we're going through. There's an incompleteness in our language. An existing void is torn wider. Lacan understood that the fundamental psychological conflict is between language and the body. If one complains about a lack of meaning in one's life, it's because the structures that sustain meaning have collapsed. The melancholic feel sad because they lack the symbolic resources to work through their feelings. I remember when someone close to me was suffering from depression, who would hardly speak a word. At best, he would answer, probably, to any questions until he was left alone. This is what Lacanians call an empty discourse, and it invades the body through emotions like melancholy. Psychoanalysts know that every emotion says something. It's yet another form of expression, only our emotions can't use words. I am sad because that is what emotions are dying to tell us. We always feel more than we can express. We might react to the emotional uncertainty by looking for others to tell us what we feel. Fiction can represent things for us that we're unable to. So we probe for answers in art, movies, music, and so on. We make ourselves sad, hoping we'll uncover the truth. It's a comforting process. Ask someone about their desire to be sad, and comfort is the word that comes up time and time again. But it doesn't work. There's more to this problem. But first, we need to thank Headspace for sponsoring this video.
There was a moment writing this video that I could have died. Become so distracted with my research that I stopped doing some of the things you're supposed to when you're typing. And so in a staggering 3 days, the sugar content in my blood was so high it became acidic. I drove myself to the ER after an entire night spent throwing up. But if I had hesitated, my death wasn't off the table. I spend every day mindfully considering existential topics such as death and the horror of having a body. Because of that mindfulness, I was able to handle this emergency well.
Headspace is an app that can help you cultivate a similar mindfulness. It has solutions for stress, poor sleep, and lack of focus in the form of breathing exercises and guided meditation.
I've been using Headspace for the past month, and I was surprised how much their breathwork exercise, just 5 minutes of comfortable, deep breathing, made every day.
The app provides a daily set of meditations and exercises for you, but you can also select your own if you've ever wanted to try meditating like screen. Loss doesn't just strike at the symbolic. It poses problems for the imaginary too.
There's a scene in Shakespeare's comedy Twelfth Night
In which Jester is threatened with his dismissal unless he can make the Countess Olivia laugh. Her brother is dead, and the Countess is in mourning. He tells her he thinks her brother is in hell, to which she insists he's in heaven.
Oh, Madonna, to mourn for your brother's soul being in heaven,
He says, and the Countess laughs. Why bother grieving someone we know is at peace? Lacan dares to point out that there's something self-centered about mourning. Grief isn't always for the dead. We grieve ourselves. When you lose someone you love, you also lose a part of yourself. To lose a child is to likewise lose your role as that child's mother or father. This part of the mourning process might look like keeping that child's room clean, setting a seat for them at the dinner table, or keeping up other parental duties at first. But eventually, we let ourselves lose the responsibilities we once had. But the melancholic isn't aware they've lost this part of their self. When there's a malfunction in the symbolic, there's also usually a problem in the imaginary, a crisis of self. As I explained before, signifiers represent concepts. These concepts exist in the imaginary. What we call a self-image is, in fact, the concept one has of oneself. On Lacan's diagram of the 3 registers, he attributes meaning to both the symbolic and the imaginary. In this sense, seeing your feelings represented by other people is comforting, but it does more than offer comfort. It tells you who you are. Sometimes we need to learn what mourning looks like before we can begin. The psychoanalyst Darian Leader describes watching others mourn their losses as a way of enabling us to process our own. Perhaps this is one reason why people can feel devastated after a public figure they knew nothing about passes away.
In the Iliad, The warrior Patroclus dies, the people gather to mourn him openly, including those who never knew him. We read that the women cry, each one for their own sorrows, and the men, each one remembering what they had left at home.
Similarly, in Fight Club's first act, we watch as the narrator can only process his emptiness in support groups for people with life-threatening conditions, despite not sharing their problems. When a woman very obviously not suffering from testicular cancer begins to attend the meetings, he loses the ability to grieve. The same extends to our relationship with fiction. When the first episode of Mark Frost and David Lynch's Twin Peaks aired on television on April 8, 1990, an estimated 24.6 million people sat down to watch. The show's pilot would become one of the most famous episodes in the history of television. I genuinely think about this show almost every day.
She's dead. Wrapped in plastic.
In a small Washington town, homecoming queen Laura Palmer is found dead on a rocky beach, wrapped in plastic. She's been murdered. The opening episode shows us the effect her unexpected loss has on the community. It feels so hauntingly human. It's heartbreaking. But the reason I feel sad watching it isn't because I care about Laura Palmer. At this point, she's little more than a name to a body. It's because the examples of these characters and this community give me a way to reflect on my own experiences with loss. But the other's mourning can act as an imaginary route for the subject, but not more than that. Leader writes, associating with the melancholic experiences of others, effectively saying, I'm melancholic too, really doesn't bring us any closer to escaping these feelings. The only signifier that often seems available to someone with melancholy or some other chronic sadness is their condition.
As someone who's been diagnosed with depression, I know that in our darkest hours, we might simply default to talking about our discomfort as being depressed,
instead of voicing intimate details about what we're going through. Such labels provide comfort and a valuable sense of identity, but the desire to be sad is likely to persist. Another behavior associated with the desire to be sad is a romanticization of pain and loss.
Throughout history, melancholy was associated with a manic creative state, an obsession with art and beauty. That mania describes what happened to me during one of the hardest periods of my life. I'm actually sort of scared to tell you about it, but that's the point, isn't it?
I heard just one go, just 1, 2 with herself.
I grew up Mormon. When I turned 18, I signed up to be a missionary. I was assigned to Northern California. I served for 5 months. Usually, a mission lasts 2 years for a man, but the pandemic interrupted mine in March 2020, and I was sent home early.
My mission was one of the most disappointing and melancholic periods of my life. For years, I had nightmares in which I was forced to go back.
Notice how everyone is grouped close together, and then I'm way off here, almost out of frame? There's a reason for that. I felt like I didn't belong. Being a missionary meant spending hours every day knocking on doors, proselytizing, and chasing leads.
A lot of effort and routine with no results.
I spent every night of those 5 winter months wandering the streets of 90 suburban neighborhoods in the fog. I feel, even now, it was a long dream. I looked into the endless lit windows and yearned to sit down inside. It never rained. There was just a months-long dripping. That's how I remember it. You can see my mental health worsening in these pictures just from my face.
Through it all, I kept a journal. I wrote almost 1,000 pages during those 5 months, which was odd because there was almost nothing worth writing about.
What's more, I insisted on writing my journal like a novel. I wanted to appreciate what I was doing like it was a work of art. When California was put into quarantine, I was locked in the rotting corpse of a house with nothing to do until I was sent home early. I slept through most of those couple of weeks, taking more and more melatonin and staring at the ceiling fan when my body screamed no more. I had stopped writing. I had been looking for a reason to be out there, searching for it through my writing. I still believed in God, so I believed there was an indisputable reason for being there. But there wasn't one.
The only meaning I found came from the act of writing itself.
So although I was depressed, it's like I didn't know it. I hid it behind 1,000 pages of fanciful prose. Everything I wrote was lyrical to the point it became disgusting to read. This is what Lacan ironically calls jouissance, a pun combining jouissance and sens, bodily enjoyment, from the masturbatory use of language. But if the experience wasn't as hauntingly mundane, I don't think I would have felt a need to force it to be interesting. I didn't realize it until years later, after I had already left the church. But that's why I wrote the way I did. Writing my journal like a novel was a way for me to distance myself from the sadness I felt. Writing is what kept me stable. It sustained me. When I stopped, it debilitated me. With nothing to hold it back, the emptiness consumed me. The point of my story isn't about knocking on doors, or even about being Mormon. It's about how we use language to grapple with unbearable realities. Certain forms of media, slow, haunting music, tragic films, melancholic literature, can all serve as a way of externalizing sadness in a beautiful form. The beauty of tragedy advances the plot. It's a symbolic byproduct of structure imposed on the chaos. Such beauty might be the only thing conferring any meaning at all to a forlorn and incomprehensible situation. You have to be careful meddling with something like that. But this romanticization is another trap. Beautiful sadness is still sadness. We'll need more to escape our despair. Something I understood years after my experience as a Mormon missionary is that melancholy isn't only about what was lost in the past, but also what's lacking in the present. We might lose interest in the things we care about when we feel the desire to be sad. Melancholy is largely inhibitory, a silence that insists upon itself, a what's the point in even trying? This is the third and final characteristic of the desire to be sad I'll discuss with you before we hear Lacan's solution.
Over here. Yearn? I yearn. You yearn? Oh, yes. Often I sit and yearn. I craved. Constant craving. I yearn.
Lacan's theories on desire are rather remarkable. By desire, he means something other than our biological needs. You can think of it as yearning instead of craving. Desire begins with lack. It begins with being told we can't have something. Even though we fantasize about being loved by a certain person, doing great things, or getting something we want, the desire behind all desires is the desire for a sense of completion, the fulfillment we need to heal our inescapable lack. When Freud says the melancholic might know who they've lost, but not what they've lost in him, Lacan answers that what we've lost is something we never had. My experience would seem to agree that the same process Freud outlines for mourning occurs in melancholy. We never escape the ghost of our loss. Fonder memories are all we can think about. But the two aren't the same. As Darian Leader puts it, in mourning we slowly detach ourselves from the dead. In melancholia, we attach ourselves to them. Lacan's stance is even more extreme. Not only do we attach ourselves to what we've lost, melancholy is an identification with loss itself. This is why melancholia feels endless. You become your own nothingness. In his sixth seminar, Lacan says that we must reconstitute our lack in order to find meaning again. That's his solution. Let's break that down. Escaping melancholy requires reestablishing what you've lost as something impossible. You probably feel as though you'll never be whole again. That's because you've associated the sense of completion you yearn for with the one you've lost. But you were never whole to begin with. Lacan's remarks imply that we never get over a loss, and that's kind of the point. He shares this with the later Freud. In 1920, 3 years after publishing Mourning and Melancholia, Freud lost his favorite daughter Sophie to the Spanish flu. This devastated him and his wife. He really never got over her death. 9 years later, Freud wrote to a friend that we can never find a substitute after a loss. No matter what may fill the gap, even if it be filled completely, it nevertheless remains something else. And actually, this is how it should be. It is the only way of perpetuating that love which we do not want to relinquish. Mourning requires the acknowledgement that all desire is for something we'll never have. For life to have meaning again, you must live as if you're missing something. We do that first by naming our loss. Lacan tells us that we have to be well spoken about loss, to give it a place in the symbolic, to make room for lack. In Silent Hill 2, James sees Mary everywhere in the fog. Travis in Taxi Driver makes Loss his whole identity. And in Twin Peaks, everyone obsesses over Laura, not necessarily to solve her murder, but to make sense of what her death reveals in them. The point isn't to fill that hole, it's to name it. Every desire is a dissatisfaction. Let yourself be broken.
For years after my mission, my depression worsened. It got to the point where I wished I would cease to exist. That's when I wrote my video on the desire to not exist. I was diagnosed by my doctor with depression and given antidepressants, but something strange happened. I felt unbelievably happier long before they had a chance to kick in. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now I think I know why. Writing that video allowed me to process the pain of my mission in California, to understand why it was painful. The nightmares stopped.
Is there a cure for depression? That much is unknown. But we must believe in a cure for the depression we feel today. The depression of today is not the depression of tomorrow. The desire to be sad doesn't need to be a bad thing. Now you know that it signals something deeper. Now you can use it to ask the right questions. Let your pained soul speak, and thereby begin to mourn the losses that motivate your desire to be sad.
Du får lidt til her. Det er lidt tys. Altså, min rådgiver...
Jeg skal ikke have en rådgiver.
Japansk.
Listen, Morty, I hate to break it to you, but what people call love is just a chemical reaction that compels animals to breed. It hits hard, Morty, then it slowly fades, leaving you stranded in a failing marriage. I did it. Your parents are gonna do it. Break the cycle, Morty. Rise above. Focus on...
Everyone's scared of you. Dipshit, you learn that in your 20s. It takes a very rare, powerful being to be terrified. It is. You're dumb. You're not scared to be happy. The smarter you are, the more you know. Happiness is a trap. It can't last forever.
And you're going to do everything you can to fill that hole with friends, your career, and meaningless sex, but the hole doesn't get filled. And one day, you're going to look around and you're going to realize that everybody loves you, but nobody loves you. And that is the loneliest feeling in the world.
You meet the love of your life. Well, it's still going to end. It's inevitable, whether by the slow pull of a disease or the shock of loose footing on a hiking trip, whether it be the corrosion of two personalities that reshape each other, are incompatible. Maybe the old stranger in a bar who says the things that need to be said. The point is, happiness always ends. Best case scenario, think about this. Best case is that you die at the same time.
It seemed like a good end.
I mean, I'm not like Emily, and I'm ugly. A really smart guy. Out there. I'm never gonna be smart.
I feel kind of like my inside voice has been quiet lately. Not a lot of instructions forthcoming.
Yeah, it's like you said. Girls is like horses. Fall down, that you get right back on again. A different horse. Let's see. Penny saved, penny earned.
I feel like an anomaly. Before I used to know there was made me feel to be different. Now I kind of like it. Sometimes. I mean, not a lot. It makes me special.
I guess maybe dating girls is like bicycle. Yeah, man, yeah. We're like, you mess up, get really hurt forever, or hurt someone you really.
I suppose.
I'm sorry things have been so hard for you, but that doesn't feel right to be shitty to me. I can't be around someone who's just fueled by bitterness and negativity.
Well then, what are you doing here?
What happened?
Same thing that always happens. You didn't know me, and you fell in love with me, and now you know me.
You know, it's funny. When you look at someone through rose-colored glasses, red flags.
They weren't. Ran away from his family and capitalized on his lack of conscience by becoming a star.
Thought that was
I was in love with you, and you didn't love me back. Ready to move on. It's like you're gonna build me up all over. God.
Letter said things in it that only you would know. Things, Ben. Use them against me. But I need some time alone. Just scared and sick of
really up to no.
you and you. Leggings and boots. You think you're great together.
Oh, gee, boy, Summer. But what about the unity thing?
You have the single worst marriage I've witnessed. It shouldn't exist. You should never, ever, ever have. And I do not understand how. Why you would ever stay together.
Am I a victim, Ben? Is that all?
Jesus. You fixed.
With it.
Wait, he's loving me, the homeless people.
Loving you is work, Jerry. He wants to can't but work him. What do you say? See me work. Conversations seem tedious.
Sort of.
Maybe I'll love you more.
Listen, I'm the guy in the union because I'm the smartest. Being nice is something stupid people do to hedge their bets. Now, I haven't been exactly subtle about how little I trust marriage. Make it work, and I can turn a black horse into a sun. So, at a certain point, you got to ask yourself, shit, not.
Anyway, please go. I can't love you. Please understand.
I'll go. You dare.
Tina.
Yeah, I lost.
Morty.
It's gone. You. Even if it's pooping, you should be ashamed. What is your problem? Your son likes help. So his best friend's a fish. So he likes to just like dolphins. So what? Everybody loves him. Yes. Can't you? Don't make the same mistake that I did. I didn't know what I had. I wish I knew now what I knew then. I wish you knew what I knew before this. You're blowing it, man! Mind your business. Emotional and it's pressure. Just everything out.
Somebody.
I'm nobody.
You came back.
Of course I came back. Oh my, if only I got soon.
Amy.
Talk. We all right? Together now. Phoenix.
Please. To see you. One last time.
I loved you too. Goodbye, Timmy.
Do you like? Because still waiting for come back.
Girl.
What? No, she's not coming back, dude. She's gone.
Look, I know. It's just, I mean, I don't still have feelings for her. In a way, it's like this thing that's inside of me, and always just sort of sitting there, waiting around. Sometimes I'll see something or I'll smell something, and it makes me think of her, even if I don't want to. I really like CJ. She's amazing. Is it fair for me to go out with her if I still think about Margaret sometimes?
CJ's cooler than Mark.
Sometimes you hurt someone and you miss them.
I realize now that I'm attracted. Same reason I can't be with you. You can't change. I have no. Really means.
I'm sure there's no perfect version. I'm sure I'll just unify species after species and never really be complete.
I know how it goes. Lose who I am. Not even trying.
The feeling is called. You over.
Thanks for patient. It's the old me. It's someone. Because I'm not sick.
This is a normal where one call ends. Even if you don't leave it. That's for you to decide.
You won't live for yourself. For the half bird person, half megabitch that's prison ass.
I have made a decision. Would now like. Sorry, but we do not get to choose the ones we.
Got that right. Why do you think I'm still fucking down here?
I died at my wedding ring, merely waiting for it to take effect.
Jerry, I believe that if you hide by yourself, you might survive. I believe I have a shot of getting out of here, but the two of us together, maybe the shrink was right. Good luck.
Why did you help?
Because I respect you to know you could respect me.
Even though nothing matters?
Okay, you matter. Me.
The relationship that we have
Never use that word.
is not worth my integrity.
Come on. Hit a transaction, my man. Would you like to join me doing awesome shit that matters? No, I would not be a judgmental dork. Case closed.
You guys.
It treats somebody. Nobody.
Some might say you're excessive, but they don't know how glorious you are. Layer after layer reveals more surprises. You are precious. You are beauteous. You deserve this love.
You worry a little that you're diminishing in his each part of him. To find someone who can curse on one of those topics, let alone both.
Person is hard. You know, for a while
been telling myself there's no such thing as soul. So sure.
Well, Your Highness, I must. Everything is just swimmingly. And you. Yes, we. Then. What? How could you do that?
I had to.
Why?
Looking for used German on Copart.de, the world leader.
Dude, yeah, no, in love with for you. Princess seems into you. No, no. Hey, fuck. Say something about her.
You. She's beautiful. She makes me confused. He's filling up my chest like. Wait. Is it because she's so dangerous? Jake, I can't stand it. The point, Dad. For the most part,
People in
Mobiltelefon. Eller det var man lige alene hjemme, man lige har 5 Hello and welcome to a video where I show you interesting and funny things that I've learned about Half-Life 2 in the nearly 3,000 hours that I've played the game. At the start of Root Canal, there is a trigger volume that will push you onto the platform next to it to keep you from being crushed between the wall and the train cars. You can only take advantage of this once, though. Here's what happens if you try it again. There's a Combine soldier above this spot in Root Canal. Because the gravity gun and the airboat were never going to be in the game at the same time, Valve never considered what might happen when they interact. If you're quick enough, you can press E after punting and fly around in the airboat. It's possible to see these manhacks in an undeployed state. You simply have to kill this cop before he finishes pushing this button. They do activate if you disturb them in any way. Sometimes shooting something will move it towards you instead of away. The scene where you get the RPG has some odd things going on. When entering the room, you can see Odessa quickly moving his arms. The RPG Odessa holds isn't the actual one, it's just a generic model. The real one is spawned in when you're close enough to him. It doesn't simply give you the RPG though, it actually spawns it on the floor. If you're a very specific distance away from Odessa, you can avoid being in the RPG's pickup radius, so you can see it on the floor.
Goal set.
Citizens can grab guns out of your hands, just like they would grab one from the ground. If you left-click to try to throw the gun, the game will crash. You can also trick them into dropping their gun if you move the other one away at the right time.
Fantastic.
These guys will gladly die for you. Many weapons have weird quirks when you hold down right-click.
You're here to fight alongside to make a big difference for morale.
This level is supposed to be harder.
Here come the ships.
Ships have a gun here, which is supposed to turn. Since it doesn't turn, it will only fire when you're directly in its path. The gun was broken in an update to the game sometime between 2007 and 2010. It's possible to die here from the garage door crushing the car. If you load directly into the first level of Follow Freeman, your RPG will have no ammo.
You. Just you. Building your app. Base 44.
This is to keep you from easily killing the snipers. Loading into the level before gives you no RPG, and loading into the level after gives you a regular one. Many items in the game will change based on what you need most. You can shoot enemy grenades, but not your own. Valve knew that this scene with the crane could break if something was put on top of the buggy. If you try to block the crane with something breakable, it will just break it. If you use something not breakable, it will just straight up remove it. AR2 energy balls will stick to crane magnets. Grenades may stick or go through the magnet. If you stand on a head crab and punt it to death, you will die of fall damage. This is because standing on a moving thing makes you move with it. If you set it up right, you can do this sideways. Being bit by a poison head crab temporarily takes you down to 1 health. If you're bit while at full health, this attack deals 99 damage and pushes you back quite a way. This is odd because any source of damage can be configured to not push you. For example, damage from fire doesn't push you. Most guns can be reloaded faster by first looking at a friendly NPC or going into any cutscene that automatically lowers your weapon. The gun will move up before reloading, and the game thinks this moving up animation is the reload animation. The actual reload animation will play after this, but you can fire during it. When stuff goes near these holes, they move weird. You can also break open these holes before the lower mines spawn. They have 10,000 health, so it takes a long time. These batteries will respawn if you throw them away. This one, though, doesn't come back. On this specific level, crossbow shots can go through Alex. This is to keep her from blocking your shot, since she's close to you for most of the level. Weapons and item pickups can freeze crossbow bolts. This bolt is still live. For reference, here's a dead one.
Until they come. Actually, they learn at a school, like, it's simple. Learn by doing.
If you move whatever it got stuck on, it'll continue like nothing happened. If you hit a wall hard enough, there is a small impact sound. The sound is supposed to change based on what type of surface you hit. Bricks, wood, grass, you know. The sound can be incorrect though if the wall you hit and the last surface you stepped on are different kinds. For example, here I step on a fence and then hit a brick wall. This bug is so obscure that it managed to get into most Source Engine games. Here's me doing it in CSGO. Today's VACT video is a little different. I'll be sharing everything I know about an NPC simply called Blob. The Blob NPC was featured in a sort of interactive tech demo at an event called Valve Hardware Day in 2006. This tech demo showed off some particle effects, the more popular NPC Surface, whose visual code would later be used for Gel in Portal 2, and NPC Blob, which appears more as a swarm of insects. In the demo, we can see NPC Blob climbing over obstacles, avoiding hazards, forming into a coherent shape, and attacking an enemy. And that's it. That's all the official content for this NPC. But what we weren't supposed to see is actually more interesting. Every Source Engine game comes with at least one text file that has information about every object in the game. This file is used by the level editor to show level designers what they can place in a map. One of the most common things to place in a level are nodes, little markers that tell NPCs about the world around them. Nodes are how an NPC knows how to get somewhere. They can also give NPCs additional context about a level. For example, where to hide from a sniper. In the game data files for Alien Swarm and CSGO, the node object has context options related to the blob. These options imply that the blob originally would have been able to shake, fit, regenerate, and have a brain. These options also have the word EP3 before them. I know people always make weird speculations about this stuff, but I don't know how you can draw a conclusion from it, which isn't that the blob was going to be in Half-Life 2 Episode 3. We know all that, but there's still a lot to say about the blob's appearance and behavior. What the blob appears as is a group of models, but I think if it was finished, it would look more like NPC Surface. Using the gel in Portal 2, I made what I think it would look like. The actual appearance of the blob is controlled by a console variable. I've changed it in some of my footage, so sometimes the blob will look different. I won't show any footage from episode 1 or 2, because this NPC actually isn't in them, which is weird, because with basically every other thing, if it's in Half-Life 2, it's in the episodes. The blob is classified as a player ally, so it attacks wildlife and Combine NPCs. The blob attacks enemies by surrounding them and then, I guess, consuming them. Combine soldiers are especially programmed to take 3 seconds to die. Most other enemies die extremely fast because the blob deals 5 points of damage every 0.025 seconds. Try as they might, enemies can't actually hurt the blob, and even if they could, it has over 2 billion health. I have no idea what these antlions are doing. Using console commands, we can see what happens when a blob does die.
What is Onshape? Everything you need to deliver your next big idea. CAD with built-in PDM. It's cloud analytics. Customizable features that can do just about anything. Simulation, rendering, and CAM. An ability to infinitely undo and explore design alternatives with branch and merge. It's simple collaboration and an ability to work on the fly.
Wow. The only things that can survive a blob attack are things that can't actually be hurt by most things, as roller mines. Blobs do have one weakness: indoor spaces. Blobs can climb over walls, but give them a ceiling or a tight corridor and they go completely haywire. Blobs also don't really understand when part of them is stuck. When parts of a blob get separated, it can't accurately judge where its center is. When this center point is wrong, the NPC doesn't know when it's actually at an enemy, so it may never begin to attack it. The bed this woman sits on has an invisible barrier around it, which is internally named "You Suck." It only blocks NPCs. I don't know what this is supposed to do. If you delete it, nothing bad happens. Half-Life 2 physics are obviously not perfectly accurate to the real world, but there are some places where Valve straight up cheated physics in ways for various reasons. I will show many examples. Vehicles are stuck upside down. They're programmed to flip over. Ironically, in the cutscene at the start of Highway 17, the buggy is forced to flip upside down. Even though the buggy is clearly upright, I still have to exit and re-enter the vehicle for it to begin working. Train magnets are configured to swing less than normal. These doors don't actually fall like this. The way the train sends you into the air is obviously fake. Many times in the game, an NPC's dead body is pushed a certain way for various reasons. Most of the time, it's just to look cool. Sometimes in Half-Life 2, things will only activate if you're looking in a certain place. The cops near this dumpster will not spawn as long as you don't look at the place that they come from. This cop won't start to push this barrel until you start looking at a spot near him. You can even look directly at the cop and he'll never do anything, and the barrel will never light on fire. If you don't look at this guy, he won't give you his 2 crates. On this level, if you take a specific path and avoid looking at G-Man, you can see him up close.
Tænk hvis lokale restaurantkøkkener, der alligevel står tomme i løbet af dagen, bruger til at give skoleklasser undervisning. Giver dem lyst til at smage, sanse og på nyt. Hos Arla tror vi på, at mad giver læring til livet. The same is true on this level.
Some zombies don't get up off the floor until you look at them. This one is particularly amusing. When you look at this stove, an antlion will crash through the wall behind it, causing a fire in the kitchen. If you don't look at this stove, none of that will happen. It will also cause 2 turrets to not spawn. If you look outside this window, there will be a completely random explosion. You kill the snipers trapping Barney without looking at him. You can make him say his lines out of order. When an antlion can't find a way to get to you, it will burrow into the ground. Funny enough, it'll do this even if the ground is something artificial. You might be wondering why this antlion doesn't just jump up. As I said in a previous fact video, NPCs need node markers to know where to go. Since there are no nodes on this roof, they don't know what to do. Burning citizens will become charred, just like zombies do. Unlike zombies, they don't seem to really care about it.
No.
One of my favorite Half-Life 2 bugs is this. Zombie torsos, much like their parents, will look at you the entire time that they move around, even if that means walking backwards. The problem is that torsos don't have a backwards walking animation, only a forward one. Many weird effects can happen when you load directly into a level and then try to go to the level before that. Basically, the game will act as if you were never there, because technically you weren't.
at dit game det lækker. Ja! Daniel! Den stopper vi altid. Det gør vi da med et RTX-grafikkort fra AMD. Det var Daniel, kan du? Når vi har 12-årige, de forstår det jo faktisk. Jeg skal endnu længere ned. Tak. Så forklar bruge de her grafikkort. X50 er sendt for DLSS 4, hvilket giver dig, uden at du skal bekymre dig om billedkvaliteten eller mine performance issues. For eksempel, dit spil bliver langt mere smooth, fordi der er multiframe generation. Det betyder, at grafikkortet en frame, så tilføjer AI teknologi frames 3x. Skal min matematik lige give en mening op i hovedet. Men det betyder jo, at hvis jeg spiller et spil på frames per second, så vil det føles lidt op på 120 frames per second, hvilket jo giver gameplay op. Jeg forstod det! Du var det var så, jeg forstår det! Ja, og min far, min mor, inkorporeret raytracing, så sørger den altså lys hjem. Det du siger til mig, Dan, det er faktisk, at hvis man skal ud og udskifte til gamle grafikkort, så behøver man ikke at vælge imellem grafik. Yes, det er jo faktisk fedt på, så køb det før din nabo. Så hvis du gerne vil gå en level up som gamer, skynd dig ind.
We can talk about how time. Get him. I'm just. It's of course you're going to. You want a 3? Leanne, you're looking for help? Indeed, I am. The attack utmost. That could make. Yes. You didn't like Pegasus. You know. But yeah, if you clean my room. Commoner. And hot dog bun. She's a legend. I mean, who wants to do this job? They seem. And I should probably keep Leanne company lines. That is just a. Donations in here. Yours. We got this. Glued to this. It all paid. At this stuff. And life is nightfall down. rest of the donation. Take these out to the delivery. Isn't it? We got the very last. I only hear off line. Did this? My carpet is orange. Loves gotta find donation truck. That truck. Yeah. I think. Don't clean my room. That thing. Or didn't keep so much trash. We wonder. And Papa want to be trapped in a box ring. Hey, you never take a jump. Action. But we did donate a walk. Maybe we can contact Popcorn. French has to pop. Have a can. Okay, I'll do it. Someone find. Load him in. I'll make. Alert. I need space. She's unconscious. You do. Those things. Not if I can help. Device that can track any moving object within a 100-mile radius. Secrets are secrets for a reason. Run on event. Back. Thing is staring. Yes. Watch and learn. Let's find some. Work like a charm. You need a picture. Maybe you were right. Never know. Yeah. Definitely this. It's doing. Ooh. Oh, I'm gonna use it to scare away birds. We can talk about the same games.
By going back to the start of Highway 17, you can duplicate the buggy. The same thing happens with the airboat, but it's impossible to reach it. As I said in another fact video, you have to exit and re-enter the buggy before it begins working. This effect applies the moment the map starts, and you can only get rid of it with the buggy that's on the dock. Levels at the start of a chapter will put up invisible walls so that you can't go back. Get past these barriers by loading the level after the current one and then going all the way back through that.
mày là cơn của Hej, nu kör ni!
AI apps. Teknologien bevæger sig hurtigt, men det er mennesker som dig, der giver den retning. På uddannelsen i softwareudvikling lærer du at forstå, designe og bygge de systemer, der får verden til at hænge sammen. Du arbejder med virkelige problemer og bæredygtige løsninger, apps, der gør hverdagen lettere. I et studiemiljø, hvor vi hjælper hinanden og mødes fagligt og socialt. Og når du er færdig, så står du med rigtig gode jobmuligheder i forskellige både i Danmark og i USA.
Here it's possible to get 7 rebels in the same place, but only 4 will follow you.
I do want to just turn vigil.
When an NPC with an SMG dies, the amount of ammo left in their gun depends on how many shots it would take to kill them. This means that NPCs with larger health pools will give more ammo. Since your difficulty setting affects damage amounts, SMGs will have less ammo on easy and more ammo on hard. If you gain health after dying, you enter a sort of half-dead state. Your view goes back into the air instead of being on the ground. If you hold down a movement key at the moment that you get the health, you can then move around. Once you're not pressing any movement keys, the next time the game will reload. The player's physics are somewhat different when dead than when you're alive. When walking around while half dead, you can start to fly. You can get into this state by dying as a med gives you a health kit, or by getting hit by a poison head crab and dying before the poison heals. Half-Life 2 has a few weird controls. Keyboard look modifier does nothing except disable forward and backward movement. If you set seal mouse look 1, forward and backward will make you look up and down. Strafe modifier makes you move by moving your mouse. There are commands for swimming up and down. You get the same amount of speed from this as when pressing forward when looking up or down. All of these commands were originally in Quake, when the FPS genre was just becoming a thing, and gamers were more used to using a keyboard than a mouse. Even if an enemy can see you, they won't shoot until you can get a fair shot on them. As you know, this crow flies directly into a barnacle. But if you kill the barnacle before it hits, the crow will fly on to freedom. However, if something hits the barnacle before the crow does, the crow becomes jealous. NPCs that die on these stairs will fall into the ground. When you launch an explosive object from the gravity gun, it will always explode on whatever it touches, even if that doesn't make much sense. In Half-Life 1, there are many things that move along predefined paths. Some of these things can be controlled by Gordon. Many of these things also exist in Half-Life 2, but this is the only controllable one that I know of. There's a random guy walking around in this menu background. He's not there in the actual map. In the Citadel, there are some pods that you're not supposed to be able to go on, but can.
Undskyld. Du sagde den der.
Bruger alle vores sanser. Lærer vi noget, så bliver hos os hele livet. Vi tror, at mad giver læring til livet. Eat life.
If you shoot this barrel before going up the stairs, all the birds near it will die. I find amusing. The horse statue at the end of Follow Freeman has a dick and balls. Not going to show it in a YouTube video, but it's a solid 1 out of 10. In a previous fact video, I showed that loading into a specific level would cause your RPG to have no ammo. There are some other levels that have odd things happen when you load directly into them. On one level of Water Hazard, you're spawned inside the hazardous water. Since there's a small delay before you gain control of Gordon, you will always lose at least 7 health. When loading directly into a map, the game gives you a bunch of items and you usually immediately pick them up. However, on some maps, this doesn't always work out and you can miss picking up items. If you load directly into the map that's under the bridge in Highway 17, you'll have no weapons and you'll be on the far side. If you load into either of the two maps directly after getting the supercharged gravity gun, you'll have regular weapons. Combines will drop their grenade if you shoot them in the arm. In this part of Water Hazard, it's possible to shoot this barrel from the wrong place. This trick is used to save time in the speedrun category Old Engine Scriptless.
Теперь я понимаю, что там, ну, не особо много всяких фишечек.
Something most people don't know about this, though, is that you don't have to shoot the barrel. You can actually just break the wood structure itself. This top piece has 30 health, but the rest of it only has 10 health. I don't think this would actually help in the speedrun, though. It's possible to get below this bridge directly from above.
Detected. Age.
Valve did realize it was possible to do the opposite, going from the below map to the above map. They tried to prevent this by putting an invisible wall in your way.
Age. Detected. Warning. Critical. Medical attention.
holdning på et nyt niveau. Selvfølgelig, Dano.
Using cheats, you can turn things into other things. First, look at the thing that you want to change. Then in the console, type ENT_fire, exclamation mark, ticker, add output, quote marks, last name, and then the name of the thing that you want to change it to. Now, save and reload the game. With the command I've done, this NPC will now act like Alex. This can break the game a lot.
Welcome. Come to
Be sure to like the video and subscribe to my channel. It costs you everything, and I wish you all the worst. Also, I'm running low on fact videos, so if you have any facts that you want me to see, put them in the comments.
Møllermænd har nogle af de højeste odds i Danmark. Alle de bedste ligaer.
Vi lever i en tid, hvor teknologi ikke bare hjælper os, den samarbejder med os. Teknologi handler om mennesker, idéer og nysgerrighed. Nye digitale værktøjer gør os i stand til at skabe mere end nogensinde, men også til at tage ansvar for det, vi skaber. Vi har mennesker, der kan forme teknologien, så den styrker det menneskelige. DTU's faglighed står på 3 ben: design, business og science. Her mødes forskning, uddannelse og erhvervsliv. Her bliver idéer til løsninger, studerende til specialister. Det er et samfundshus, liv, skaber og plads til forskellighed. Det er ikke bare et studie. Det er et sted, hvor man hører til, og hvor man udvikler sig selv og hinanden. Man formes af dem, der forstår teknologi. Det gør vi her.
All the way back in 1908, a man called Ernest Rutherford transformed the way that we understand the building blocks of this planet. In a paper called The Law of Radioactive Change, for which he won a Nobel Prize, he debunked the idea that atoms were indestructible and eternal by proving that radioactive substances were actually in a constant state of decay, a process that could be reliably measured and which Rutherford called half-life. This discovery would prove to be one of the most consequential in human history, as it allowed for incredible innovations in nuclear research, birthed the practice of radiometric dating. In the world of medicine, this newfound knowledge resulted in all manner of scans and treatments which have gone on to save millions of lives. And yet, despite all this groundbreaking scientific brilliance, in 2025, the phrase half-life has come to mean something very different. What Rutherford could have never foreseen was that in the 1990s, humanity would become utterly obsessed with shooting digital monsters with animated guns, and that out of this, an all-new kind of half-life grab hold of the term and never go. Now that might sound ridiculous, as after all, how could a first-person shooter ever come to overshadow a Nobel Prize-winning discovery? But here's the thing, Half-Life is not just any old video game. It was so innovative that it permanently changed how stories were told in the medium. So influential that it gave birth to entire genres. So ripe with potential that it sent modding into the mainstream. So ridiculously successful that its developer is now one of the most profitable companies in the world. Even decades after its last release, the internet will implode, the faintest rumour of another installment. We got an entire generation of children growing up with memes that they don't even realise were born in Black Mesa. Half-Life isn't just a very popular shooter, it's a pillar of modern pop culture. And so today, I want to take you back to before it was ever released, tell you all the tale of how a little studio called Valve stumbled into this. This is the story of the game we cannot escape, its unlikely creation, its towering legacy, its baffling expansions, and its glorious remake. The eternal legend of Gordon Freeman and the Black Mesa incident. But before we step onto the transit system and set off for work, I need to quickly talk about the future of this channel. So for all of you that haven't got self-promotion turned off in your ad blocker, this is for you. To cut to the chase, YouTube in 2026 is a pretty hostile place for channels like mine. I don't make shorts, I don't use AI, I don't release videos every other week, and I don't make things that will easily go viral. All of which means it's pretty tough to keep ahead of the game. So if you love proper video game history, want to see more projects like these, please consider backing the channel on Patreon, as it's through that incredible support that I Finished a Video Game is still going. It's currently half price to celebrate the release of this video, and along with my eternal gratitude, you'll also get 5 Patreon exclusive videos, like a review of every game I played in 2025, or a heavy-duty retrospective about the creation of Chrono Trigger, or stuff that any sane person would have probably published on the main channel. Anyway, with that emergency broadcast out of the way, let's step behind the eyes of a young MIT graduate on his way to work. A man who was about to change the world of video games.
Spille altså orange, og så på de korte togture. Det var egentlig bare det, jeg ville sige.
Cashback. Ikke noget hen. 10% tilbage. 10% cashback. Maria Casino.
Much like so many other classic first-person shooters, the story of Half-Life begins with the grandfather of genre, id Software Doom, though our tale is concerned with a very specific version. In 1996, Microsoft published a port of Windows 95, largely thanks to the efforts of a certain senior who had noticed that the shooter was outselling a shiny new option. This was Gabe Newell, a very talented software designer who had spent his career making millions of dollars for Bill Gates, who, after working on Doom 95, became convinced that video games were about to explode in popularity. So, along with his friend and fellow developer, Harrington, the two quit their comfortable jobs making business tools and set up a new company in Kirkland, Washington. They called Valve. Now, this might sound somewhat crazy considering they had zero video game experience. Newell and Harrington had a secret friend of theirs called Mike Abrash, who had left Microsoft earlier that year and gone to work at id. Abrash was certain that he could convince John Carmack to sign over the rights to id Software, a favor which put Valve on the cutting edge of video game technology before they'd even started. Amazingly, that is exactly what happened. As after a brief meeting at id's Texas headquarters, Newell and Harrington returned home with a copy of the most powerful 3D engine on the golden opportunity which most studios. So with an engine in hand, they now needed staff. And this is where things start to get weird, because rather than hiring a bunch of graduates, Newell and Harrington went looking for developers in very odd. The first two hires were Steve Bond and Guthrie, a pair of hobbyist modders that ran a popular Quick fan site, who apparently thought they were being and Newell called, asking if they wanted to work on a standalone game. Along with Bond and Guthrie, the desks at Valve's headquarters quickly filled up with an odd mixture of enthusiasm and experience. Industry veterans like Chuck Jones and Doug Wood from 3D Realms, ex-colleagues from Microsoft like the software genius Ken Birdwell, and friends with no technical background like TK and Ted Back. As neither Newell or Harrington had finished college, they didn't really care about qualifications or resumes. They were only interested in how well you knew the Quake engine into artistic business. Now, this was the truly important part, because the goal wasn't to make a quick clone of Quake or Doom, but to try and push the medium. In a series of interviews given to a young journalist called Jeff Key, Gabe Newell spoke about how he felt the PC games were lacking in ambition. Too many studios had become obsessed with the quality of their graphics at the cost of imagination. For his game, he wanted something fresh, something with a proper narrative, an experience different to the cracked shooting galleries made Doom, Blood, and Heretic such big hits. So while Valve began with a deal to get hold of the engine, Half-Life emerged. Story. Newell turned up in the office armed with a book perfect for the game, Stephen King's. For those of you who aren't familiar, the story involves a small town becomes enveloped by thick green fog. Brings with it all manner of grotesque monsters that tear apart any pores gets caught inside. Now, the book revolves around various townsfolk trying to survive while trapped inside of a grocery store. It wasn't this that excited Newell. Instead, he loved that mist and monsters were never really explained. King dropped the reader right into the middle of a terrifying crisis where they never got answers. The team agreed that this should be the premise. He would play as a normal man, a scientist, rather than hulking super soldier, and that the player would guide them through a research facility being invaded by monsters after a mysterious bomb experiment. A premise where you never really knew why this was happening. It was a very unique concept. The team didn't really know anything about it. So Harrington got into the video game journalist he knew, Laidlaw, as he had published a few sci-fi. He seemed very excited about Valve. Laidlaw agreed to join the team, but ended up being responsible for a massive amount. Although we'll save that for when we dig into the game itself. Now, along with wanting to push the narrative envelope, the team also had big technological ambitions, which involved rewriting almost 70% of the Quake engine code so they could do things software had attempted. First was a full skeletal animation system. It meant that models could be fit into all sorts of fluid and light poses. Second was a complete rewrite of the engine's AI. The goal for their game was to have enemies and allies that could independently interact, come up with responses to the players. They were very lost. Actually, they caused Valve quite a bit of trouble trying to secure a publishing deal. Most of the companies they met didn't believe they could deliver on any of these promises, and thus didn't hand over. Luckily, they eventually managed to get in front of Ken Williams, the CEO and owner of Sierra Online, a struggling American publisher who were very keen to release a cutting-edge PC shooter, but who would only agree to a deal if Valve handed over IP rights and a big chunk. With nobody else willing to give them a chance, Harrington and Newell agreed. Although, as we'll find out later in the video, they ended up getting their revenge in a pretty... Anyway, with an engine, staff, a concept, and a publisher, all that remained was to settle on a name. You might be surprised to hear that this is where Mr. Ernest Rutherford comes back into this. You see, Newell wanted something that sounded evocative, avoided cliches, and also had a corresponding symbol they could use in marketing. So they eventually set Half-Life. Not only sounds cool, it is represented in chemistry by the Greek letter lambda, which would go on to become the iconic logo for the franchise. So fast forward a few months, and we arrive at E3 1997. Valve unveiled Half-Life to the assorted video game media. Thanks to all the advanced animations and complex AI, it received an electric response. Magazines and websites were blown away by the work of this studio they had never even heard of before. In its glowing previews and a host of Best in Show awards, there were rumours online Half-Life already had 250,000 pre-orders for the release date at E3. Considering all the hype, Sierra became very excited and announced that they were targeting Christmas '97 window, where they would go head-to-head with id Software's Quake 2, try to dethrone the king of shooter. It was fairy tale stuff for a studio that had barely been in existence for a year. All of this masked some pretty serious problems bubbling under the surface. See, Valve's E3 demo was more of a showreel than a legitimate slice of the game. Back in Washington, the team sat down and played through all the content they had so far. Newell realized Half-Life was a colossal mess. It was way too confusing, it wasn't fun to play, it was riddled with bugs, and they didn't even have a proper. All pretty massive problems, and Christmas 1997 was utterly out. So Newell and Harrington went to Sierra and asked for a pretty substantial delay. The problem was that the publisher was only willing to date, not stump up anymore. Which left Valve in a pretty tricky situation. The game needed a lot more work. Who exactly paid for it? Well, this is where we arrive at Newell and Harrington's second secret. Their incredible wealth, which came from the stock options they had been paid in for working at Microsoft. When they had quit to form Valve, both were multi-millionaires. So rather than publish something standard, decided to put their money where their mouth was and start funding themselves. Now, what's impressive about this is that it wasn't just a couple of extra bug testing, an entire additional year of development with an expanded, which developer Ken Well described as more like making Half-Life 2, fixing the original. Now, to make sure this didn't result in another mess, Newell came up with something called Design Files, where representatives from different parts of Half-Life's team would spend time together every single day, making sure that each aspect of its design, sound, textures, and even details in the script all pointed in the same direction. If you can believe it, this was not typical of video game production in the 1990s. Level designers, artists, and engineers often worked entirely separately. Newell's collaborative approach worked very well, and led to a ton of ideas that would go on to differ. One of these was the game's unique approach to storytelling, as the team had originally intended to fill the game with cutscenes made to look like footage from a security camera. But no matter how many times they reworked the idea, they always looked hokey and out. So during one of the cabals, Mark Laidlaw suggested that they just get rid of them, tell every second of the story without breaking the perspective. A completely fresh approach to video game storytelling ended up being one of Half-Life's most influential. Similarly, Half-Life's main character was originally a weird design which the team called Ivan the Space Bike, but during the additional year, designer Chuck Jones decided that this had to change. Reworked the model to look more like his colleague, David. This led to a new character, short brown hair, black glasses, a goatee, totally unassuming and unexciting look, one which utterly. Now, the funny thing about all this is that when Valve eventually in 1998, armed with their all-new version of Half-Life, the media was so excited to see more that nobody noticed the game had been rebooted. Amidst a flurry of awards, desperate requests for interviews, it looked as if the gamble was going to. That was until November 1st, a few weeks before the game's release, when Harrington sat down at his desk and realized trouble. You see, Valve had signed a few deals with different graphic cards so that they could include a demo version of the game alongside the hardware. As soon as this promotion started, the demo instantly leaked online, as it was downloaded millions of times in just a few days. Valve and Sierra began to ruin any chances of a big launch. But amazingly, the leak proved to be an extremely effective use of accidental marketing. Rather than waiting for a launch copy, websites and magazines quickly threw together excited previews, talking about how incredible the game's open levels were. And on forums, rather than getting their fill and losing interest, fans developed passionate lust for the release. Initially, Sierra had estimated that thanks to its good showings at E3, Half-Life might sell 250,000. Finally hit shelves November 19th, 1990. Absolutely blew past the numbers and took on its own. By February of 1999, after just 2 months on the market, Half-Life had shipped a whopping 500,000 units, a number which only continued to soar upwards with some extremely clever decisions by Valve. Just like its software had done with Quake, Half-Life shipped with a full set of modding, Worldcraft. This immediately created a huge online community of modders and map designers, some of which became popular. They effectively became games in their own. Thanks to these fan creations like Team Fortress, Day of Defeat, Counter-Strike, hundreds of thousands of Half-Life not even touched the game. A strange phenomenon Valve capitalized. They ended up buying the rights to these mods, and all of which kept sales poor. 2004, just 5 years after its release, Half-Life had sold 8 million copies, an unthinkable amount for a debut game from a studio founded by a team with no previous experience, who had barely been able to convince a publisher that their game was viable, who had ended up spending millions of dollars to own money to make it happen. The whole process was as impressive as it was unlikely. True testament to what talented people achieve. Someone with deep pockets decides to choose long-term art over short-term. But my friends, we're not here to simply dissect the story of Half-Life. It's high time that we step inside the gunmetal halls of Black Mesa and see the magic of dangerous experimental science.
Selvfølgelig. Der er noget Royal Blanche. Ved dig.
So much of what makes Half-Life such an important game is found in its opening few levels. But in order to properly understand quite how groundbreaking they were, we need to take a quick detour, talk about storytelling in the 1990s. You see, while video games have been getting increasingly complex throughout the decade, there were still plenty of genres that weren't all that concerned with anything beyond graphics and gameplay. Outside of point and clicks, RPGs, and the odd 3D action adventure, most developers wanted to get straight into action. So taking the time to establish why you were fighting or racing or jumping didn't really matter. This was particularly true in the world of the first-person shooter, where storytelling pretty much amounted to the art on the box, a few paragraphs in the manual, the aesthetics of the levels, and maybe an introductory cutscene if you were particularly. If you need an example, we need only look at a game we've already spoken about, id Software's Quake, which is supposedly about a character called the Ranger, who has to stop a malevolent force called Quake from sending Lovecraftian monsters to destroy the Earth. Now, in reality, this is never remotely relevant to the experience of playing Quake, where you load into the main menu, click on a new game, and within seconds, you're shooting monsters and looking for the level exit. The process you repeat 30 times, 30 different configurations, without so much as a whiff of narrative. Of course, it has to be said that there is nothing particularly wrong with this. Frankly, I wouldn't want to sit through 20 minutes of expository dialogue or playing a match in Tekken, but the entire vision behind Half-Life was to prove first-person shooters could be so. The first thing we see when we start a new game is not an enemy to shoot, a puzzle to solve, even anything particularly exciting, as our journey begins in a quiet train car, through the sprawl of the Black Mesa research facility. We play as Gordon Freeman, not a muscle-bound superhero or a vicious prizefighter, 27-year-old research associate. And for the first 5 minutes of Half-Life, all we do is sit, watch the scenery, pass us by. Now, it might not seem like much, but this is the mission statement of this game, as while there are plenty of things to look at and listen to, scientists milling around in offices or announcements about health and safety or recruitment initiatives, none of this is happening in a cutscene. You look at whatever catches your eye, move about as you see fit, react to whatever noises you hear, even just tune out entirely and wait for it all to end. But the point is that you are in complete control, and this immediately makes you feel as if you're a real person inside a real place, rather than someone playing a video game. This was a million miles from the high-intensity first levels of virtually every other 90s shooter. Half-Life breaks even further from tradition when we arrive at our location, the anomalous materials lab in Sector C. Inside, the lab is teeming with activity. Colleagues who will greet you when you walk up to them, people cooking their lunch and banging on vending machines, friends standing in corridors having their own conversations, and a receptionist who tells you to suit up and head into the test chamber. It is hard to emphasize just how mind-blowing it was to see anything like this in 1998. Rooms full of little details and things to see, and buttons to press, all presented without a gun in sight, absolutely nothing to kill. Now, obviously, we do need to start killing things eventually. But what I love about Half-Life is that it isn't just looking to be immersive. Arrive in the experiment chamber, ready to perform duties, the game pivots into classic cinematic drama. Here we don't know exactly what we are testing or team are trying to achieve. Apparently something to do with an anti-mass spectrometer. But it quickly becomes clear that this involves pushing a large crystal into a giant spinning machine. Unfortunately, this causes all hell to break loose. Resonance Cascade. It sends lasers shooting in every direction, manner of explosions that rock the chamber, and the comms to fill with the sound of scientists screaming in panic. A hard tonal shift that is once again delivered while you are in total control. In fact, this even persists when we start teleporting between dimensions, first walking into an alien land where we can walk around bipedal monsters drinking from strange pools of water before we cut to pure darkness, with only the sounds of Gordon's heavy breathing to prove that we have not died. It's extremely enthralling stuff, but at the risk of repeating myself, the fact that we are not just a passenger idly watching our screen while the game moves for us, and instead get to be an active participant, makes it all hit so much harder. You are Gordon Freeman. You rode the train into work. You were responsible for the accident, and if you want to get out alive, you're going to have to do a lot more than just mindlessly run and gun. Now, before we get on to Half-Life's gameplay, which is its own bundle of impressive ideas, we need to quickly acknowledge that this stroke of introductory storytelling genius almost never made it into the game. You see, originally, the plan had been to start players off after the Resonance Cascade, where you would first take control of Gordon in the ruins of the test chamber. A much more traditional FPS opening that got straight to the point. The thing is, during one of the development cabals, writer Mark Laidlaw was looking over the game's first level and randomly asked its designer, Brett Johnson, if it would be possible to see exactly the same set of rooms cleaned up, populated, friendly NPCs. His thinking was that seeing the facility before its destruction would give the Cascade much more. Johnson loved the idea so much that he went home and put it together overnight, having the entire sequence ready to go the very next day. Considering just how iconic this whole section has become and how big of a role it played in Half-Life's success thanks to the OEM demo, it's funny to think that it emerged from a throwaway comment in a single night's worth of work.
Billigt rejseorange på de gode togture. For eksempel Roskilde, København til Nyborg eller Kolding. Så god togtur. Tjek altid DSB-appen for en orangebillet. Rejs billigt, rejs orange. DSB.
Her får et belæs fra Sunset. En sikker favorit hos gæsterne.
Anyway, back in the world of Gordon Freeman's workplace crisis, this is where the game starts in earnest. What is fascinating about Half-Life is that even after the story kicks off, we still don't dive straight into traditional run and gun gameplay. You see, the Resonance Cascade didn't just damage the facility. During our attempts to get to safety, we discover that it has somehow broken the barriers of reality, caused a host of terrible monsters to begin slaughtering the survivors. We see fleshy, parasitic headcrabs that turn their hosts into scarecrow-like zombies, faceless hounds that unleash bone-rending supersonic howls, sickly-looking three-armed cyclops who hide around corners and ambush us with psychic blasts, tentacle-mouthed bipeds that spit acid at their prey, and the one species that has always disturbed me the most, swollen barnacles that patiently wait until something becomes snared in their tongues before greedily drawing it up into their maw. It is a pure horror show of a villain's gallery, unlike in games Doom or where we always feel equipped, ready to fight back. Half-Life doesn't even start you off with a weapon. You have to run away from the first few enemies you encounter. Even when you do eventually find something, it's just a crowbar, which means you've got to get pretty close to danger in order to fight. Across the entire first level, the only extra discover is a small handgun, a measly amount of ammo, will quickly run out if you aren't a good shot. Between headcrab jump scares that make you slow down every time you creep into a vent, or the endless disturbing scenes of scientists and security getting caught in the chaos, if anything, at this point, Half-Life feels closer to Resident Evil than Duke Nukem. That classic first-person shooter power fantasy is entirely missing. And it's yet another example of Valve choosing cinematic atmosphere over the raw dopamine hits of fast-paced action. To put it bluntly, this opening sequence changed the trajectory of first-person shooter design. It's impossible to imagine that we would have ever seen games like Halo, Bioshock, Metro, or Fallout if Half-Life hadn't moments could work in first person, and that you didn't always need to be shooting to be sucked into the experience. Even if Half-Life had never been anything else, this calm before the storm had been more than enough to write Gordon Freeman into the history books. But what makes this game so special and so beloved is that it is also a rip-roaring shooter. Before we go any further, we need to stop for a brief message from today's sponsor, Earbud Geniuses over at Raycon. If you hadn't noticed from my previous videos, the only other thing in my life that matches my love of video games is my love of music, which means I've got to have a good pair of earbuds for when I'm locked in on a 6-hour session of writing. Now, Raycons are particularly great as they're extremely light, can connect to multiple devices at once, and have 36 hours of battery life, because there is nothing worse than being knocked out of your flow state by the music cutting out mid-song. Along with this, the simple fact is that they are really affordable, as the company doesn't shell out on celebrity endorsements or retail markup. And at the moment, they're an additional 15% off. All you have to do is go to buyraycon.com/AVG Open, where you'll get 15% off and a pretty great earbuds. So, thanks to Raycon for sponsoring this video. Let's get back to the action. At its core, the gameplay of Half-Life is still built on the foundations of Doom and keep playing because it is very satisfying to point your gun at an enemy and blow them away, with this simple loop repeating itself in all manner of different configurations all the way to the credits. But the truth is really why this game is held in such high, as while it feels great to blast your way through a firefight, it's the smaller details and creative little flourishes that make Valve's take on the genre such a huge hit. Let's start with the HUD, which is pretty minimalistic, showing your health and armor in the bottom left, your ammo in the right, your flashlight battery in the top, and your selected weapon in the top left, though this only appears as you scroll through them. On its own, this isn't particularly notable, as FPS games had already started moving away from the clunky UIs of the mid-90s, but where Half-Life innovates is that all this information is given a proper reason to exist. You see, rather than our health number or ammo counter being some abstract video game system, we're instead told that they are the monitoring being done by your hazard suit, which is a really clever way to turn them into a piece of world building. They aren't just there because the player needs them for the game to work, but because scientists need to monitor their vitals during experiments, and thus something immersion breaking becomes immersive.
Hej! Unibet har været på det danske i over 5 første til en af Europas største udbyderspil. Vi betaler skat i Danmark. Høj odds. Altså spilmuligheder hos Unibet.
Hvis du vil gøre en forskel i den grønne omstilling og være med til at designe fremtidens skibe og andre maritime konstruktioner, så læs til skibsingeniør på Martech. Martech kan noget. Vil gøre en forskel for det blå Danmark. Martech kan noget, hvis du vil være skibsingeniør. Studiestart august. Se mere på martech.dk.
But it doesn't stop there, as the suit also comes equipped with a friendly robotic voice that responds to a whole bunch of your actions, like losing health, becoming exposed to hazardous materials, or running out of ammo, all of which adds a surprising amount to the experience. Not only are these voice lines legitimately helpful, as the feedback they provide means you don't have to constantly check your on-screen stats, but they also help explain away some of the more unavoidably gamey parts of this design. For example, if you take a big chunk of damage by falling down a ladder or getting caught in an explosion, the suit will let you know that it's administering a shot of morphine. It doesn't actually do anything in gameplay terms, but it helps to explain how Gordon is able to carry on. Similarly, when we hear electrical damage detected or blood toxin levels rising, you can accept that this only causes a small amount of damage because the suit is mitigating harm. Rather than having to chalk it up to video game logic, none of this stuff instantly kills you. It's actually very impressive for such a small idea, especially as this sort of constant commentary could easily get annoying if done wrong. By the end of the game, hearing "seek medical attention" after a particularly brutal fight almost becomes a source of comfort amidst all the insanity. Now, what is cool is that this style of diegetic design is found all throughout Half-Life. And clearly, the aim wasn't to just create a game that was fun to play, but one that felt interactive and believable, at least by the standards of the late 1990s. Take your ammo and weapons, which rather than just randomly floating in place waiting to be picked up, tend to be positioned with more purpose on the bodies of dead security officers, or being introduced to us through little dioramas, like a tranquilizer crossbow sitting in a shark cage, or an experimental laser we find testing lab. Similarly, we don't restore our resources exclusively through abstract pickups, as dotted around Black Mesa are wall-mounted chargers, one for health, presumably intended to keep the staff topped up as they carry out their dangerous work. These are particularly interesting because, on the surface, they seem like a fun little aesthetic decision that doesn't add anything to the gameplay, but in practice, they're a lot more useful as they function like a soft checkpoint, as they tend to be placed in between larger stretches of combat, not only provide a breather to break up the hectic pace, but they also stop less skilled players from always being on low health, which allows Valve to design for ambushes and complex gunfights without the game becoming overly punishing. This design philosophy is really Half-Life's secret weapon. Everything in the game serves a dual purpose, contributing something to gameplay while also drawing you deeper into the narrative. And I think it's this mode of thinking that leads us to its most infamous and memorable idea. Before Valve, non-playable characters simply weren't part of the first-person shooter equation, as the whole genre was still operating on the logic of Doom, where the only other figures that interacted with enemies that they had to kill. Unlike in RPGs or 3D platformers, where a big cast of colourful characters forms part of the appeal, shooters were intended to be a solitary experience. And even when the genre did put more emphasis on storytelling, like in Looking Glass's System Shock or Bungie's Marathon, it never became more interactive than reading text boxes or watching the odd cutscene. Now, we've already spoken about how Valve had bucked this trend with Half-Life's opening sequence, but this actually continues all throughout the game. We continually run into scientists and security officers trying to escape Mesa, both of which contribute a lot more than just voice line. If you walk up to either type of NPC and hit the use key, it will agree to follow you. You'll want to do this for a couple of different reasons. The first is that throughout the facility there are various locked doors, some of which can only be opened by the research staff, and some of which can only be opened by the security staff. And generally speaking, when you come across one, you'll have to do a bit of exploring to find the appropriate. In my view, this is a smart remix of the traditional red key, red concept, which dominated this design. And just like with HUD, weapon placement, and the health stations, it takes a very gamey, abstract idea and turns it into something more believable. Now, what's cool is even outside of this door opening mechanic, NPCs also act with their own agency. Say you're accompanying a scientist and find yourself ambushed by aliens. Well, in that case, he'll turn tail and run for cover. A response that can have unintended consequences as they sprint straight into trip mines or the hanging tongue of a barnacle. Flip side, the security staff will stand their ground and try to defend themselves. It can actually be surprisingly effective against low-level threats, which only makes you feel all the more guilty when your blue uniformed buddy eventually gets cut down. Obviously, it does have to be pointed out that there isn't exactly a ton of model variety, as every single security officer looks and sounds exactly the same. There are only a handful of different scientists, but I feel like this has become a bit of an unfair criticism. If we jump forward in time, take a look at Halo 2, which was released 6 years later and was considered to be one of the most cutting-edge shooters of the generation, there really isn't that much more or complexity in the friendly NPCs. In many ways, Half-Life is a victim of its own success, because it was so ahead of its time that it's hard to not compare it to much more modern games, and forget that it was releasing into a world where a fully animated, fully voiced, reactive and purposeful NPC was like something from sci-fi.
Undskyld. Du sagde den der ned.
Underholdning på et nyt niveau med Danmarks velkomstbonus. In fact, that brings me on to another lovely little feature that you could easily miss if you dive into Half-Life without an appreciation of the environment it released into. One of the game's crowning achievements is the way that its levels flow into one another without separation. Truly ingenious idea that makes it feel like you're moving through a singular, realistic space, rather than a set of individual levels. Before Half-Life, this was virtually unheard of in a first-person shooter, as they were almost always split up into separate and distinct stages, handcrafted chunks of gameplay you loaded into from a menu and then exited with a completion screen. This was about 1 million miles from the artistic vision Valve had for Half-Life. So while we do see a lot of rooms designed specifically for shootouts or platforming or to house little puzzles, all of this has been carefully laid out to feel natural. Fighting our way around inhuman geometric labyrinths, we battle monsters across the blood-stained linoleum floors of the Black Mesa office complex, get caught in shootouts between massive storage units in the facility warehouse, ride an electrified rail system that moves resources between different sectors, and of course, explore an endless system of snaking vents that keep air pumping around the building. Now, this is obviously a very cool idea and adds this enjoyable dynamic by seeing more strange Kafka-esque layout of Black Mesa becomes its own reward. But what really makes it work, all woven together, one continuous experience. We finish a level, rather than being ejected into a mission select screen or being teleported to the next starting point, we just walk into the next area, with every game space flowing seamlessly one into the next. A process that you wouldn't even notice if it weren't for. This was absolutely unprecedented for a video game of any kind in 1998, and it gives Half-Life a real cinematic flow, where the uninterrupted structure feels closer to that of a movie than something you could find on an arcade console. In many ways, even amidst all of the other clever ideas, this seamless approach to level design might be Half-Life's largest innovation, as even a decade later, when studios were working with far more powerful engines and had a far better grasp of what worked and what didn't, Half-Life was still the benchmark of how realistic and immersive a video game world could feel. Essentially, if you put all of this together, the little details like the HEV voice lines, the way scientists react to seeing a monster, thoughtful placement of every object and item, and the way it all flows together without ever breaking the spell, but it feels disrespectful to call Half-Life just a first-person shooter. The truth is that it is so much. And while shooting might be the main action you do while guiding Gordon Freeman to safety, it is not the sole reason people keep coming back to Black Mesa. So if you hadn't already gathered, Half-Life is an extremely well-designed game, full of little details that elevate it far beyond any other shooter that had been released up to that point. But here I want to throw you a little Half-Life does that is very often overlooked, assessing its legacy. And it's a characteristic that you wouldn't necessarily expect from an old-school shooter, but is absolutely key to the whole package working. This is where we're going to talk about gameplay variety. How Half-Life skillfully manages to avoid repetition, despite being part of a genre where repetition is the whole. Now, to start off, we need to talk about something that happens in the game's third level. We've got Hostile, a Valve pull-off of my all-time favourite video game surprises. Up until this point, our time in Black Mesa has been exclusively spent trying to avoid the jaws of horrible monsters, and all throughout the labs and office complex, our only sliver of hope comes in the form of a rumour of the military being sent in to save the day. Well, when we arrive in the warehouses, we discover that this is only part of the truth, as we see a much relieved scientist racing over to a masked soldier, who promptly guns him down. Turns out that the military have indeed been sent in to clean up. It's just that this involves killing all of the witnesses along with the aliens, which unfortunately includes Dr. Gordon Freeman. This is a great little twist, as it adds a whole new dimension to the storytelling. The question of what secrets Black Mesa are hiding that would warrant such a cover-up. But I want to focus on what this revelation does to the gameplay. You see, when we're fighting monsters, Half-Life is a rather chaotic experience. We're trying to deal with head crabs that leap out from the shadows, quickly take out alien slaves, and bull squids peppering you from range, all while avoiding getting swarmed by zombies and hound eyes. These encounters have a hectic pace. Start fighting the military, Half-Life transforms into a totally different kind of shooter. Thanks to the fact that they use guns, cover plays a much bigger role, as a squad of 3 or 4 soldiers can easily kill you if you're caught out in the open. But you can't ever stay in one place for too long, as they'll eventually start throwing grenades or charging you down with shotguns. Along with these more advanced tactics, areas that the military have taken over, full of all manner of gun positions, automated turrets and trip mines, all of which forces you into a much more careful playstyle. Later on, you even come up against helicopters and tanks that will instantly kill you if you try to fight them head on. It's not quite Ghost Recon or SWAT, but you do have to think about each encounter, using explosives where you can get an advantage, sniping from distance before seen, or my personal favourite, using a little alien bug called a snark, which sends soldiers into a wild path and allows you to capitalize. Now, if Half-Life was just one of these horror-tinged brawls against aliens or the more grounded military shootouts, I doubt it would have the legs to stay interesting in full playthrough. But because we're constantly switching between the two, Valve is able to stop the gameplay from stagnating, keep you on your toes. It's a very clever piece of game design that actually gets even better, as the further we push into Black Mesa, the less segregated these different styles are. In Half-Life's later levels, we constantly stumble into battles between the two factions that are already well underway, often where the military is fought out by the invading alien forces, and they create these awesome moments of three-way pandemonium. There are grenades exploding all around us, military comms going crazy, constant flashing lights from teleportation portals, tanks bursting through walls and organic bullets flying around every corner, all of which ups the intensity to a crazy high level and turns the last few hours into a climate of all-out warfare. It's a deeply satisfying progression curve, and it's a huge part of what makes Half-Life such a great shooter. But if you can believe it, not even scratched the surface of how much variety Valve have squeezed out of this engine. Let's start with the level design, because there are lots of moments where Valve mixes things up and gives us more to think about than just shooting enemies. Generally speaking, this relates to how we navigate around levels, where you need to do things like crawl through maze-like vent systems, or solve a little puzzle to open the path forwards, or jump across platforms to avoid environmental hazards. And while these moments tend to be pretty brief, they are often a welcome breather from all the action. The thing is, while the game's most popular levels, Office Complex, We've Got Hostiles, Questionable Ethics, and Surface Tension, all revolve around a balance between these navigation puzzles and fighting enemies, there are also a handful of sections that break from it entirely. Blast Pit is the game's most famous example, as this takes place in a large rocket testing chamber that's been occupied by a giant bladed tentacle monster. And surprise, surprise, it's blocking our path forwards. Thanks to the advice of a helpful security guard, we quickly realise that our goal is to turn on the rocket engine, blast the creature away. This isn't done by simply walking from point A to point B. In order to activate the power, oxygen, and fuel that the engine needs, you need to sneak past the monster without making a sound, then head into 3 separate branching wings, all of which connect to the central chamber and which can be tackled in whatever order. It is a sudden burst of non-linearity that works really well, slowing things down from the action of the previous 2 levels and asking you to think about the space you're exploring and looking for clues in the environment. Likewise, there's a moment around the halfway point that does the complete opposite, boiling Half-Life down to its most simple form. We have nothing to think about except the distance to your next platform. This comes after Gordon is captured while fighting the military's Black Ops unit. We get the jump on him and throw his unconscious body into a trash compactor. When we come to, all of our guns are gone, the walls are literally closing in. which prompts this panicked little moment where you're desperately trying to climb your way out before being turned into jam. This leads into a level called residue processing, set inside Black Mesa's waste management, and which amazingly has hardly any combat and is instead entirely focused on jumping. All of a sudden, it feels like we're playing a first-person version of Tomb Raider, as we're timing our leaps to avoid falling radioactive runoff, jumping between conveyor belts while dodging dangerous machinery, and basically doing everything that you'd expect to see in Banjo-Kazooie. Bandicoot. It is a very strange left turn, but just like with Blast Bit, I think it's really important to the overall flow of the game, as not every moment needs to be all-out intense action. It does have to be said that the platforming mechanics are a little wonky. Gordon's movement is actually pretty slippery, which doesn't feel out of place when you're running around in a gunfight, which isn't exactly comfortable when you're trying to make precise jumps. And this can lead to quite a few annoying deaths from overcorrecting landings or slipping off of edges. The thing is, as the level is only about 15 minutes long, it's quite easy to forgive its sins and appreciate it's just meant to be a little detour so that all the grenades and shotguns and crossbows stay fresh. Now, while that's all very well and adds a lot to the overall picture of Half-Life, there is a moment where Valve oversteps the mark with an experiment that doesn't really work. In the last pit, we find ourselves at a power station for Black Mesa's underground rail system. We need to ride over to the Lambda complex on the far side of the building, where there is apparently a group of scientists who know how to close the resonance cascade. This is our goal for pretty much the entire rest of the game, but it gets off to a very rough start, as we're thrust into a truly notorious level called On Rails. The idea here is that we're riding an electrified tram around a labyrinth of railway lines, and to be blunt, it is a real slog. Not only is it extremely visually uninteresting, presented as a maze of repeating grey hallways that stand in stark contrast to the fancy labs and monolithic machinery the rest of the game, but for some reason, On the Rails is also one of the longest levels in the entire game. It just feels like it goes on forever, and at no point are we doing anything particularly interesting, just clearing obstacles from paths, or shooting line selectors to change our track, or maybe jumping off to fight a small ambush, all of which happens multiple times over and can easily last an hour or more. You get lost or end up on the road. Now, if anything, On the Rails' relative dullness is a testament to how thrilling the rest of Half-Life usually is, as it conditions us to think something unique will happen in every room we enter, an expectation that really was not reasonable to have a first-person shooter in 1998. You've got to remember that in games like Duke Nukem 3D or Turok, the variety exclusively came from the weapons you used and the enemies you fought, whereas Valve served up a circus of crazy ideas. They're just as likely to be running for your life from a helicopter or solving a wild teleportation portal puzzle as you are to be gunning down a room full of monsters. In truth, I think this is often forgotten when talking about the influence of Half-Life, because really this was the first time that a first-person shooter was able to match up to the sense of adventure you could find in big-budget console games like Metal Gear Solid or The Legend of Zelda. There is just so much game into the walls of Black Mesa. And while it's fairly common to hear praise for its immersive environments or its pulse-pounding shooting, I think it's this appreciation of variety that glues the whole. You might have noticed that so far we haven't really spoken about Half-Life's story, which is a little surprising considering its opening revolves around a pretty massive narrative book. What exactly is happening in Black Mesa? Well, the answer to this question isn't particularly straightforward. In trying to answer it, I'm crashing into one of the most controversial finales in video game history, the alien world. Now, before we get ahead of ourselves, look back and take stock. We know that Black Mesa was conducting weird experiments, and that when Gordon Freeman pushed the crystal sample into the mass spectrometer, some kind of reaction tore open reality and invited in an army of bloodthirsty monsters. Along with this, thanks to the testing labs we see in questionable ethics and the fact that the military are trying to eliminate everyone involved, it's pretty obvious that the American government already knew about these otherworldly creatures, although what they were trying to learn from them remains a mystery. Well, when we finally arrive at Lambda, you might imagine that the curtain is about to be lifted But that is the case. Instead, Half-Life's narrative takes a rather unexpected. We are told that the science team not only knew about the aliens, but have been conducting excursions into their world. Now they need Gordon to travel there and take out a vast psychic power, which they theorize shut down the resonance cascade. So armed with a new long jump module that gives us a sprint jump, we dive into the portal and begin this final battle, an assault the alien border world, Xen. Truly strange place and an even stranger conclusion. Now there is no other way to say this, but these 4 alien expeditionary levels are easily the worst part of the game. It's developed such a notorious reputation. During a Reddit AMA, Gabe Newell jokingly referred to it as his life's biggest regret. Unfortunately for Gabe, I don't think he's far from the truth. But before we get into everything that went wrong, take a moment to talk about the few things that actually work. Firstly, I do like the aesthetic of these levels, which do a great job of twisting low polygon geometry into something that feels inhuman and otherworldly. You see fleshy spider-like vegetation, huge spikes that pulse with electricity, hanging tentacles that reach out from the walls, all presented on these strange floating islands, which don't make it clear if we're in outer space or somewhere else altogether. It has this eerie liminal vibe, almost as if it's half-formed, which in turn makes you question how the aliens could even live here. And there doesn't appear to be any structure beyond a handful of teleporters and tunnels. Now that being said, there are a few concrete details you can uncover, one of which really changes how we view the enemies we were fighting back in Black Mesa. Eventually we end up in what looks like a factory, where the aliens seem to be building armed soldiers before they're transported to Earth. And while wandering around its halls, we see the same brown cyclopean aliens that we have fought 100 times already. The only difference is that here in the factory, they are not hostile and will leave you alone as long as you don't hurt them. Now, it isn't confirmed anywhere in the game. Fans have long theorized that this means that these aliens are slaves, forced to do the bidding of the more powerful races, which implies that all these mindless monsters are actually a lot more complex than we would have initially thought, as their society must have defined roles and a hierarchy, all born from a history that reaches back further than the resonance cascade. And I think had Valve been able to explore this in more detail, Xen might be remembered a lot more fondly. Unfortunately though, that is not the case. While the art style and environmental storytelling might be cool, the actual experience of playing through these levels leaves a lot to be desired. Let's start with the first big problem, which is that the level design becomes hyper-simplified. It feels a million miles from the immersive and interactable spaces we explored back on Earth. Take the first level, Xen, which is literally just a series of platforms and then a small underground puzzle, all of which can be completed in about 3 minutes if you know where you're going. The same is true of the second level, Gonarch's Lair, which is just a short boss with no mechanics beyond blasting the monster with your strongest weapons. Considering that some of the levels in Black Mesa can run upwards of an hour and are often filled with distinct sections that are longer than both of these levels combined, it all feels very like Valve threw together a few leftover ideas and called it a climax. Even when we eventually get into a longer chunk of gameplay in Xen's third level, Interloper, that careful balance of first-person action, gameplay variety, and environmental storytelling just isn't there. As all we do is teleport between a set of incoherent maps that have very little to do with one another. Without any NPCs to add colour or clever little set pieces to mix things up, Xen ends up feeling a skeletal version of the rest of the game, where all those little details made Half-Life stand out are now conspicuously absent. Now, on a personal note, my least favourite section is the game's final boss, battle against a giant floating creature called the Nihilant, who appears to be the psychic power responsible for keeping the cascade open. Other than the monster's voice lines, which are an ominous mixture of threats and warnings that do give it a sense of life outside of this fight, the whole encounter is just so strangely designed. I can't believe a game of this quality shipped with this as its ending. The idea is that the monster isn't vulnerable to direct damage, so you have to use a set of jump pads on the floor to soar up into the air and destroy 3 yellow crystals on the wall, which are responsible for regenerating the shield. Once that's done, you can blast away at its exposed brain. But actually managing to do this with anything other than a rocket launcher is pure torture. Thanks to the weird bounce mechanics, you spend more time trying to line up your jumps than actually doing any fighting. Now, this in of itself would make for a very janky boss fight. What really ruins the moment is that the Nihilanth defends itself by teleporting into a set platform challenge room. These are so fiddly and so particular about how you need to move through them that you can easily spend double or triple the amount of time on them that you do actually fighting the boss. Frankly, I cannot believe that playtesting didn't expose this as the dreadful idea that it so obviously is. To be perfectly blunt, the 4 Zen levels are just not very fun. So that obviously begs the question, what happened? How did Valve mess up their conclusions so badly? Well, the closest we've gotten to an answer comes from an interview with Mark Lane, where he admitted that Zen was thrown together at the last moment in a frantic rush to prevent another release date delay. The original idea had been for the alien homeworld to be this massive living organism, which Gordon would move around inside of while fighting enemies, but it proved to be far too ambitious and had to be abandoned in favour of something more straightforward. The problem was, the team had basically no idea how the story was supposed to end, as all they had ever settled on was the vague notion that Gordon would go into outer space. This left the level designers without any direction or purpose and resulted in a bunch of half-finished ideas that didn't really form into a proper whole. Considering just how laser-focused Newell and Harrington were on their grand creative vision, it's extremely odd they never settled on how their game should conclude. What makes this even weirder is that when the Nihilanth is finally defeated, we are thrust into one of the most iconic final scenes in video game history. As the beast dies, everything fades to black. When Gordon comes to, he's standing in front of a blue-suited man with a briefcase, who begins to speak to us in the most disturbing Lizard Man-style voice, proceeds to blow the lore of Half-Life wide open. He tells us that thanks to our efforts, the border world of Zen is now under his employer's control, and that they are so impressed that they've decided to offer Gordon a job. Amidst rasping breaths and awkward-sounding swallows, he gives us a choice. Step into the portal and accept the proposal, or be given a battle we have no hope of winning. If we refuse, we are instantly killed. But if we walk out of the train car and accept, the mysterious bureaucrat gives a little chuckle of satisfaction, before the screen fades to black, told Gordon is awaiting the next assignment. The whole sequence barely lasts 2 minutes, but it is easily one of the most discussed pieces of video game writing ever pressed on disc, and prompted an avalanche of fan theories and speculation. Who is this blue-suited man? Who are his employers? What do they want with Zen? Are they responsible for the resonance cascade? What do they intend to do with Gordon? Most importantly, why does he speak so strangely? They are tantalizing questions that spawned almost 3 decades of. That's not even the full picture, as if you've been paying attention during the playthrough, you'll notice that this is not the first time you've seen this character. The G-Man, as named by fans, actually appears quite frequently throughout the game, hidden away in distant locations that we can't reach, or popping up behind windows that we can't break. A mysterious, ever-present watcher only adds to the mystery of this perplexing conclusion. It's another one of Valve's inspired little details, allowing us to go back, catch a peek at the magician behind the curtain, a move that somehow takes an ending that comes out of nowhere, has no connection with the rest of the game, and makes it feel cohesive and intentional. There is so much in Half-Life that you can see in the shooters that come. The immersive level design, reactive NPCs and environments, pulse-pounding gameplay variety. This ending is the one place where Valve's debut still stands alone. Video games simply don't end with cliffhangers, largely because there is no guarantee that a sequel will ever arrive to deliver closure, especially in a debut game from a debut studio. By taking that gamble, Valve created a legion of fans desperate to see what would happen next. What would become of Gordon Freeman? What would his next assignment be? And what would the world look like when he returned? All questions for another time, and another equally iconic video game. So for reasons we have now discussed in depth, Half-Life was a massive critical and financial hit, which meant that Valve was suddenly the hottest new studio on the market. The next few years didn't play out quite as imagined. You see, Valve didn't just want to churn out another immersive shooter using the Quake engine. So before they began work on an already hotly anticipated sequel, they decided that they would create their own toolset, an engine that could produce next-generation 3D graphics and handle realistic physics, a project they called Source. Now, the trouble was that developing an engine took quite some time, which, along with their newfound interest in publishing multiplayer games like Team Fortress and Counter-Strike, meant that it would take Valve a while to get started on the next Half-Life, something that Sierra weren't all that happy about. This brings us onto the wild world of Half-Life ports and expansion packs, 3 chunks of additional Half-Life content designed to keep the money flowing, a chapter which requires a little bit of myth-busting. You see, there exists this misconception that Valve were the masterminds behind all of this spin-off content, when in reality, they had almost nothing to do with any of it. Instead, it was driven entirely by Sierra, a small developer, Gearbox, who would go on to find big success with the Borderlands series, but who in 1998 were a fledgling team of 15 based out of Frisco, Texas. Now, according to their CEO, Randy Pitchford, his company got involved with Half-Life after he received an email from Gabe Newell, who was reaching out to let him know how sorry he was that Gearbox's first ever game had been cancelled by its publisher. With no work on the horizon, this gave Randy the bright idea to propose a Gearbox-developed Half-Life expansion pack, as his team loved the game and felt they could do a good job working with the tools that Valve had created. Typically, this is where modern ends, as people presume that Newell said yes, and the 2 studios worked together on a pair of expansions, 1999's Opposing Force and 2001's Shift. Not really how it went down. Now, Pitchford did propose a Gearbox-developed expansion, where we see the events of Black Mesa from the perspective of the military, and while Newell liked the idea, he told Gearbox that they would need to speak to Sierra. They owned the Half-Life. If you remember, this was one of the conditions of the game's publishing deal, so while Gearbox had the blessing of the original team, Valve weren't actually involved at any point. In fact, in an interview with NoClip to celebrate the game's 25th anniversary, Pitchford even recounts that once they got the go-ahead from the publisher, the only Valve employee that they ever spoke to was Mark Laidlaw, and that was in a single short meeting to discuss what aspects of the original story they could include in the game. This means that while Half-Life Opposing Force is an expansion pack to a Valve-developed classic, built in an engine that Valve put together, drawing from ideas that Valve came up with, it is a Gearbox creation top to bottom. So with its parentage out of the way, let's dive into this strange expansion, because it is a real bundle of good ideas and slightly wonky execution. Let's start with the concept, which is that we are experiencing the Black Mesa incident from a totally different viewpoint, that of US Marine Adrian Shepard, who is part of the military force that is sent in to clear up the mess and silence the witnesses. It is a pretty novel idea, especially considering most 90s shooter expansion packs tended to be a loose collection of new maps with virtually zero narrative. But it's not quite a moral inversion where we play as the bad guys. You see, Shepard's helicopter is shot down before his squad can receive it. So rather than hunting down Freeman and slaughtering everyone in sight, Shepard's mission revolves around to escape Mesa. Realistically, the narrative is pretty much identical to that of the base game. In fact, we even get a small retcon where we overhear the Black Ops unit being ordered to kill off the remaining grunts, which gives Gearbox a very convenient reason to set up military shootouts despite us playing as one. Now, that doesn't mean Opposing Force lacks its own identity, as it actually has quite a different feel to Half-Life 1, putting way more focus on action and delivering with it a heavy dose of Hollywood-style military hoorah. Our flashlight is now a green-tinged set of night goggles. Instead of a Glock, we use a laser-sighted Desert Eagle. In place of a crowbar, we have a Bowie knife. There are new military-grade weapons like a sniper rifle and an LMG. To go along with the expected roster of terrified scientists and hapless security officers, we have an all-new kind of NPC. These are your military and they turn up quite frequently during Shepard's time in Black Mesa, offering to fight alongside us and providing utility, like sappers who will open sealed doors or medics who work like a portable health station. Very useful stuff that complements the additional firepower. Now, it does have to be said that the AI isn't incredible, and it's very clear that they were programmed by Gearbox rather than. The soldiers have a tendency to turn on you for absolutely no reason, and will often get stuck in place, refusing to follow, and thus depriving you of an extra body in fight. That might sound like a minor problem, but it's actually quite a big deal, as opposing force is substantially harder than one, throwing way more enemies at you in each fight, and introducing a host of new aliens that pack a pretty mean punch. This is Race X, a group of aliens that Gearbox designed under Mark Laidlaw's supervision. The idea being that they are different to the creatures we saw in Zen, and turned up in Black Mesa in an act of opportunism, noticing the trans portals. They are a lot more aggressive, bring with them a host of new weapons, like a rechargeable electric gun that will start attacking you of its own accord when you kill its host, or a living grenade launcher that eats its ammo and will be stroked by Shepard if you have it out long enough. While the whole idea of Race X is clearly another retcon, as it makes little sense that Gordon never saw any, it's hard to be that upset having more enemies to fight and more ways to kill them, especially when so much of the game revolves around running and gunning. Now, for as fun as all that is, it does bring me onto a point of criticism, which is that the levels Gearbox have put together aren't particularly interesting, outside of a few standouts, like an underwater testing lab and a sort of Aliens Zoo. We tend to do most of our shooting in the same old series of boxy sewers and warehouses. I'd also add that the flow of the levels can sometimes be a little wonky, and that careful balance between chunks of enthralling shooter action and more varied, immersive moments hasn't really carried over from the base game. For example, there's a sequence set in the Black Mesa office complex, where we fight through a series of conference rooms alongside a squad of gruff soldiers, but this is followed up with a series of really awkward box-pushing puzzles, which bring the momentum crashing to a halt and feel like they've been placed there to extend the level's runtime. Similarly, there's a section in the late game where we're introduced to a new enemy, Voltigor, which we first see in a pitch-black sewer, and thanks to the reduced vision, it's actually a pretty spooky introduction. It is one of the few moments where opposing force dabbles with. The problem is that rather than this being the start of the mouse section with a particularly dangerous foe, it turns out that the sewers are just a featureless maze full of enemies that can kill you in a single hit, which gets old extremely quickly and again feels like padding to bulk out the level. Now, it might be a little harsh to expect Gearbox to design environments that match up to those produced by Valve, but it's a noticeable step down in quality. And if we excuse those final moments in Zen, I don't think there's a single section of opposing force that matches up to the best of Gordon Freeman's time in Mesa. Opposing force is at its best when you've got a weapon in your hand and lots of enemies to fight. All of its best ideas come from Gearbox taking the shooter foundation that Valve laid down and cranking it up to 11. We fight enemies with a portal gun, transports them into another dimension, use a barnacle to grapple between distant points like in The Legend of Zelda, blow aliens to smithereens with manner of water cannons. Well, the game even ends with an interesting boss fight, as during the game's final moments we find ourselves locked in mortal combat with a monster called the Gene Worm, which has to be beaten back with gameplay mechanics that actually suit Half-Life shooting gameplay. The truth is that Opposing Force is nowhere near as groundbreaking and creative as the game it is based on. In many ways, it shows that this was a small project from an inexperienced team. But if you compare it to everything else on the market, rather than one of the most influential games of the time, there's still a lot to like about Gearbox's hardcore Black Mesa shooter. So all that remains is to discuss what happens to Adrian Shepard, as without jumping ahead, series veterans will know that this is his lone appearance in the Half-Life series. Well, the in-world explanation is that after defeating the Gene Worm, Shepard appears before the G-Man, who tells him in his iconic affected manner that he cannot close his report until every loose end has been attended to. For Black Mesa, this means a flash of brilliant white, implying that some sort of detonation has destroyed the facility. Adrian, his fate is much darker. Apparently the G-Man sees in Corporal Shepard something that reminds him of himself, and thus has decided to spare him. Although in order to be sure, Adrian tells nobody about what he has seen, leaves him trapped in a place where he can do no harm, where no harm can befall him. The very same helicopter that he arrived in, spared from death, cursed to spend eternity. Now don't get me wrong, Shepard could well turn up in some mythical future Half-Life, but I think it's unlikely, as just like its protagonist, Opposing Force has become a video game frozen in time, totally disconnected from the wider series. It may well be an official Half-Life video game, one that is arguably worthy of that name, but it is a game that belongs to Gearbox. And when Valve eventually returned to the series, they had their own ideas about where the series should go next. So while Opposing Force was pretty well received by critics and moved a respectable amount of units, Sierra wanted more, which meant taking Half-Life into the extremely profitable world of consoles. Now, back in the 1990s, console ports of PC games hadn't been a particularly successful space, largely because computers were substantially more powerful. This meant that their games had to be heavily downgraded to make the jump, which tended to sap away a lot of what made them good in the first place. Of course, for a game like Half-Life, it was designed to be on the cutting edge of technology, this was a pretty big problem. Made ports to popular consoles like the PS1 or Nintendo 64 practically impossible, as even with big downgrades, they simply couldn't support 3D environments on the scale of Black Mesa. This meant that Sierra had to wait for new hardware to arrive, which eventually happened in September of 1999, when Sega released the Dreamcast in North America. So Sierra got in contact with a company called Captivation Studio, who had produced a handful of Dreamcast tech demos, and in partnership with Gearbox, who were contracted to build a set of console-exclusive levels, the two studios began work on a half Dreamcast port. Now sadly, this never actually made it to market, as it turned out that even the Dreamcast wasn't quite, as the game was plagued by extremely long load times, a very wobbly and persistent control issues, caused by the console's lack of dual analog sticks. Thanks to this, it never received much positive coverage in the media, and eventually Sierra decided that it needed a pretty hefty delay in order to polish it up. This had the unfortunate impact of knocking the release window into early 2001. Sega announced that they would be discontinuing the console due to poor sales. Obviously, this meant there was no reason for Sierra to release the port, and thus it was cancelled. Gearbox didn't want to let their work go to waste, so it was agreed their exclusive levels would be shifted over to the PC and sold as a standalone release called Half-Life Blue Shift. Now, Blue Shift is a curious little game, because while it's been remembered as a full-fat expansion pack on the same level as Opposing Force, it's really much smaller, much less ambitious. It doesn't feature any new gameplay mechanics, doesn't pit you against enemies, doesn't give you any new weapons, formed entirely from pre-existing enemies. To top it all off, runtime clocks in at a measly 2 hours. Really, it is a stretch to call this an expansion. And considering it was sold for $30 on release, there is definitely an argument to be made that Sierra were milking it. But if we put that to one side, there is still quite a lot to like about this miniature side story. Just like in Opposing Force, the idea is that we see the events of Black Mesa from another perspective, this time that of Barney, one of the facility's hapless security. While that might not be as exciting as being part of the military, it's a premise that works quite well. Easily the strongest part of the 30 which mirrors the opening of Half-Life. Barney travels to work on the Black Mesa transit system and interacts with a host of NPCs. We get to see tired security officers trying to keep prima donna scientists happy, grab our gear from a working shooting range where we can sharpen our skills. Dr. Freeman passed by on his way to the labs, and before we even get a glimpse of a monster, we have to try and fix a lift that is broken in another sector. It's only a short sequence, but it does a pretty good job of making Barney feel like a regular person. MIT graduate or a capable US Marine, a small cog in a massive machine who ends up getting caught in something far beyond his control. This vibe also bleeds into the game. But Barney doesn't have a HE suit keeping track of his vitals, and doesn't get his hands on any particularly crazy weaponry, all of which gives Blue Shift a more grounded atmosphere. You pistol and your wits against an army of murderous aliens. It's actually quite a clever way to use world building to explain away the Dreamcast-induced restrictions that Blue Shift developed on. But if I'm honest, I do think it results in a much less interesting video game. Without the primitive weapons, weird enemies, and military perspective of opposing force, or the carefully crafted gameplay variety and immersive drama of the original, Blue Shift can often be a dull. This is really on show in the environments that Barney explores. Outside of the security station in the introduction, it's a parade of bland tunnels, grey sewers, and nondescript office rooms, with the only fresh idea coming in the form of a train depot, which is so featureless and so lacking in character that it could have been lifted out of any other 3D first-person shooter. The reality is that Blue Shift's levels don't do anything with Black Mesa we haven't already seen before. And without enough time to come up with something new, Gearbox obviously settled for repeating what works and set. Now, while that is a little underwhelming, especially as this was sold expansion, Blue Shift still has some pretty good moments and actually includes one of the best takes on Zen in the entire series. Near the end of the game, Barney meets up with Dr. Rosenberg, a scientist who wants to head down a disused teleportation lab and use the old machinery to escape from Black Mesa. But in order to do so, he and his team need Calhoun to go into the alien border world and set up a relay. What follows is a chunk of game that does a much better job of marrying this idea with the feeling of being in another world, giving us a much larger level to explore and posing challenges that actually suit the engine. The whole thing is just so much more varied and interesting than any of the Zen levels that Valve served up. I particularly love that we get to see a outpost, because even though the scientists are all long dead, it helps Zen feel connected with the events that are happening back on Earth. Anyway, what's the turn? You have to help Dr. Rosenberg operate his teleporter, protect the team while they escape, and then jump into the surf. It ends with Barney Calhoun making it out alive. Considering both of the games end with the G-Man stepping in to whisk us away, it's surprisingly satisfying. We escape Black Mesa. While most of what Gearbox produced would never appear in another Half-Life game, our wily security guard managed to avoid the chop and turn up this game. Blue Shift's value relies on a pretty simple question. Did you enjoy Half-Life enough to play a few hours of remixed content? And if the answer is yes, be thankful that you live in a time when this game is $3 instead of $4. So while that completes the tale of Half-Life's twin PC expansion, we're not quite finished with its spin-offs, as in 2001, Half-Life did eventually make it onto consoles in the form of a PlayStation 2 port. This was also put together by Gearbox, and while we don't have much information about its development, they must have been making it alongside Blue Shift, as it was released just 4 months later. We don't need to go over what makes this game so great, so instead we'll stick to what makes this port worth checking out. For starters, it is an extremely impressive technical achievement, as all of the frame rate issues, control problems, and lengthy load time found in the Dreamcast version have all been ironed out, and in their place stands a pretty faithful adaptation of the entire PC experience. To have managed to cram all of this onto a PS2 disc warrants praise in of itself. Gearbox have also made a few changes that actually improve the experience ever so slightly. The main one is that platforming has been tweaked. Crouch jump, a strange mechanic required to reach certain ledges, now triggering automatically, and the long jump mod being activated by double jump rather than sprint jump. These might seem barely worth mentioning. They make the platforming sections run so much smoother. When you're neck deep in residue processing, trying to beat the Nihilanth's ridiculous teleporting puzzles, you'll be more than thankful that it's done. The other big shift is that Half-Life on PS2 uses a lock-on system, which might sound odd to our modern dual analog addicted teens, but was actually quite an inspired move. You see, back in 2001, console shooter control scheme standardized, and between inverted tank movement, base buttons to shoot, they were often a pale imitation of their PC cousins. This conundrum was eventually solved with the release of Bungie's Halo, but Half-Life offers us a glimpse into another way. While we use the right stick to look around, the circle button is to lock on, which means that the game is less about making precise shots and more about decision making, like which weapon to use or where you should be standing to avoid damage. It might sound weird considering we've 2 decades of Battlefield and Call of Duty to condition our brains, but it actually works well. And in contemporary reviews, the system was praised as a real innovation that made Half-Life one of the best shooters on the Now, while that's all very impressive, what makes this port truly worth money is that Gearbox included another chunk of console-exclusive content, Half-Life Decay, though this is quite different to the other expansion pack efforts. Decay is a 2-player mode, where you and a friend assume the roles of Gina Cross and Colette Green, a pair of scientists who don the missing HEV suits from Half-Life's opening chapter. As expected, the game is a series of missions that show the events of Black Mesa from their perspective, delivering the sample to Gordon in the test chamber, alerting the military of the alien outbreak, and eventually prepping a satellite that helps close the cascade. Admittedly, on the third go-round, this premise does wear a little thin, especially as there is not much that we haven't already seen in Half-Life Blue Shift. But what makes it worthwhile is that you are here for the gameplay rather than the narrative. You see, Decay's levels were designed entirely around the idea of co-op, which means rather than just blasting through aliens with a buddy, you have to think about what you're doing and are constantly thrown into situations that ask each to act independently. It's things like one player turning a valve that stands on a moving platform, the level branching into different sections that have to be tackled at the same time. Nothing hyper complex or ambitious, but quite impressive considering that console co-op in the early 2000s was typically nothing more than jamming another player into the game. Unfortunately, there are some costs associated with this, as the split screen presentation means that we can't see our gun, which is a pretty big issue in a first-person shooter, and the levels have had to be separated out, which means no sprawling interconnected environments. They are slightly annoying compromises, but the biggest issue is that Decay has no save system and no checkpoints, which means if either you or your partner die, you're sent right back to the start of the game. Let me tell you, this is a bitter pill to swallow during some of the long late game sequences. Still, it's hard to be too upset considering Decay is a bonus mode included in an otherwise excellent port. Thanks to this spread of content and changes, Half-Life on the PS2 reviewed extremely well and ended up selling a rather respectable 500,000. Considering the series had no footprint in Japan, shooters weren't yet the imperious console sellers they'd become later. It was all very good news, especially as neither Gearbox or Sierra ever put out a game platform. Sadly for them, this all proved to be a pretty brutal film. While they had done a pretty good job of shepherding the series, this is also where their time in charge to a crash. In 2002, Valve returned to claim rightful decks. While this would eventually lead to an unbelievably acclaimed sequel, we are concerned with the strange future of the original Half-Life. In order to understand this next phase of Half-Life's history, we need to talk about Monica Harrington, the wife of Valve founder Mike Harrington, whose contribution to the success of not only Valve, the entire PC game market is one of the most underappreciated stories in the industry's history. Just like her husband, she had a very successful career at Microsoft, as she specialized in software marketing. But as Half-Life picked up steam, she found herself spending less and less time on her day job. During those first few years, she played a crucial role in organizing Half-Life's E3 campaigns, arranging interviews with newspapers, and even handling the creation of Valve's website, all of which led to her joining the company full-time in 1999, just in time for the game's release. Now, you might think that that would mean there wasn't much work left for a marketing expert, but actually, she was critical to the future direction of the company, thanks to 2 meetings with Sierra, where she completely outmaneuvered Valve's publisher. The first happened in 2000, when Sierra informed them that they would be pulling funding from Half-Life's marketing in order to pursue other ventures, something which the team couldn't believe as they had just won a slew of industry awards. So Monica replied with an ultimatum. Sierra would continue to fund Half-Life's advertising and release an all-new Game of the Year edition, or she would go to the video game press and tell everyone about how their new favourite studio were being held back by their publisher, who apparently cared more about PGA golf than NASCAR. This showed that Harrington was not someone to mess with, and incredibly, Sierra caved. Within 6 months, Half-Life Game of the Year edition was being sold in every major retailer, which continued to drive sales and began the trend of very successful games getting re-releases that came packaged with additional content. The thing is, Monica Harrington didn't stop there, as in 2002 she moved on to Valve and Sierra's publishing agreement. She'd been signed before she joined the company and was not at all to her liking. If you remember, not only did the deal give Sierra full control of the Half-Life IP, which had led to the various Gearbox-developed spin-offs, but it also gave the publisher 80% of the profits of the next 3 Valve-produced games. A contract signed in absolute desperation, and clearly at odds with where the studio wanted to go next. So with the blessing of the owners, Harrington concocted a master plan to get back the Half-Life IP, and in the process, she changed the face of the PC gaming industry. The first step was to arrange a meeting with a fast-growing Seattle-based company called Amazon, to whom she proposed a Valve-developed online entertainment platform where customers could buy games digitally, a prospect that was very appealing thanks to the team's background in software development and their clear eye for video games. Considering something like this had never been done before, it was a huge gamble. But a few weeks later, a case of champagne arrived at Valve's headquarters, along with an offer to buy a minority stake in the company and make Harrington's idea work. Armed with this, she marched back into the Sierra offices and told a room full of stunned faces that they could either hand over the Half-Life IP and renegotiate their contract, or Valve would sign the deal with Amazon and never produce a game. It was a masterclass in business manipulation, and terrified of the prospect of losing their most successful partnership, Sierra had no other option but to accept, which led to Valve not only taking control of the entire franchise, retaining the concept of an online gaming platform, which Amazon abandoned without their involvement. This would lead to the creation of not only Half-Life 2, one of the most influential and successful games of all time, but the launch of Steam, a digital front for PC games would eventually become the entire market. A platform that would catapult Valve from a highly regarded developer to one of the wealthiest tech companies on the planet. The simple fact is that without Monica Harrington's cutthroat brilliance, none of this would have ever happened. And while she never designed a single polygon, never wrote a word of dialogue, contributions to the story of both Half-Life and Valve were underestimated. It was thanks to her that Valve were back in the driving seat, and it is in this newfound position of authority we find the next incarnation of Half-Life 1. If you remember, jumping straight into the sequel, the studio had set about creating their own source, which would be the basis for everything they made for the next 15 years, and importantly, be what their legion of mod-obsessed fans would use moving forwards. This meant that it was extremely important that Source was compatible with everything made in their old customized Quake engine. So in order to test that this was possible, the team decided to port both Counter-Strike and Half-Life into the finished version. Luckily for them, the two were completely compatible. This little experiment soon took on a life of its own, as in 2004, someone had the bright idea to offer these ported versions with any purchase of Half-Life 2. The problem with this was that Half-Life Source, as this version became known, wasn't ever intended to be a proper commercial product, and when it emerged into the wild, it was clear that the port wasn't really up to Valve's standards. On paper, it sounds like an interesting proposition, as the new engine allowed for much more realistic water, proper lighting with reactive shadows, and most impressively, a full physics system, where enemies and allies would react believably to explosions, and you could pick up and move items in the environment. Half-Life Source was either included with Half-Life 2 or available separately for just $10, it should have been a no-brainer. The game was blighted by a lack of polish and a ton of very noticeable bugs. There were moments where the skyboxes would clip through the level geometry. NPC AI was largely broken and would result in all sorts of weird non-interactions. Models would sometimes float in the air for no discernible reason. The sound effects were completely messed up, and worst of all, much touted lighting system caused a ton of textures to end up with this ridiculous looking shiny effect. As Valve had cynically advertised Half-Life Source as a full remake, a lot of fans were left feeling very let down. And to this day, you'd be hard-pushed to find anyone who recommends playing Source over the original. Now, it is in this disappointment we find the next stage of Half-Life 1's story, as while some fans set about creating fixes and patches for Half-Life Source, others felt that they could go one better. Deliver, Valve had failed to produce. In just a few months, 2 different Half-Life remake projects emerged out of the game's modding scene, League Free and Half-Life Source Overhaul. But after realizing that they were both working towards the same goal, teams decided to merge and became the Crowbar Collective. Their aim was to faithfully reproduce the entirety of Half-Life 1 in the Source engine. Rather than just porting the game as Valve had done, it would give the 1998 classic the true facelift they felt it deserved, a top-to-bottom remake called Black Mesa. Now, at first, progress was slow, largely because the team was based all over the world, working on the mod in their spare time, and had to deal with people constantly dropping in and out of the team, all of which meant that things didn't really start moving until 2008, when Crowbar were able to release their first trailer. This helped drum up quite a bit of excitement, but it still took another 4 years before the mod was ready to go public. And even then, it wasn't the full game, as Black Mesa initially launched with just the level set on Earth, ending as Gordon arrived at the Lambda Core and jumped into the portal to Xen. According to project lead Adam Engels, this was done because the team felt if they were going to do a proper Half-Life remake, the Xen levels needed to be totally redesigned. Not just because the original version was half-baked, but because Crowbar felt it had the potential to be so much better. It was a very ambitious move for a mod that had already taken 8 years to produce something playable, but in November of 2013, something incredible happened. The typical IP holder response to these sorts of projects, it turned out Valve loved what Crowbar were doing, got in contact with the team about turning the mod into a proper commercial product. Now, Valve had a long history of doing things like this, as we've already discussed with Team Fortress and Counter-Strike, but they'd ramped it up since becoming the masters of their own destiny, publishing both Left 4 Dead and Portal in 2008, 2 highly acclaimed games that had begun life as Half-Life mods. Essentially, if a mod got official backing from Valve, it was virtually guaranteed to be a success. So overnight, Crowbar transformed from a group of hobbyists working on a passion project to a proper studio full of paid employees. This resulted in the second release of Black Mesa in 2015, this time as a standalone game, though it was initially only in early access, as the Xen levels were still nowhere near finished and would end up transforming into something that requires a chapter all to itself. So for now, let's dive into this modern reinterpretation of the Black Mesa incident and see what happens when a team of people who absolutely love a video game are given the keys to the kingdom. When talking about Black Mesa, you have to start with the way it looks, as this is the most notable difference between Crowbar's shiny modern remake and the blocky artistry of Valve's 1998 original. Thanks to the Source engine, every single second of the game has been meticulously rebuilt and is now presented in glorious high definition, with all the graphical bells and whistles you'd expect from a AAA game released in the 2020s. Between the hyper-realistic lighting and shadows, complex particle effects, 3D skyboxes, and a huge amount of ambient detail, Black Mesa's environments have undergone a serious transformation. While the geometry is virtually identical, even down to the placement of insignificant details like empty boxes and inactive doors, this facelift has a big impact on how everything feels, adding a sense of scale and depth that was unimaginable in the 90s. To add to the wider scope of the visuals, there's also been a real focus on adding to what was there, like in the game's introduction. Crowbar served much more variety in the NPC models and voice line, or in questionable ethics, The previously Spartan labs are now full of half-dissected aliens, bloody surgical equipment, and alien pens. It's nothing that wasn't already there. It's been dressed up and pushed into the foreground, all of which helps drive home the theme of the levels without requiring quite as much imagination. Now, while the game is clearly nice to look at, I'd say that I find the Source engine very enjoyable for first-person gameplay, especially compared to the original's more frantic, Quake-influenced vibe. Weapons and movement now have much more weight, which adds a lot of intensity to firefights, even though they are slow-paced. And paired with the engine's ragdoll physics, things like headshots or close-range shotgun blasts or grenade explosions all pack a much harder punch. Obviously, it is a matter of personal taste when comparing the two. What is inarguable is that the Source engine's weightiness leads to much improved platform. Crowbar have clearly done a lot of work to get rid of the awkward slidiness that plagued the original. It means that even though levels like residue processing and lambda core are largely unchanged, they are substantially less frustrating because you feel more in control of where you're going to land. It means you don't have to be quite as obsessive about quick saving. While these changes are largely a result of the shift to a modern engine, Black Mesa is also full of a lot more thoughtful design changes, as Valve gave Crowbar full creative license to straighten out some of Half-Life's less successful ideas. For example, in the original version of Surface Tension, there's a short sequence where you have to pick your way across a handful of minefields. The only way to know where they are is to throw out a grenade, snark, hope to trigger them so you can cross safely. If you run out of either of these, you're pretty much stuck. It can be a bit of a progress trap if you don't know this sequence is coming. In Black Mesa, the minefields are still in exactly the same places, but now the mines have little visible plugs. You can use any of your guns to clear them out, which preserves Valve's original idea without locking them into a single solution. In other ways, the changes are more about convenience, like in Power Up. The original required you to go back and forth between an electric tram and a control room in order to move it into place. A pointless piece of busy that added nothing to the level, which in Black Mesa has been removed thanks to a helpful guard. There are so many of these subtle improvements that it would be impossible to list them all, but it's clear that Crowbar knew the original inside out and were able to smooth out these moments of friction while never stepping too far away from being familiar. Now, that being said, in certain places there has been some heavy-duty surgery, especially when it comes to the creatures from Zen, which I think have been dramatically improved. Headcrab zombies can now be set on fire and can use objects in the world as missiles. Two ideas ripped straight out of Half-Life 2, but which fit seamlessly into Black Mesa and add a much-needed dose of variety to an enemy that otherwise didn't really do much. Along with this, Hound Eyes now attack in much bigger packs, triggering this disorientating effect with their scream, and the Bull Squids, which previously looked very threatening, but which were pretty easy to kill, now attack with this big spread of acid that makes them much tougher to deal with. Personally, I think these are all great changes that keep the early game aliens feeling dangerous. It means that Crowbar can incorporate them into the later levels without them feeling like cannon fodder, a move that adds even more variety to Half-Life's tricks. Now, along with this, there is another section that Crowbar felt needed special attention, and that is On a Rail, the notorious boring mid-game slump, which only the most fanatical of Half-Life purists would have wanted to see unchanged. In its new form, that is much more linear, removing all the branching pathways, endless way stations, and obstacles, but instead forcing you through a series of battles with the military that end with a massive shootout as you launch the Lambda Team's satellite. From start to finish, the whole thing is now just 30 minutes long, and even though it's a huge departure from what Valve put together, I think it's a wise move to cut this much. It does wonders for the overall flow of the game. So by this point, it probably sounds like Black Mesa is the definitive Half-Life 1 experience, but the truth is that it is not a perfect remake. There are some strange design decisions that I think are big steps backwards. The first is the game's new soundtrack, which is markedly different to the one found in the original and is used in a very different way. Half-Life 1's soundtrack was very restrained, against dedicated level themes in favour of a more ambient approach, where the gameplay was framed against the sound of fans, machinery, and the Black Mesa PA system. There were songs in a few places, like when we first reached the surface, but the tunes had a kind of grungy electronic vibe, where they were sitting low in the mix and were just meant to add a touch of drama to a particularly notable moment. Black Mesa attempts to take this idea and incorporate it into more places, but thanks to the decision to go with a much more varied and prominent score, music tends to overpower scenes whenever it's used. When it works, the new music does add experience, like the Doom-style thrashing guitars when we battle the military for the first time. When it is bad, it is really bad. And if you can believe it, I actually had to turn it off during one particularly ear-piercing drum and bass loop plays during the dam sequence. It's an odd decision considering Crowbar didn't need to change anything, but the biggest misstep by far, one which is impossible to overlook, the changes made to the military's AI. You see, in Half-Life, the soldiers you fought a set of predictable behaviors, where they would attack you when you stepped into their line of sight, throw grenades if you hid behind cover, would seek cover themselves if they were injured, and importantly, would stand still or crouch, shooting. This created a certain rhythm to the gunfights, but for some reason, Crowbar have elected to entirely change this dynamic. Presumably in an attempt to make the soldiers less predictable, they now charge around the battlefield in a state of constant motion, endlessly zipping between cover and seemingly choosing actions at random. The situation made all worse by their newfound pinpoint accuracy, even from absurdly long range. Instead of feeling like Half-Life with an additional dose of chaos, Black Mesa feels more like a multiplayer match in Unreal Tournament. You need to have split-second reflexes to emerge victorious, and long-range combat is almost entirely pointless. It is a huge blemish on an otherwise imperious remake, and it's a real shame that Crowbar's honest desire to produce the best possible adaptation has resulted in them accidentally spoiling one of the original game's cleverest features. Now, that isn't to say Black Mesa isn't worth playing. In fact, most of my complaints are pretty subjective and could easily be overlooked if you're of a different disposition, which means that even from the most critical possible perspective, Valve's faith in Crowbar was very. It might have taken them almost 10 years, but they genuinely did realise their dream of a modern, high-definition remake of 1. For that, they deserve real credit, especially considering they began life as a group of amateurs working in their spare time. But here's the thing. When you sit down to play Black Mesa, you're not just getting a faithful recreation of Half-Life 1. And so it is here that we need to step through the final portal into the wild world, Crowbar Collectives. Now, before we discuss anything else, we need to remind ourselves just what exactly went wrong with Half-Life's original conclusion, because the desire to fix these mistakes was central to Crowbar's decision to develop Black Mesa's Zen levels separate. If you remember, the original was extremely balanced, with levels 1, 2, and 4 clocking in at a combined runtime of just 15 minutes. The third level, a mess of confusing maps and platforming, much longer for all the wrong reasons. There was also a real lack of satisfying gameplay variety, as outside the long jump, Zen doesn't introduce any fresh mechanics, and without the military to mix up the shooting, it simply repeats ideas that we've already seen back on Earth. Also, without any of the human NPCs to interact with, there's virtually no story content, and it's only through theory crafting tiny details that fans rate any conclusion at all. Obviously, these are not small problems with quick fixes, and without the blueprint of Valve's original to build upon, Crowbar were flying blind. And this is why it took a further 5 years for these final 4 levels to see the light of day. Now, what's incredible is that this new interpretation of Zen solves every single one of the original's issues, but in the process, it ends up stumbling in its own unique ways. Curious example of a remake that is both better and worse than its inspiration. So let's start with something that is inarguably an improvement, the visuals, as these hit you from the moment Gordon wakes up on the other side of the Lambda portal. Gone are the blocky polygons, the muddy textures, the flat skyboxes and abstract geometry. In their place stands an utterly sumptuous alien world full of characters. where it feels as if we're moving through a Mobius comic come to life. Unlike the stark platforms of the original, the Zen of Black Mesa is a living, breathing place, and I love it as a counterpoint to the cold metal hallways and industrial machinery, the level set on Earth, where it is not science that reigns supreme, unfettered, organic growth. Now, what's particularly cool about this is that rather than just jamming in every possible fancy graphic effect, Crowbar have used the original version of Zen as a basis for all this new visual. You can see how little details have been blown out into much larger environments that feel like a natural next step. A small underground cavern filled with dirty water and plants is now an expansive, overgrown swamp. A single room with a few buttons to press becomes a lengthy sequence of puzzles in a crystalline alien installation. And best of all, those dead scientists dotted around the maps have been expanded out into the ruins of a Black Mesa forward base. This in particular is a fantastic addition to the narrative, as it lets us see firsthand what the human expeditions were trying to achieve: the capture of alien samples and the exploitation of Zen's resources. The first shots fired in a war clearly began well before the Resonance Cascade. Now, in a weird way, all this alien glamour was somewhat to be expected, as Crowbar had already proven that they could produce beautiful looking environments. So the real test was in the gameplay, where Zen needed invention and creativity, rather than a fresh paint of colour. We'll start with the enemies, as rather than coming up with an all-new alien species that might trample on Valve's established world building, the combat has been jazzed up thanks to variations of creatures that we have seen before. For example, Hound Eyes are now usually led by an alpha, whose thick hide deflects bullets and can be killed by shooting its frontal weak point. Something that is extra tricky, as the packs on Zen will also include irradiated runts that will explode when shot. Much like these, there's also a new underwater variant of Barnacle, whose mandibles add an extra threat to platforming across water. And my personal favourite, a horrifying new kind of headcrab zombie that wears a broken HEV suit, which spits out broken versions of familiar voice lines. In terms of raw gameplay variety, it's admittedly not quite to make up for the loss of the military. Considering how awkward I found those to be, Black Mesa's remixed aliens are a pretty good replacement, or suitably chaotic, especially during the new boss fights. If you remember, neither Gonarch nor Nihilanth were all that impressive in the original Half-Life, with the former being a boring bullet sponge and the latter a strange mess of jump shots and enforced platform. Thankfully, Crowbar have redesigned, and they now revolve around much more traditional boss mechanics, like high damage moves that need to be avoided, weak spots that destroy, phases that meaningfully change how the fights work. The centre of this is the long jump, which is still largely intended for platforming, but can now be used to long jump backwards or sideways, effectively becoming a dodge. A peculiar thing for a Half-Life game, but something that really does work in these more complex one-on-one fights. Now, before I spoil this wonderful alien picture and start talking about the things that Crowbar got wrong, I want to dedicate a moment to my favourite new idea, and that is the increased role of the alien slaves. If you remember, one of the faint good ideas in the originals was that we could discover these creatures were being forced into combat down on Earth, with the presumption being that they were enslaved by Nihilanth and his psychic followers. Well, thanks to story developments in Half-Life 2, this was all confirmed true. So Crowbar went into the Zen level with the aim of making this connection far clearer and helping to set up Gordon Freeman's messianic relationship with the Vortigons. The result is an awesome section set in Vortigon Village, full of NPCs talking to and carrying out small tasks, although it is hardly a pleasant place, as they are abused by larger alien grunts and live in abject poverty. And while the Vortigons are happy to leave us be, eventually Gordon's presence is discovered by the flying alien controllers, who have been redesigned so that now they take over the minds of nearby slaves. And this drives home a horrible idea: all of this warfare has been against their will. As we eventually defeat the Nihilanth, who in turn controls the flying aliens, it's now crystal clear that our actions free the Vortigons from bondage. It means that when they eventually turn up in the sequel, praising the name of free man, it all makes a lot of sense. Now, ironically, the end of the alien village is the perfect place to transition into Black Mesa's Zen-related issues, because it also marks the point where the remake becomes bogged down in some well-intentioned, ultimately misguided ideas. The most obvious place to start is that the Zen levels are substantial than anything found in this game, with the 2 boss fights easily lasting combined 45 minutes, and the opening sequence and the alien factory now taking nearly 2 hours apiece. This is a monstrous increase from what Valve served up in 1998, and unfortunately, I'm not sure that any of the levels really justify this runtime, as while they are built on good ideas and beautiful visuals, Black Mesa's Zen has a serious problem with repetition. Part of this comes from the way the levels were developed, as in interviews with the team, you often hear them talk about the Valvean philosophy, which is a term they came up with to describe the way Valve were able to create complex levels that never broke immersion. Essentially, it works like this. You arrive in a location and see a machine with 2 sets of wires laying by. So you plug them in and a door opens to the next room. In here, you see the same machine, but the wires are nowhere to be found. So you go looking for them, and after a short hunt, you're able to find what you need and repeat the process from the first room. It's effectively a way of tutorializing gameplay ideas while building towards more obstacles. By layering in combat, puzzles, and platforming, you can end up with very mechanically compelling levels that don't require any explanation. The trouble is that Crowbar have replicated this process a little too literally. Every single mechanic, from using the long jump, the webs that need to be burnt away with fire, to deactivating shields to protect alien controllers, machines that need to be rewired, and even riding on top of boxes in the factory, all religiously follow this method of level design. To be blunt, it results in a huge amount of repetition, where we're introduced to a mechanic, nothing but that good 20 minutes, which creates this really strange pacing, where you feel like a level should be coming to an end because its central gameplay idea has become exhausted, only for another to be introduced and for it to all keep going. Now, obviously, if you enjoy what you're doing, this doesn't have to be an issue, but the Zen levels aren't uniform in their quality. When you get stuck with something less fun, you tend to be stuck there for quite a while. When plastered on top of all of the original ideas that Crowbar wanted to include, which often suffer from their own pacing issues, like the game's climactic lift ride, which takes 20 minutes to go from the bottom to the top, the whole experience of playing through Black Mesa's Zen can be a little exhausting. Like you're eating a delicious meal, forcing yourself to have a portion that's just far too big. It's a real shame because it looks and sounds incredible. It plays extremely well. Its underlying ideas are all neatly designed, and it's clearly been made with real passion. But it's also painfully obvious that it was the first truly original thing that Crowbar had made. And just like Valve 22 years earlier, those growing pains are there for all to see. Now, video game remakes can often be a pretty contentious subject. Do you stick close to the original, or do you build on its ideas? Should it be made for existing fans, or to introduce the game to a whole new audience? Replicate, or do you innovate? Black Mesa somehow manages to do all of these things at once. But what I think stands out most to me is that it wasn't dreamt up by some publisher trying to capitalize on ancient popularity, and instead was born out of a community's deep and unwavering love for Half-Life. It might be endlessly frustrating that modern Valve don't produce more games. When it comes to working with them and supporting them when they start to make something special, it's hard to have any complaints about the way they do their business. Sure, Black Mesa might not be for everyone. The fact that it exists at all is an incredible testament this strange company never played the rules, and the wonderfully flawed and endlessly captivating game started their whole story. If you haven't already noticed, this video is called The Game You Cannot Escape. I want to round things up by exploring what this means. I'll start with the most straightforward interpretation. The title is clearly a nod to Half-Life's legendary cliffhanger ending, where the G-Man whisks Gordon away and denies us the reward we've been fighting for since we arrived in Black Mesa. There is no happy ending, no riding off set to the cheers of the people you save. Just a black screen that tells you Gordon is awaiting his next assignment. A horrifying liminal prison that you are forced into. In fact, it's very striking on subsequent replays that everything we do during the Black Mesa incident, from defending scientists and security officers, to fighting off the military and even defeating the Nihilab, well, it all has a rather hopeless overtone when you know what is coming. You might be in full control. Taking part in a story gives you freedom on a level that had never been seen before. Ultimately, you cannot deviate from the path. Escape your fate. Now, I don't know if this was widespread, but within my group of friends, there existed this wonderful notion. There must be some hidden ending where Gordon is able to outsmart his conductor, maybe triggered by saving all the scientists or beating the game within a certain. I look back on those heated debates with a lot of nostalgia because it shows how groundbreaking Half-Life really was. That a group of teenagers who loved clever video games and challenging stories simply couldn't accept the game didn't let them win. This brings me on to the second interpretation, because Half-Life is not a game that you simply finish and move on from, as it demands to be analysed and assessed in a way that only legendary art is able to do. In many ways, it reminds me of movies like The Godfather and 2001: Space Odyssey, or novels like 1984 and Blood Meridian, great examples of film and literature that made such an impact on their medium. They are still being dissected decades later. I say this with a heavy heart, but there are not that many video game equivalents, releases that were able to push the industry forward on never becoming a relic of the past. I think it's testament how radically ahead of the Half-Life was, and it feels generationless. This is a 28-year-old video game that is still being played every day, that still sells tens of thousands of copies every year, that is still debated in hundreds of videos and live streams and podcasts across the internet. The fact is that if you love video games that try to be more than just basic dopamine simulators, Half-Life is impossible to escape from, as it will keep popping up wherever you look until you eventually give in, board the train to Sector C. So with that in mind, we arrive at the final interpretation of this video title, which is that even if you do not like Half-Life and have somehow reached this point, convinced that you'll never give it a second time, you still cannot escape. This isn't just a game that birthed a popular franchise or innovated in its genre. No, this is a game whose footprint is so much bigger than Black Mesa, Gordon Freeman, even the people who dreamt them up in 1997. The next time you're wandering through a game world and are taken aback by realism, not in terms of its graphics, but in the little details that sell the illusion, you owe that. Next time you're playing a game that isn't just aping the language of cinema, but instead tries to actually use the medium's interactivity, that door was opened thanks to Half-Life. The next time you open up a mod that reinvigorates an old classic, or play some crazy community creation that the developers never intended, that creative freedom was championed. Next time you're trawling the store and spot a re-release that bundles a game with all of its DLC and expansions, your wallet owes that deal Half-Life. Hell, if we were to take this idea all the way, the next time you sit down and buy a game digitally, that convenience only exists because of Half-Life and the battle for its creative control. The truth is that some games are just so massive that you can see their influence everywhere you look. And while Valve would go on to release experiences that are arguably even better, I don't think they will ever produce another game that changes the industry quite like. So just like Dr. Freeman floating through the aether, trapped by a decision not of his own making, acceptance is all we are left. Half-Life is a video game you simply cannot escape from. You couldn't have it any. Thanks for watching. So with that, we arrive at the end of the video and our customary Patreon thanks and channel roundup. Obviously, we've got to start patrons, who deserve an extra dose of gratitude for keeping the channel ticking while I've been busy on the video, especially as it took a little longer than expected. My aim this year was to try and release something every 6 to 8 weeks, but between Christmas holidays, some ill health in my family, and a chunky Patreon exclusive, the schedule has managed to go out of whack before the end of February, which isn't exactly a great start. Try and get things back on track with the next video, so hopefully you shouldn't have to wait too long for your next dose of pointlessly detailed video game history, especially as we're going to be covering a game that I know back and. Outside of the videos, my newfound post Half-Life Freedom means I'm going to once again revive Twitch stream and actually try to finish a game on stream. So if you want to hang out while I inevitably fail to live up to that promise, the link is down in the description. Otherwise, thanks for watching, for supporting, see you all.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys, time to complete this absolute banger time week. But today, the Easter egg is actually solved in its entirety, and this map ended up being literally a level Easter egg in just a very, very non-official map, but this is, dude, like an absolutely insanely stuff of something that Modern Warfare did, and something that like would put their own vibe on. It makes me really like zombies, where they would do this like in an official capacity, literally everywhere, rather than just on custom zombies like a base experience. Excited. Right. Keep moving there. Best be chilling. Anyway, dude, I'm so excited to do this Easter egg. It's a good long time learning exactly where I get to skip that one for later. Huge. Screen and zoom to stop. I started stream. It's impossible for y'all to just just act. Time it has to be. Oh no, you're go for it. Appreciate the tip. I hope. Okay, sorry to hear that. Whatever's going on. Man. Sorry to hear that. Very, very sorry to hear that. The shovel. Appreciate the $1. Plus you're zoomed, plus muted. Oh god, I need to check this over here. This is gonna be quick revive, isn't it? I think it's gonna be quick revive. Can we keep to keep them out.
Så vi har simpelthen ikke været i stand til at gennemføre et prep-indslag med bare nogenlunde værdighed.
Jeg gør det.
Det du ikke i går, det du havde, det var, at du havde noget mukken vand derhjemme.
Nej, jeg siger ikke, det er det der munke, så det er lidt udløbssektor. Du har ingenting med at sige. Du har 2 børn, og de kræver
det er jo ikke fyldt, ja. Den ene og hun... Ja.
Dygtig.
Og det er jo en måde at undgå at skulle prep på. Det er jo bare at lave sådan en kæde. En kæde der, ikke? Op til bordet igen. 9 liter vand per person i husstanden.
Jeg har nærheden, det vil sige herinde.
Du har bare preppet på et chusmang.
Det er bedre, at det ikke er preppet end det.
Ja. Ad til 3 døgn per person.
Det vil faktisk sige, at min fryser er fyldt op med kanelgifler.
Du har fået min mor. Hvor mange har du? 3 poser. Det er da ikke nok. Har du ikke noget i en dåse?
Jo, 3 multi tomater.
Er der noget ret lige der? Lommelygter. Jeg har engang i løn fået sådan en af de der tæskelommelygter. Ja.
Det var nogle konsulentydelse.
Ja, det er lommelygter. Det er sådan en nattevagtslygte.
Nummer 3. AI apps. Teknologien bevæger sig hurtigt, men det er mennesker som dig, der giver den retning. På uddannelsen i softwareudvikling lærer du at forstå, designe og bygge de systemer, der får verden til at hænge sammen. Du arbejder med virkelige problemer og bæredygtige løsninger, apps, der gør hverdagen lettere. I et studiemiljø, hvor vi hjælper hinanden og mødes fagligt og socialt. Og når du er færdig, så står du med rigtig gode jobmuligheder. Både i Danmark og i USA.
Okay, there we go. All done. Grab the quick. Dig it through. Keep it this time. Dude, I might keep it this time just to avoid the blue, like, just to avoid the meltdown that right the mouth in the box for the in the box like that. Crazy. Dude, this map. Well, it's literally. I mean, you guys know this, but it's literally a combination of house and it takes place like you'll be able to see a robot walking around in the corner. There's like literally a robot that will run in the corner of the map over there. As the game progresses, there's going to be a Zeppelin hosting. Where is double chat? Custom HUD. There's a part tunnel. Yeah, I haven't read the full. I obviously spreadsheet the last time I full spreadsheet the game yet. I swear. There's a shovel. Yo, play a horror map. Well, I do. Wait, I definitely. No, I didn't. Contest. Really, really hopeful that someone does some sort of like technique. Because it's all based on movie.
Okay. I'm glad to see you are doing well. You're doing fire education. About Common Squad's a content creator. It'd be fun to see one.
Zombie Squad the 100. Reason we couldn't do it again. What was you guys like the erase around 100? There's possibilities. My God. Loading it up. Like, that got 3 hit instantly, and one just replied to them kill issue. Like, hey, Star Wars Outlaws? Killer for that? More gameplay first? Or I fully tried? But that's like the case of pretty much all that I see, like on paper is gonna look good, like the trailers are. It's like.
Huey Grenade. Tested it. And keep your.
Really? Does that actually theory of, but. I wonder if someone translates code that actually.
And to pay some quarterly tax. Rainbow. Also, would you feel the next map edition be? Haven't in a long time. Wanting to catch one for a while, so I thought I'd drop you if I.
Wait.
You get this. Sunday.
tax day. Would be my April. That I need to lock that. Usually my tax person messages says, "Yo, you need to pay him now." But now that you mention it, gotten that message. But you're be good, right? Oh god. Oh god, I'm going to jail. Going to jail. Yeah, coming. Can't read more good stuff. Hello, schöne No shot, you translate around. It said the optimization. Maybe something not good. Why did you guys look me in the eye and let
This
me
is
buy the
my.
box?
Thank you for everything you do.
Everything. This is terrible weapon. I don't subscribe to this weapon right now. Our next thing coming down.
Online it says the second due date is June 15th.
Yo! Got your tax on stream, you'll go to jail. I feel like the biggest possibility would be someone in the watching my stream. They're like, "We got him." If you pay your taxes, you ain't no way, bro. Up and kick on. Can we buy Mule Kick? Such an elegant Mule Kick. Don't buy it. I feel like it might be worth a buy because then I have the mouse point gun. You know what I mean? Like that not a Wonder Weapon. Kind of fun. Why do you hate Kick? It's Mule Kick's whatever, but like not the first step is survive until first step is survive until Zeppelin called in. Plus the
Had a dream a while. Better than Rich Man. It ended up being Team V got together to content to the community. New stuff. He's like the old days.
well, yeah, dude.
make enough money to drop a little donation. You love kids and stay. Ever since I watching you, I've been playing the maps app for you. Gonna play this after you, bro.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Hoodie. Thanks for the time.
Jay, did you see Starfield? It looks so awesome on PlayStation. Seriously, you're in B. On keeling on.
Hey, I will. Dude, did y'all see what the thoughts were on the gameplay? Like, what are we? Ramo? What were y'all thoughts on Starfield if y'all watched the gameplay? Something that we should check out on stream when it comes out? It kind of, so, like, Starfield was kind of torn. Like, Skyrim space, much more. Don't know what it is. Like, is it Skyrim space? Or, like, tell you what it's gonna be. So hard for me to, like, seems like it's gonna be Skyrim. Or like Fallout. See, maybe
Your voice makes me king.
Reclaim it. But the person spawn on this takes so long to spawn. Here comes the discipline. Here it comes, chat. Parts about this map, Zeppelin. Gun. The question is, hour later. Zeppelini, I have to shoot. Okay. Now we just need to get the last jump pad line. Good. We go to was the Easter egg solved finally? Yes. Easter egg is solved, so we're completion here today. Dude, what the? Dude, the raps are scary.
What's the most under these Easter eggs?
The most underrated zombies Easter egg? Ooh, that's a good question, Pat. Let's go. Chat, what do y'all?
Holdning på et nyt niveau. Selvfølgelig, Pizzano.
Most underrated zombies Easter egg is? That's a really good question. I don't. We do not know.
Liza P. So I looked at the Liza P gameplay. Not gonna lie, wasn't mega, but maybe because it seems a low level type of build. Dude, I don't know. Not mega impressed by Liza P. What did y'all think? Yeah, what were the answer? What was y'all's most God, Panther? Alright, focus on this map. This map is not really that. What was y'all hated from E3? What do we call it? Summer Game? The demo? Because I Bloodborne, like, I mean, if it's good, that's great. Yeah, start cool. I feel like I need to. The idea of it is Star theme. Probably check on that one. Yeah, chat. So I don't know. Had a little like date on how we're gonna do games because I know Star Wars series was really we didn't finish it, but in the future, essentially, if I start a series, if the series is not for, I'll always finish it, but I will finish it in like massive, like 12-hour stream. How I will game this. That's the plan of future games because I know some of you guys started watching Star Wars. I literally had to stop because it was like all the reasons I explained. That's essentially. Okay, I think we need to exactly. Okay, we've got the whole map opened up. Mortal Kombat. Very excited. Is it the last one on the zone? My Doft. Lord of Fallen looks incredible. That looks like a banger. Really, really. Never in the mind. Did I not read that game? Crazy? Bring the first. Oh, thank God. Jeez, man, this map is actually. There's the origin. Okay. Do that when we're ready to. Let's turn on the power first. Okay. Thought you weren't going to get the STG on the map? He said, with the intention of trading it out, might not happen. Oh, that's all the parts. Fuckies. Okay. They're up here. We need to. We're gonna pack punch them time.
Casino 10% cashback i 10 uger. Ikke noget 10% tilbage. 10% cashback. Maria Casino.
Keeping the buddy type pollock. Okay. You remember what all we have to do. I'm gonna be broken some. Go. Shoot that down. Use. This handle goes here. Mustang in the cell alley. Goes right there. I just missed PhD was the game. Could actually use it. Mustang in the cell. Punch card. Okay. Let me remember that. Hold on. Cook. Let me cook. Is this where you find? Okay. Giga brain. Giga brain. Listen for the steam. Listen for the steam, chat. Listen. Is everyone listening? Hear it. Hear it. Hear the steam. We need to get the steam to the right spot. It's not that. There it is. Okay. Steam is in the right spot. God, dude, listen, I got so much better at this step. Okay, I think that's what we're supposed to do, right, chat? That was good. Pretty sure that was exactly what we... Alright. So, now have that. Go get the other punch card.
Can you say now or the line?
Listen, Jordan is... Watch this. Not only that, this is what he is meant to be doing. I can't remember if there's a shot Dumplinner. Fuse, I already shot the fuse. I'm gonna be honest. Remember a lot. Everything I've done up till up there. That PhD that was. I think I go bottom now. I think I jumped out.
It's basically Pokemon with 3.
Oh yeah, Power looks like it's gonna be a lot of. I'm gonna try that out. Payday 3. Are you a Payday fan? Who in the Payday fan? So, never heard of it? Never heard of it? Hey? Is that crazy or is Payday like the game that apparently not? Yo, thanks for subscribing my and Hunter more. You guys have not hit that sub button. If you're enjoying flashcard. Where did here? Yeah, okay, flashcard. Found it. Like,
For everything that you brought. Leave a notification for 3 more.
that just warms my heart. Listen, just side and supportive we are of this channel. Razor, you if your day gets when live button. Raise your hand if your day gets see that chat. Not a single person, not a day gets worse. I hit the stop putting your hands up. Stop. Pat. Supposed to like be no hands up. Pat. Why are Pat? Great. Load this on. Everything has gone wrong, chat. Everything has gone wrong. Y'all are funny. We bit of troll, right? It's so fun to troll. Right? It's fun to troll chat, even though y'all don't mean it. Right, guys? Right? It's a crazy way for the zombie to enter the map. Eh? Something? Up window one? Eh?
Any thoughts? Situation.
Let that. We're just gonna. Okay, there we go. Like, talk about that one today. I feel like vibes are good today. Let's have good vibes. You know what I'm saying? Let's just you know what I'm saying, chat? Iris, did we get zombie spawned in?
Hey, I wanted.
Here's the last show. Yeah, we're gonna talk about it. Oh, that. Cost money, is that good? I mean, that's part of what's so beautiful. Mapmaker literally made this like because he's a god. Dude, there's so many. Honestly, there are so many such makers that Treyarch could like tap into, and they all just get like shown the custom zombies community. But I really hope you guys get the jobs.
You know, look. Green.
Okay, me buy mule kick. Point gun as well. Cool beans, chat. Cool beans. Well, terrible Wi-Fi replying to something Noah said
You
5
are
minutes
such an
ago.
amazing streamer, Tis.
Tism. Hey, Tism, right back, guys. Appreciate it. Dude, you got better luck nail gun on the app than I do literally in times 10. I've hit the box like 4 times and got the good bullet. No, alright.
The steps discovered since you played this
Yeah,
last.
the full Easter egg up. Full Easter egg. Okay, so I think we're actually go up Zeppelin. Is there anything else we need to do with
I wanted to say, can I get a shout out to all the other truckers out here keeping the highway?
Keeping the highways flat? I love that. I love that.
You ever had
Keeping
a
the
dream
highways.
that you wish?
Yes, I have, Nick. Never had. Life is contract. Points here.
You played the rest of your life.
Oh, whatever that was. Do that again. Go!
As no kick goes new bird goes tweeting as goes kick goes new bird goes croaking the elephant goes to duck say clock and fish go blue and the seal goes all.
That. I think weapon actual weapon projectile. This the lad. Oh, this actually seems kind of beefy. Let's try this.
Goodness. Noah's skill. Down stream. Unironic. Love you, Noah.
Optimus. Thank you,
Tried to
Optimus
make it
Prime.
yours. Hope you're looking forward to the 100th degree with the coming soon. Sure.
Well, LA and literal
just
trash.
wanted to say
So
that great. Keep up the good work.
the weather is like so. Looking for bright. Activate. All right, here we go. Let's do the lockdown. Are we ready for the? How do we end the lockdown? Vlad MG better. Yeah, but got you to comment. Come on, Dor.
Hit the like. No snake twist.
What will Dude, this pistol pushed me off the edge.
Filmen har nogle af de højeste odds i Danmark. Alle de bedste ligaer. Høj odds.
Transverse right behind me. I was like, where? Ain't no way. Ain't.
Delicious, 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 delicious. Love you, Daddy.
Good time. I'm having a good time. I am having a good time, chat. And why didn't you pay your taxes? I actually think yeah, that because of his eyeball. 15 hours.
Can I get a chat? There being a Camaro in the Le Mans free.
I know what. It ain't got no gas in it.
We go again. That was part of the math. That means. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're running it back. Go again.
Just got my certificate.
We're running it back.
You up a burners, no.
Changing the we're trying to find one we trying new default voice. Here we go.
There should never have been a skill. Noah, you were lost before your time.
I like when y'all different guest voice have a conversation. That's literally that's like the best thing. Make them have a conversation. Mikey, thanks for the chat, too. Appreciate it. I use TOS. There's Yes. Link is in the description. We're gonna make your... Yeah, it's... I literally am going out of... So, chat, in 6 days, I'm getting... Man. And I am behind on thing. Yeah, we go. Also, chat. Yeah, I announced. I'm pretty sure it's announced.
Middle and just no need to.
That was the grandma voice. Changing to an announcement. That was the grandma. Okay, I hate that. We're changing that immediately. Yeah. So for VCT, yeah, but like, and other than that, but so much to do. Certain already announced, but on Thursday, I streamed boiler room, but not boiler room style set. DJ set. That will be like live people that are live in person. Also, stream. I think it could be streamed or not. Doing a set on Thursday. Well, I'll probably comes out well. I'll probably post a video of it. Not with the actual filler room people, but be pretty cool. Be pretty cool. That's a voice. It's time.
Did you see the Starfield gameplay?
Yes, I did see the Starfield game. What did y'all think?
It just see how get high. Do someday.
I saw right. Wait, you went through the clip? Like on TikTok? Is my TikTok chat? Are you guys watching my TikTok video? Is it working? My TikTok famous yet? This is an MP. I know this. Good. Good. Need subway servers at the bottom. Not good. Not good. Really weak SMG farming. Well, lucky for me, all I weak SMG that's good at point farming. Go. Actually, learn to run of this. Team 1000. I hear a zombie. Where's the other zombie? Go. Grab the nuclear. Go. Record your time in Japan and make a... Dude, I'm like so bad at vlogging type stuff. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like whenever I'm like on vacation, like last thing I want to do is like pull out a camera. I like even hate like pulling out a camera whenever like enjoy. The thing I want to do is like pull out a camera and be like, Yeah, here we go. Let's make this into content. And anything wrong with people? You, but honestly, that's go into.
To go short. He'll be back in 10 minutes. Green State. How is No, I have a longer.
Would they just like play it? It's like actually the biggest thing. Why did he just pass away there? Yeah, I didn't hear so. Okay. This MP is like it's truly just crazy. Eh. What can we do different in chat? We already bought a different. What else should we do different from make this run go better?
We're the new Apple. We're the and
Technically, you are. Technically, you are. I could just $3,500 headset, but counterpoint. I have to wear a stupid-looking headset. Last game you said was trash. I did say that. People who have what guns should we go for? I feel like all the guns bad. I don't know what to build. CG is bad. I know the Panic gun before. Two. Yeah. R2 good. The problem is like there's no way to guarantee you get double tap. You're just kind of you should buy the engine. Good. Gun on the airship, but it was so bad. Killing anything. And without Steve Cullen, it's like really tough to use. That's good. Of course, each. Ooh, the elf. Actually, I should just get box weapon. Because the elf will guaranteed to be on this map. That would actually be really good. Or if I get a cult. Yeah, that would be better than the. Definitely.
In walking, I'm no sir. Street. Say hi.
Hello. stop trolling me. Literally see that you're the one sending those sounds. Why are you trying to troll the plug in, plug out? Man, there's definitely 5 rounds you can be perking max ammo. Yeah, but what about like doing the
Sure. You know what? Things go. Showed me videos and that it all. From out if any done this not this. Your own son, man. Get him some.
Smash them zombies, dude. When you... to be honest, I didn't. So, dude, what makes this map so hard? The fact that you get a perk every like a couple rounds, and almost always it's like an crash tier perk. My first perk gonna be for the last one. Happy boy. Which is actually the scientific name for the supplement. I thought this is the origin. I even hit this power part quick. Like a tiny little power handle. Tiny little power switch. Let me hit the button. Probably hit the button. Okay. Same spot as last time. It's not a sniper rifle, so that's Subonushi. That's correct. That should be 100%. We're missing. What? Very big. See if I can send. Let's go. Two. Which one's that? Oh, that's cool. I like that a lot, actually. Well. Okay, this is my new rap spot here. Hey, remind me, I have a rap. Go right here. The perfect rap spot. Wow, that is such a good rap spot. Oh my god. Alright. Shoot it in midair. I've never tried. This way. Right here. One more perk to spawn. Then we'll be able to Zeppelin. Box. I don't get 5K for
Vi lever i en tid, hvor teknologi ikke bare hjælper os, den samarbejder med os. Teknologi handler om mennesker, idéer og nysgerrighed. Nye digitale værktøjer gør os i stand til at skabe mere end nogensinde, men også til at tage ansvar for det, vi skaber. Den har mennesker, der kan bruge teknologien, så den styrker det menneskelige. ITU's faglighed står på 3 ben: design, business og science. Her mødes forskning, uddannelse og erhvervsliv. Her bliver idéer til løsninger, studerende til specialister. Det er et samt campus, liv, skaber plads til forskellighed. Det er ikke bare et studie. Det er et sted, hvor man hører til, og hvor man udvikler sig selv og hinanden. Man formes af dem, der forstår teknologi. Det gør vi her.
Velkommen til Gambobet.
Okay, big boy point there. Let's hang now. But what about the tiny stuff? How many knights does a zombie need? What do we think, Cat? Done pretty well. Do we need to? Appreciate it. Appreciate that. Your hairline. What the? Okay. Zombie. Box. There's launcher. This game hates me. This game actually hates me. Ooh, the big iron. You love this weapon. Chad, do we like favorite weapons of zombies? So it's so stupid, but I love it. Tap it. I'm big considering pack punching. Wait, did we not get a defense? We didn't get a defense? Oh, it's not. Additional parts apart. Dude, how have we not got based on the bruh. We not gotten it already. Gotta go next round. Can't even go into the Zeppelin bikini yet. Real question: do we take this over the Mauser? Do we pack both? Which one do we take? There's no way those grenades blew up that fast. I believe those grenades blew up that fast. At least we got Joe. Hey, true. That was the chat. Deadbugs, thanks for the 2 months. Appreciate it. I'm gonna lie, this one like it fun. Half with it. Second joke. Alright, I'm packing a bunch of a big iron and that'd be crazy. Wouldn't that just be crazy if we went big iron? At the ring. Back with that. Never told you. Do it. Clear the mouse. You have skill. You. Okay, chat. I'm leaving 100. Chat. 100%. Do a chat. Okay. Yes. I would love to engage with Matt. What, Pat? All right. 1 minute. Mauser. Big iron. Ask your community. All right, everybody, get your votes in. Abide by the results of the poll. You guys decide what I packed fun. I'll farm points until whatever's funny. Too hard of a question. Oh, the big. He's coming in right now. Looking like a light slide, actually. Settles it. Big iron. Big iron in it. Power this. I could have used. Makes sense. Big iron. Only 600 likes? No. There's not only 600 likes. There's 700 likes. Right, chat? I think it sounds like it's gonna hit like a frame, bro. Better hit your shot. Yeah, this actually skill issue the gun. Okay. Here's the vent. Okay, I'm getting better at C-Strike, chat. It's upstairs? Question mark? need to hit your headshots with this. That is actually factual, but I'm hoping help still lead the Panzers. Okay, now punch card, shoot that boy out. I think they go no. Because I'm pretty sure getting us killed a little bit. Handle there. Do we need to do anything else? We go down. Crazy. They called me crazy. I got first on extra zombies. Only the reload speed. Honestly, the reload speed is not nearly. What was
about about it? Don't lie.
In the secret second half of today's stream, there is almost nothing about it I don't like. That was so sick. Cowboy effect. I don't want to go. Go, yeah. You know what? Heck the Mauser. So this is the big iron. This is the little iron. Now we're on big iron. Kind of fire. I can't believe I ever. I'd like to press my. I'd like to express my sympathy that I never called that gun fire. Big iron. It's kind of worth it just for that effect. The Mauser can never. Wait a second. I thought I was stuck in cinematic zombie. Bullets back if you hit negative head. Really? Kind of fire, actually. Oh, I have. You'd stay in that mode until you miss. I see. Like a trance you get. Iron. We need a max. Love to get as possible. Wonder Weapon? Not that good. Good if you have space, but it's not. It's like if you have space to train, it's great. But if you see how good this off a piece. Right against top of P. Top of P. Duke. See, if you have time to set up, great. I need a nuke though. Need a. I'm hot. Oh. Okay, that's you. Good to know. Good to know. Power up one. Box spawn. I have to get the hell out of him. Because he doesn't like it if he grabs the weapon. Well, I'm pretty tired for the. Get a max amp. Yeah, you. Good, that's good. Do the Easter egg and get a max ammo? Oh, okay. Seems simple enough. Yep, I need over here. Wait.
View.
I don't know. Okay. Here's this. Oh, okay. Main Easter. Okay. Over the barrier. Now shoot. Walk near the. I shot the thing. It's wrong. Okay, there we go. We electrified. This is not good at all. One of these zombies spawns a max. Yes, good. Was it double tap? Less okay, that's fine. I thought any. Okay, we got double. We had time. No, oh my god, it was double that mode. Holy mama, you had Jug? How hard is it to get ammo on this map? How hard? How many rounds in chat? Where
Map will. You don't have.
Ouch. I know it's on. Dude, I almost died right there. That was really bad. Stupid Jug.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it. That's by thinking about it. Meet Base 44. Complete AI creation plan. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. Tools built for one. Platforms ready for from passion projects to enterprise grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to. It's a new world of creation. Bingo is far imagination. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream.
Goodness, man. Wasted the wraps for that. Do with the wrap. Cool. Cool. I guess I could just mainly with the field. That's what we do here, chat. Okay. Not wrap. And what we not good. Not good. This sucks. damage to it. Oh, okay, one at a time. That's two. Oh god. Oh god, that's yes. Oh. Okay. Let's go do the thing for fuel. Alright, let's go do the lockdown. Why is that? Why are the need mule kick? Dog, I need Jesus. What is it? Hola. Really like combo. So if you get some headshots, it turns crazy like. It'll turn out like this crazy extra gun. Back punch bolt. Keep your amp. That's so fire. Okay, here we go. You have infinite ammo when you're in this mode, as long as you're hitting headshots. Alright, here we go. Let's do the lockdown. Headshot could be on. Yeah, if there wasn't.
Undskyld. Du sagde den der.
Alright, here we go. Good.
Know what to think of.
Panther. That is a Panther deleter right now. Holy guacamole. I'll see that ish. Crazy. That was actually crazy. Like, no talk stream? Possibly. People are interested. Alright, bro. Need that is Ratty. If I look over stats being Ratty, you have to like chat being Ratty or you'll be good. We good? I guess the double tap is. So, next step with use this. So we need to get a wrap. Then with the wrap up, we need to jump over a barrier. And so we need to get wrapped. We need to go over this barrier. Be a true flowing. Okay. Second view, you shot with a pack punch weapon. I shoot the rock near this rock. The vault until with blue mist here. Vicious around. Okay, so I may need the guy. So there should be a little blue misty boy on. Or there should not. Like there's not just a normal great power. Next gun taken from actually. What? That's actually. I think I need to read. Yeah, I don't see any blue. Oh, let's shoot this. The avatar. Wait, they should. The mule kick? Dog, where? Where? What do you speak of? What language are you speaking? Do the rap? Maybe. Man. It's too That'd be like.
You know, I now before a recent really cool map like they're revolving the movie really quite nice. I don't think you'll be able to in 18 days, but you'll enjoy it. Release
You shoot down from inside the building. Zeppelin. I thought I did. Pretty sure I did. Didn't so much. So cool. Blue Mister? Quiet Place. Nice. I look forward to seeing it. Quiet Place. You know what's not a great? Second Bird Box. And you know what's coming out with a sequel? Bird Box. That movie pisses me off. That is one of my least favorite movies ever. I hate it. Apparently, they're Bird Box, like Bird Box, wouldn't exist. Dude, it's so bad. Okay, what's the Easter one for? I went back. Dog, if you like Bird Box, legit, disrespect. But to disrespect you completely, I would never trust your movie taste ever if you box is again. Cool. Memorable? Sure. The movie itself, one of the I had the displeasure of watching. Truly. Respectfully. Fantastic. That's really cool. Really memorable. Okay, worst movie ever is the. But you know what I mean. Long Rock. Let's do that, man. Someone tell me. Couldn't even that thing. I got low. Okay, someone. What's the best movie? Kind of like best movie. Wait. Okay.
Map World.
Yes. Bullied by my child. Good movie. Spider-Man, Spider-Verse. Spider-Verse, one of the best superhero, if not best superhero, slash best movies. New Spider-Verse, also freaking incredible. Miles Morales, Miles Spider, just stupid. I don't know what else to say. Ah! God, it's a hard. What another fantastic movie? Did I finish this? Yeah, I didn't get a max. There, everything. Dark Knight series. Whiplash. Schindler's. What else is up there with the goats? Not Marvel movie. Matrix. Matrix is not one of the goats. It's not a goat. Wait. I want. No. Rival's one. Cool, not one of the goats. But really cool. Lord of the Rings, all three. And some are better than others. That's all three of the goated. Cool. All right. Entertaining movie, sure. Shawshank Redemption, yep, that's goats. Avengers game is Infinity War, the best. I don't know. The fact that the game is higher rated tragedy because it's just nowhere near. Still good, but Infinity War way. Okay, so make sure you have the golden shovel. Shoot a bolt in. Alright. Now wraps. Right to do to get wraps. Like that. Long talent should be like just I don't even know. Very memorable. I'll describe it. Dune and Blade Runner, the cinematography, they're not like or anything favorite movies, but like just the cinematography of it. Departed, also great. I really Memento, I really like. That one. Blazing Saddles is dude. Blazing Saddles is a really tough rewatch. Even though that's like it's really tough to rewatch. Look at him. Look, it's unironically, but not one of the. Tenet, I thought was alright. Definitely What's the rap these? Okay, I'm Bolt Wonder. Hasn't been sold yet. Oh. Dude, I don't know how, like, that word. Waiting for drop for the next. Get to wrap.
The perfect. Give it a watch.
Love how the watch mode. Goodwill Hunting is insanely good. I like how we're talking about movies. This is the watch mode though. Bloodstrip, tier 1. Awesome. Okay with Kevin Costner? I don't think it's. Or that I. Titans of 21. Watch that one all. Deadpool. Should I buy? I have a person. Yo, her. Also, link is in the. You want it to pop up with the. PKM is goaded tapped. What was the rated R I've seen? Were you ever? First rated R movie I watched was Stand By Me. Probably one that you guys don't. Fine. All right. Yeah, Stand By Me is like a coming of age movie. Like these kids who go to like they hear there's a dead body and they go see. Like not a scary movie. It's like a coming. It sounds like it would be like a horror. Great movie. Mom loves it. Stand By Me is a noted one. Like you're British. I mean, Stand By Me.
You like for watching your
Hey, well, you're about to be sold on a. Like, I need to get. The idea of the gun. The idea of, hey, if you're hitting shots, get this free. Really. The problem is they're so hard to. Really don't like the way they're also this.
One of my favorite movies. Please.
Dude is great. Dude is absolutely. D&D movie sucked. No. Who here has seen D&D movie? There's no way you just said that, bro. There's no way you just looked me dead in the eye and said that movie sucked. Dog, that was literally had the same kind of magic blend of like humor that like what made Marvel. Sure, it's like expecting like a wandering like the screen have a black line. It's like get a lot of headshots. Figure out what my I don't know this 350. Okay, it's save it for and pack punch. He can't really.
I den klasse er meget fokus på udenom den ordning. Jeg går på HFO, som er en 3-årig HF til folk. Men det betyder faktisk rigtig meget for mig at få hjælp. Fordi at normalt, hvis jeg var en, ville jeg have problemer og hurtigt falde bagud. Det ved, at vi alle sammen er ordningen i min klasse, det gør meget det der med, at vi har også et sammenhold, som gør, at vi kan relatere meget. Det er også okay.
PhD in the VKM or okay. Go for the VKM. We've got plenty of points. I can grab this is like the Modern Warfare 19 right? Early. That's right, chat. But the brown. Better than that. You ditch the iron gun. Don't you dare talk about the big iron like that. Big iron is the race. This or any. The issue will help get my rap. Really? Does?
And Pitt and Morgan Freeman.
Oh yeah, Seven is fantastic. You see the two is okay. The first club is awesome. Fight Club's a good class. Ooh, the R8. Big Iron, you've had your run. You've had your run, Big Iron. Served me well. The Scar is just like a really with my heart. Be a gun that you can attack to get the. You double tap the VKM. The lads, but I would rather take a. For shame. Your least favorite setup for zombies? I actually really don't act.
Favorite set.
Oh, not the war. Do we pick up the war machine, chat? Is it good? Actually good? Let's just keep Scar. Let's just Scar and call it a day. Yeah? I think we can all. Oh. Gonna buy it. Need to get. Yeah. The goat. You jump over the. get the drop. Like read the control. The controls are really weird. I need to get a drop. I need to picking in screen. Oh, that's great. Bombshell. Bombshell. Dude, that was so weird. I got stuck. Why is 6? Hold on. There's got to be like a weird option to die because. Why is 6 toggle? Hello. My settings changed too. If I had died with that, I would have. I'll almost just leave my body. Yes. Oh, that was it. Oh my god, we did it, chat. We did the hardest step in the game. We did it, chat. Okay. What is that one? Out of the future. Execute that zombie. My goodness. Never even had. What is that one we go? Got here. What am I watching? Shoot how? Fine with the word. Okay. Oh my god, I'm so happy that Otter's never. Fuse box, fuse box, fuse box. PhD. Okay. Fuse box. Get the power switch. Now that the stay down now. Oh yeah, you remember last like when okay. These lights on start sparking random or oh light which is next one. Okay, so it's like a time. Speed test. Speed test. Shoot. Did I miss it? Dude, you gotta do it fast. Alright, alright. Dude, oh my god. It's like not hard. Annoying. Okay, hold on. Dude, ugh. This intro, I didn't have to fight the zombie behind me. Dude, this Easter egg is so sick. Dude, the fact that this is custom out. So the exit of the duck. What if the Zeppelin should fall out? Alright, let me. How safe are you while playing this game? How long is it going? Why did I just go? Pick it up in the wrong order. That's okay. Oh. Okay, 50-50 shot, chat. Here we go, 50-50 shot. We think it's this one, yes or no? Do we think it? Maybe. Yeah, for the ethereal. Okay. We have all three tiles. Go to the Zeppelin. Be sold on. I know. Again. Of them forcing you to progress, you go to the Zeppelin and not go next round. Like a really, really interesting way, like non-foxy way of progressing the rounds as. That's really, really. All they figure out is, we need to progress the rounds. I want to solve. Answers. Beat your worst nightmare. Did that paint vault the wall? Y'all see that? Okay, that being said, we are going to. Things that. Box done. On it. On it. And I put on this. Yep. Get it down to one zombie. We try to read any more spreadsheets. Under weapon, so situational. Like, oh my god, everyone. Oh my god, I missed. Really cool camo though. Oh, amazing camo. Really cool looking, but. Repack a pack a bunch. Alright. Oh, we're about to boss fight. Eh. Oh. Put the vials there. Gotta like overpower the pack a bunch. Now we read again. Yeah, was that PhD? That the key? Wait, what? Oh my god. Oh, now that's fine. I needed to go until I got a match. Now I have better water. Well. Okay. We needed a maximum. Yes. Literally, like like the key opens here, and then we literally boss fight is right over there. So we were like, that's a boss fight. No, well, that's not. Yeah, actually, what you guys thought maybe I was like dying on purpose. No, content. That was the play. Silly, I was going for the content. Get your gun back. I don't know if I risk it. What do we think, Chad? Is this map? For the thumbnail? Yeah. I'm throwing because it's funny, you guys. You bunch of beasts. And
Your bot is for my.
I do like the very, very nice. You don't. You don't. Yeah, what do we do here? So tired, out of ammo. Solve all my problems right here. You 100% get the gun. You said that with so much. I'm gonna believe you. Come on, ban that guy. Come on, get that guy. Get him out of here. Get him directly out of the lobby. Oh, keep your perk limit? No. Honestly, Bombshell, I'm mad about it. someone go for you and then this game sucks so bad. Oh my God, you gotta be a realm of possibility, and every universe and all billion universes, there's supposed to explode everything around you. There is absolutely no shot that picking up a power up is a detriment to you. I gotta tell you.
I know.
I gotta tell you that. There is one that can say, and it's your mommy. Say it used to be, but now it's your daddy. First, there was Chadrick. And then there was Chaddington. Let me fall to Chadwick the Third. The mama in the ladies and gentlemen, welcome everybody to today's stream. Check out Diablo, !Diablo. That today's sponsored by this Giga Chad, Chadrick, my brand new rogue character, 79 sheep. I have been, ladies and gentlemen, today's stream is sponsored by Diablo 4. Check the link in the description down below. Go ahead and check that description. Make sure. This is. Look at this man. Does this man look like entire life? Does he look like he has ever died? Ladies and gentlemen, today we were playing Diablo, available now on console. Diablo 4. Getting me a big pick? Exactly who that is. You know exactly who it is. He controlling? Absolutely. Chat, I want to show you a story. Okay. I want to show you a story. In one part. A story in go chat. Let me show you a quick of Patrick. Okay? Let me show you. No, but you will now. Can't I? Just watch. Chat. This is one of 5 classes. Like I'm playing the rogue class, fast boy, zippy boy, killy boy. Play one of 5 different classes. Sorcerer. There's which is magic, lightning, fun stuff. Fireball, fire snake, casting a bunch of spells, stuff like that. Play werewolf, bear, dogs, pines, absolutely. as a rogue, like the assassin
They're
stabby
chatting
boy. Yes, he is me. He is me, and I am him. There is a necromancer, which, if you like zombies, is literally perfect for you because you can summon zombies at the head of things you kill. Absolutely insane. Then there's the barbarian, which is big, big burly, stabby, hitty, beefy dude. All right, here we go. Chat. I want you to just look at this man. Tell me, can this man take on the entire legion? Okay, but just look at this man. Answer the question. Can this man take on the legions of the undead? Not those. Those are too easy. These? Sure. Oh, that's great. Love that. Guys, like, time here. What about these legions over here? What's up, fellas? How's everybody? Thanks for playing, guys. Playing. From your friends on there, say goodnight. Dude, this is the most bad game that exists. My character is insane. You're so stupid. They're paid actors? No, they're actors and murder I stand for. But guess what? That's the last thing they'll ever make. Insanely sick in the game. Crazy. It's crazy how cool I game. Not having enough. What about not enough energy? God bless. That was crazy. I lost a second there. Everyone good? Sorry, I connected for a second. Someone else hopped on my account for a second there. No, but dungeon level your character in a billion different ways. Just to go very run around people. Character. Well, that's cool. You can.
En gør dig ikke stærkere. Det gør du. AI apps. Teknologien bevæger sig hurtigt, men det er mennesker som dig, der giver den retning. På uddannelsen i softwareudvikling lærer du at forstå, designe og bygge de systemer, der får verden til at hænge sammen. Du arbejder med virkelige problemer og bæredygtige løsninger, apps, der gør hverdagen lettere. I et studiemiljø, hvor vi hjælper hinanden og mødes fagligt og socialt. Og når du er færdig, så står du med rigtig god jobmulighed. Både i Danmark og i USA.
Run your character how you want. Bunch of, and then you can play with friends. Go kill players and that you get all your it's so much. Like legitimately, I have been like didn't stop playing this game long enough to start up for it. That's how much I'm like, how much fun I'm having. It's like that's the biggest record. Oh my god. So when you literally jump into numbers go like dopamine better. Makes me so happy. Whole story, same like some of the coolest looking cutscenes. So like the game lore. Huge fan. It's at first. You literally hop in, kind of be your picking up all the gold. Thinking about, I'm not waiting for some gameplay, but I was thinking, yeah, it's like true. Play with friends, play solo. You want to play? But I really for the work. Take on another Oscar thing. Come into my trap, sir. Challenge you to get level. Dog, you don't have what I'm gonna do because I'm enjoying this game. Yeah, we'll go back. Played. Well, today is not that day. It's cold. Like when they. Yeah. Two player. No. Also, dude, you if you play like the Necromancer class, you get like sweet. The rogue style, rogue matches my playstyle like pretty well, but like the Necromancer. In one shot. Best. What is
Så vi har simpelthen ikke været i stand til at gennemføre et prep igen, så vi var nogenlunde færdige. Det du ikke i går, det du havde, det var
tid til morgenmedicin.
Eller hvad? Slipper du for at komme udenfor? Ja. Det er ellers skønt vejr udenfor. Sådan der.
Sådan der.
Kan du have en god dag, Jacob?
Hej.
Favorite class to go?
From begging to get her TikTok unbanned, to getting arrested live on stream, here are 12 of Penguin Zero's biggest victims and what happened to them, starting with the 45-year-old YouTuber, kick streamer, and professional loser Suspendus. He first came under Penguin Zero's radar on February 25th, 2023, getting exposed for being the most embarrassing streamer ever for his cringy behavior on a public train in Japan.
Who's currently at around 3 million subscribers.
A random YouTube channel popping up with almost 3 million subs, and it has like a video with 100,000 views and 3 comments.
This concept is called volatility. It's when the value of...
Guys, this is... You have to imagine, bro. This guy's videos... And he's like, guys, have you heard of volatility? Bro, fuck. Bro, what the hell is Quabblecop doing nowadays? Quabblecop! Am I broke? The truth about my money. Damn. Let's see. Fuck, bro, this guy's so broke, this shit isn't even loading properly. But there he is. Bro, his afro got smaller. What happened? Quabblecop is broke. How can a channel be this dead? Was definitely broke.
I'm not broke. I'm not broke. Talk about it. People online always have opinions. They think they know what my life is really like. All these
Damn.
rumors going around.
What? Why the fuck does this guy have a picture of fucking... Is this Mao Zedong? Why the fuck? Okay, man.
So today I wanted to give everyone a little sneak peek in my life, and most importantly, show you $2 million art piece that I'm potentially investing in. Everything is made out of gold. The outside is gold.
Oh god, don't tell me this is like a fucking investing shit, bro. Don't tell me this is like this one thing that Logan Paul did.
This was a very hard decision to make, but yes, I will be listing this card on a platform that I co-founded called Liquid Marketplace. It allows co-ownership of top-tier assets. Instead of one person, me owning this card, we as a collective can co-own it together.
Where you can like buy like pieces of like bullshit. God. Oh my god! Don't tell me all of this shit is... Oh, guys, I'm gonna have a... Why is my microphone? Look, my microphone is falling down. Let me try to figure out what this video is about. Because obviously people are not gonna show, like, you know, their fucking bougie ass fucking penthouse for no reason, right? Is this gonna be one of these things where it's kind of like, hey guys, people say that I'm broke, but I'm actually rich. I made so much money investing. You wanna invest too? Here's the link. Brother, don't tell me. Am I broke? Yeah, judging by the fucking camera quality, yes. Well, this guy's filming on a 1937 fucking film camera. Holy shit, brother.
I used to live and breathe YouTube, and I still do, but it all looks just a little bit different.
Bro, the afro got smaller. Bro, invest in a toupee or something. I mean, I know I can't. I can't judge people for like hair loss and shit. But brother, wait. There's no way. Quabble? Quabble? Bro, what is his name? Quabble cop hair. Beautiful this shit look back in the day. Brother, look at this hair, brother. What happened?
So, let's start at the beginning. The last time that everyone saw me and heard of me was when I was doing YouTube every single day. But ladies and gentlemen, please understand that I was absolutely done. I was exhausted.
Guys, do you think this is also like a product placement? Like this this coffee cup is suspiciously perfectly fucking aligned, bro.
I started Blue. And Blue started off as a little fun project.
Oh my god, what a cancerous ass screen, bro. The entire screen is just full of primary colors, bro. Red, blue, green, that's it. There's nothing else, bro. Look at this, bro. This is like the green is green, the blue is blue, the purpliest purple. My god, what is that? What kind of fucking penguin flying is this, bro? This looks like a penguin flying on a magic carpet, doesn't it?
Blue's currently at around 3 million subscribers. A virtual influencer that is very AI heavy. And
bro, I've never heard of this shit before. What the hell is Blue? Blue? That's his shit? Oh my fucking... No way. I'm a VTuber who loves playing GTA 5. All videos are owned and powered by COP Worldwide BV. This channel is supervised by the Dutch Media Authority. What the fuck's the Dutch Media Authority, blood? Okay.
That's why I have to do it. Goku, become a Super Saiyan.
You're weak. I'm gonna destroy this entire world.
You're so strong.
Bro, what the fuck?
Is that Martian Bell? Oh, we're gonna see. Tell me about you.
If you took this video and showed this to like the soldiers in the Vietnam War, brother, America would have won on the first day easily. Oh my fucking god, what is that, bro? 209,000 views and 8 comments?
Total fabrication.
This is kind of weird, isn't it? For a second, I thought maybe this guy just has like, you know what it's called? Maybe he like manually reviews every single comment and stuff, right? So maybe he just like approved only 8 comments. But the thing is, usually when people do that, the comments have lots of likes and stuff, you know what I mean? But this shit doesn't even have that many likes. There's like 12 here, 2 there. Brother, is this legit? 218, 209, 166. 14 million views. 600 comments. You're telling me 131,000 people liked, but only 600 bothered to comment? Guys, this is a little bit strange, bro. A random YouTube channel popping up with almost 3 million subs, and it has like a video with 100,000 views and and 3 comments. This looks very legit. This is the most legit channel of all time, bro.
If you're curious, Blue is making money because Blue is getting a lot of views. Blue is actually doing what I did for so many years.
Yeah, you know, it's also funny how he's showing the total views, but not like, you know, the average view from video to video. 1 million views, 165,000 views, 391,000 views, 24K. That's weird. Very weird, bro.
We currently have about 80 employees all over the world, and we work on all of these projects that I just mentioned and a bunch of other stuff, building some AI solutions and even more cool stuff. There's so much stuff that I've working on, that I work on daily. It's too much to mention in one single.
Mention 3 of them. Okay, how about you just talk about this blue thing? How the fuck does that work? Especially, how do you get sometimes like a fucking 500k views and only 7 comments? How is that? How is that working, bro?
One of the coolest things I'm investing in is art. Check this one out, for example. This is an art piece by Cause. It's been standing here collecting.
This looks worse than a Labubu. The fuck is that, bro? This looks like as if it was AI generated. Is this real? I'm sorry, bro. I know art is subjective, but subjectively this looks like shit. Sorry, bro.
Drake has a song together with Meek Mill, and in that song he flexes about Murakamis in a hallway. So I had to get a lot of Murakami. This is
amazing. This looks really good.
Both by Cause again.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Speaking of art, there's currently a $2 million art piece waiting for.
Bro, this looks like a golden dildo. Why did you have to censor this, bro? This looks weird now.
So yeah, let's just go to Switzerland right now. Let's go and check it out. It's in a super locations. Let's go. Ooh, careful.
What?
Well, good news. Before we went to Switzerland, we had to send a bunch of information to this facility. They did background checks on us, and as far as I know, we were approved. So we flew over to Switzerland, stayed in a beautiful hotel, and then
what
the next morning we we got to the location. We were welcome. They did.
Yeah, but you need to make your afro a bit smaller, though. This is the old Quabblecop, and there's me too for some reason.
So after we shot everything, they took us apart in a little room. They threw us in there, and they went through all that we shot there, and they made us delete half of it. This facility is so insane.
Yeah, what is this facility about, bro? This guy's talking for 5 minutes. He still didn't say what it's about.
So when we arrived on the location and we entered the building, we were greeted by
2 red elves.
Security guards.
Oh.
So then, finally, after waiting for over 30 minutes in this room, we were finally picked up by someone. This lady who works here, by the way, took us past way more security checks.
Bro, is this guy walking into... What the fuck is this guy walking in, bro? Is this the White House? What is this shit?
At this point, while I was completely disoriented and I had no idea if the sun was still shining outside, we stood there in front of yet another.
Oh my holy fucking shit, this guy's still talking. I can't believe it. Why can't he not just get to the point? Oh my god, this guy's literally talking for 17 minutes how this whatever the fucking building is very difficult to walk into. Okay, bro, I get it. Okay, bro, I get it. He's gonna mention the fucking security again in the next 15 seconds. Bro, it's a fucking video!
Like, with security guards, we kept on walked down even more securities. Finally arrived at what I can only describe as one of the largest vault doors that I have ever seen.
How many fucking vault doors do you see? What?
In my life. Just picture one of those typical...
This is how vault doors open up just fucking randomly in the middle? Crazy, bro. That looks very realistic, bro. The fucking 80 employees that are working in this company really put a lot of effort into this AI shit, bro.
Just picture one of those typical doors that is super thick. That you have to like...
Is this guy still making videos for like 10-year-olds? Why does this take so fucking long? It's gonna, and you know what the worst part is? It's gonna be the most whatever the fuck nothing berg of all time, bro. Bro, this is gonna be some random fucking shit. I already know it, bro.
Followed by even more doors. We rang the doorbell. One of the security guards walked up to us, opened the door, and welcomed us into this vault. Well, you might be wondering, why is this place so secure? Well, this is why. This place right here stores a lot of tons of gold, which is equal to, just a lot of elements. Just picture a lot of elements. This is just one pallet of gold. As I get older, I wanted to diversify my worth, and I wanted to invest my money. But I also learned pretty fast that a lot of assets can go up and down in value very quickly. some assets can.
This is probably the first YouTuber who caters his shit to children. Always, never at any fucking growth at all. It's just literally just for 10-year-olds. And then he fucking talks about diversification fucking assets. Guys, did you know that gold is one of the most stable fucking forms of asset holding of all time? Join now and you get like a 15% of it. What, brother? All of your children that barely are allowed to have a fucking bank account for children. I meant viewers. I mean, it's the same shit.
This concept is called volatility. It's when the value of
guys, this is you have to imagine, bro. This guy's videos, and he's like, guys, have you heard of volatility, bro? Blood.
And as I get older, I wanted to have less volatility because it can be quite stressful to me. I think with gold, I found exactly that, as it has been a relatively stable asset in the past. The gold that you see there is 999.9 gold. It is as rock.
The gold that you see there is 99.9 gold. Fuck. Usually when you see gold, it's like 1 gold or 2 gold, but 1 gold is 99 gold, bro. That's crazy.
It doesn't get more gold than that. And that...
True, man. You might know gold, but brother, this gold is like golder.
Rika, why has gold held its value across centuries?
Brother, this is so cringe, bro. This guy's like... And it's like, Rika, could you please tell me why the volatility of gold has not decreased in the past 17 decades? Yeah, to me, I like to diversify. Bro. Oh, God. Quebel Cop. So, bro, this is so fucking cringe, man. Could you please tell the viewers, bro? God, man. Jesus Christ, bro. This is kind of like when you see your teacher at the grocery store.
Something else that is very big about gold is that it cannot be printed. You cannot print more.
What the fuck? What? Most materials you can't print. What?
Every single detail is gold.
This shit looks like a butt plug. Bro, what the fuck is this guy doing? Just put the fries in the bag, bro. What even is this shit? Gold Republic. Why is the artwork tokenized? Oh, blockchain! Blockchain alert! Bro, this is some fucking bullshit where you fucking buy 1 piece of it or something, right? If you want to learn how you can co-own. Bro, this is so fucking cringe. Like, I guess it is legitimate, but bro, who gives a fuck? Your entire audience is literally 10 years old, blood. Oh god, bro, this is it, man. This is the video of all time.
It's released around Minecraft. It had more active players in it than any other Minecraft spin-off to date, and today players look back for the game despite it being discontinued. However, what's not discussed at all in the game's design, which potentially led to its fully very mixed and the negative reception, with some players calling it a Microsoft grab, and the fact that and the studio behind it down. What happened to Minecraft Story Mode, and how was it potentially failed almost 10 years ago when it had owned? Is there a chance to make a return in the near future? Minecraft Story Mode, first ever Minecraft spin-off, the episodic, narrative-driven game set world developers who were known for very successful games such as Among Us and The Walking Dead, was highly anti. After releasing the platform, the game would get various updates every until late 2016. 2. In 2018, was from the season also released on Netflix, hopeful for a new installment. However, season 3 was never released, and in September of 2020, games also their work with only about 10% of their employees left remaining to fulfill obligations to partners, which did include releasing. The closure was abrupt, with employees supposedly being only 30 minutes after the announced. They went out. In mid-2019, Minecraft Story Mode was entirely pulled from platforms. It was officially continued. That all begs the question, what happened? Well, let's first look at how Minecraft Story Mode performed. Was the game a monetary success, or was it a failure? Now, when it comes to how well the game didn't account, we have very limited statistics to draw from, as much of that information is not publicly available. However, if we do a bit of comparison, Story Mode becomes clearer. First of all, let's look at the Steam statistics of the game, which contains the publicly available player reviews. Upon release, the game peaked 6,400 players, but it lost over half of that, despite a small bounce back. Later, the game then proceeded to rapidly decline months despite new regularly, and about 1 year after release, Story Mode was only seeing play accounts, hundreds of which continued to dwindle as an estimated 4,000 in copies. Now, obviously, the game was also available on platform, but on PC, Steam was the main platform it was purchasable on. It wasn't available in like other later Minecraft spin-offs. If we compare Minecraft Story Mode's play count statistics to Legends, another Minecraft spin-off, which here you'll see that they had similar play count peaks despite Steam not being the main PC. Legends was available on, also purchasable on, as well as in the official Minecraft. So, based off of this data, Minecraft Story Mode seemed to perform similarly to Minecraft Legends play account, and considering that Steam was the main PC platform, and also that Minecraft overall was popular when released, this does indicate that Story might not have sold too well, or did not perform as well as it should have considering the Minecraft branding. But there is conflicting information against this evidence. First of all, according to anonymous sources from games, alongside the Dead and Minecraft Story Mode was only profitable titles in its years. There isn't any additional information about this vague claim, however, and while Story Mode may have turned profit, it may not have been as predicted or required for a Minecraft game. Second of all, compare the popularity of Story Mode and Minecraft topics in Google Trends, you'll see that Story Mode was significantly popular and remained as such for a while. It actually had even greater popularity in Dungeons, which was considered a success. So the game clearly was popular. Did it really sell badly? Well, here's my leading theory for this discrepancy between popularity and play accounts, of which many of us, including myself, probably contributed to without realizing. How many of you who were interested in Story Mode actually bought the game? Back in 2015, when Story Mode first released, I remember Captain Sparkles played highly, but I never actually bought the game myself because to play it, there was no reason for me. Story Mode is ultimately a story-based game, and while you can make decisions and there are elements, once you know the story, there's really no point in itself. If I'm watching a playthrough of Dungeons, I think, hey, that looks like fun, I want to try it out. But if I'm watching a playthrough of Minecraft Story Mode, I'm not watching gameplay story, and in that regard, I get almost the same, if more experience, watching some YouTuber I like playing it, rather than playing it myself. Obviously, this is just theory, so I conducted a few polls and the opposite. Around 40% of the 30,000 total polls Twitter mentioned they watched a YouTube Story Mode and never actually bought the game themselves. Removing the players who didn't Story Mode leaves us with a result of 55% of players who never bought Story Mode despite being interested enough in it to play through. That's over half of the respondents. Just like how over half of you guys watching this video aren't subscribed. We are almost at 700k subs now, so be sure to subscribe. No pressure. Outside of the game's performance, one other factor that's often ignored when discussing Story Mode though, and that's the fact that despite being positive and look. Now, during 2015 and 2018, when released, feedback was very mixed. I actually remember this. On the announcement of story mode, quite a significant number of people quickly grabbed by Microsoft. They acquired the game 1 year prior. Obviously, this is a prevailing narrative that was spread around by the gaming community, even outside of Minecraft. So much so that you even had articles and videos by big gaming news websites calling it the opposite. Besides those rumors, though, into the actual gameplay, there were some big issues. Many players complained, strange, claiming they looked like a cringe parody, or mentioning they had uncanny movement, specifically with their faces. Basically, the animation and style was massive. Players at the time either loved it or hated it. There wasn't much. The other prevailing issue was relating to the weak and uninteresting characters. Now, obviously, Minecraft Story was a game that was targeted at audiences, so there wasn't necessarily going to be a sure story, but that doesn't excuse the characters from being forgettable and bland. One Reddit comment that the characters were not, I think, was the well. Interestingly, Minecraft planned as a more mature game and was actually reworked to be a family-friendly title instead, so that does track. Another element of negative and exception to the game, which is considered, was the fact that Minecraft Story Mode was the first spin-off, so expectations were high and all over the place from players. Considering that Minecraft opens game where you create your own goals and Story Mode on the opposite, players thought it was very unmindful. Like some going as far as to say that Minecraft Story Mode was a violation of Notch's game. There are elements of argument. Minecraft Story really isn't Minecraft. It just uses a Minecraft and obviously, anybody who was familiar with Telltale would have realized that this game, but I believe much of the factor that they vaguely fight with Minecraft, implying that this was a story version of Minecraft or somehow part of the game. This was the first Minecraft. Many players' expectations were it wasn't what they expected to see, as it was entirely different from Minecraft. Interestingly, outside of the Minecraft games that had complaints, as we mentioned earlier, a potential key reason why the game didn't well financially was because the driven nature meant players didn't feel the need or desire to buy the game and play through it themselves. Longtime fans of Telltale to their older games mentioned that Telltale games such as Story Mode had shifted much more to a narrative style, dropping many of the gameplay mechanics such as games which they found challenging fun. Basically, Telltale's newer games were dumbed down and focused on the narrative of the gameplay, resulting in many Telltale fans not taking this once again was probably done intentionally. Because the target audience is younger, it doesn't necessarily mean that they must be. So, both the Minecraft and Telltale exactly release, as both of them didn't entirely get what they wanted in the game and had many of their own. There were some other technical aspects of the game, including issues, the lack of ability to ease, and also a funny experience which happened to a brother who game where he somehow got soft locked in a specific episode and was unable to progress. But those complaints were minor. Ironically, it seems that many of the caused by these students crunch or having to write game narratives. Is this the end of the line for Story Mode, or could it come back? A year after going out of Telltale was acquired by LCG Entertainment. Years later now, some of their popular titles do have sequels which are in development. However, there has not been any additional information related yet, and the game is still available for purchase, indicating that there may not be enough interest back for it. Telltale also no longer has the game now. Microsoft and that being said, dedicated fans are working and made remake game and trailer 2 months now with animation that seems high quality than the original game. Many players are hoping. The trailer actually has over views, so this is very anticipated. This will not be a new game. of outlines from the original game in a that released on. Despite Minecraft's story modes exception, younger player base it was targeted at who grew up with it. Nostalgic feeling. It remember it fondly. Considered it really was an okay game. Let's just say we've seen story mode is not. And that is the story behind Minecraft story mode. Potential reasons it may have not been successful and why it never got a season, ultimately resulting in it purchase everywhere on video. Be sure to subscribe. Thank you so much for watching.
My name is John, and I have nothing to sell you. What I just said wasn't.
These creepy audios were recorded by astronauts during the Apollo space mission. NASA informs us about the scientific discoveries that have been made thanks to this project, and of course, about the main achievement, landing a human on the moon. What NASA doesn't like to talk about is at what cost they did it. Flying into space is a difficult task, but what is even more difficult is to return from there alive. So what were the most dangerous Apollo missions? The morning of July 16, 1969, an American astronaut, Buzz Aldrin, puts a tiny bowl, breadcrumbs, and a handwritten Bible verse postcard into a small vacuum bag. Very soon, he will accomplish what no one has ever done before him in the history of humankind. He'll step onto the moon's surface as part of the Apollo 11 mission. But this isn't Buzz's first space. As a member of the Apollo 8 crew, he's already completed a human-crewed orbital flight to the moon. The first 10 Apollo projects focused on testing spacecraft, developing technology for spaceflight, and training the astronauts. However, this time, Buzz and his partner, Commander Neil Armstrong, were supposed to land on the moon for the first time, not just observe it from afar. A team of 4,000 people spent several decades developing it, and Buzz Aldrin himself spent 2 years training. Thus, the astronaut was utterly sure of the mission's success and didn't worry at all. He put the bag he just collected in his pocket and work, not even suspecting that he would have to go through all the circles. The launch of the Saturn V launch vehicle was broadcast live on TV in 33 countries on 6 continents. In the United States alone, about 25 million viewers watched it. So at the time of launch, Buzz Aldrin felt the euphoria of all rock stars combined. After a successful takeoff, it took the astronauts 3 days to reach their destination. And now, this long-awaited moment came. The lunar module detached from the command module and was about to land on the moon. Suddenly, Aldrin saw that the navigator flashed the 1202 alarm. The command center reported that the computer was overloaded with tasks, and the navigation system couldn't cope. The module where the astronauts were began to sharply change the trajectory towards a dangerous rocky area. Captain Neil Armstrong decided to act immediately and switch to manual control. The fuel gauge readings were alarmingly low, and the rocket engine kicked up space dust that obscured the view. Even though they were about to crash, Buzz didn't doubt his second, and he was right. Neil managed to successfully land the module. The right to be the first to set foot on the moon's surface was granted to the ship's captain. Aldrin had to go down after it. He didn't even suspect that this would become his stigma for life. At all important events, he'll be called
Moon, the legendary Aldrin.
Although Buzz was a supporter of the scientific approach to understanding the world, he still believed in God. That's why he brought the communion kit to the ship. As Armstrong prepared to leave, Aldrin drank a drop of wine from a tiny bowl, ate breadcrumbs, and read a passage from the Bible. And only after that did he put on a spacesuit and leave the module. At that moment, it even seemed to him that he smelled the moon, which reminded him of ashes. At that moment, the astronaut realized that he hadn't prepared any great speeches for such a historic moment, unlike Neil and his legendary phrase,
Thing any online business needs is a solid payment system, but most are limited and
so Aldrin just said magnificent desolation. On the moon's surface, the team collected soil samples, took many photos, and placed the equipment necessary for further research. In the middle of the mission, Buzz heard a radio signal through his earpiece, informing him about some sudden important call. The astronaut sensed something was wrong. It turns out that the center discovered some kind of breakdown in the system, and they'll now be notified that they'll have to stay on the moon forever. Now, U.S. President Richard Nixon himself got through them on the moon. He asked about the astronauts' success and well-being and said they became the most famous people. After these words, Buzz planted a U.S. flag on the moon and left small presents for Neil. These were postage stamps, coins, aluminum plate with a symbolic message for other civilizations, and most importantly, the Apollo 1 team commemorative medal. After 21 hours and 36 minutes on the moon, to head back, the astronauts successfully took off and docked with the command module. But during their return to Earth, real danger awaited. After the astronauts' capsule passed through the atmosphere and landed in the Pacific Ocean, Buzz noticed that his feet were getting wet. It turned out that the module was depressurized after the fall and water poured into it. Buzz thought how funny it would be to drown in the ocean after having completed such a dangerous journey to the moon and back. But the rescue team quickly responded and promptly delivered a helicopter to the scene, which could lift the astronauts and the capsule. Buzz was very lucky because not only did he survive, but he also completed all the tasks of the mission. Unfortunately, this wasn't possible for the Apollo 12 astronauts. November 14th, 1969, the spaceport at Cape Canaveral, Florida. The commander, Charles Conrad, looked out the window of the Kennedy Space Center. He saw the sky become overcast. It was raining, a strong wind was blowing, and in general, this could have disrupted the second ever flight to the moon and postponed it for another month. The crowd that gathered to watch the launch was much smaller than the one that had come to watch Apollo 11 4 months earlier. But Conrad was informed that there was someone very important in this crowd, Richard Nixon himself. Because of him, the controllers decided not to wait for the weather to improve, carry out the launch when they had planned. That was a huge. At 11:22 a.m. local time, the Saturn V rocket with Charles Pete Conrad, Bean, and Richard Gordon on board took off into the overcast sky. But 36 seconds later, a flash of white lights. Dozens of warning lights lit up in the cockpit at the same time. Although the crew worked out every conceivable scenario during training, none of them had ever seen so many malfunction warnings fired simultaneously. Another 16 seconds after the first flash, the second one. Conrad tried to look at the buttons on the dashboard, but was completely off. The captain had only a few minutes to decide to abort the flight. Despite everything, Apollo 12 was still flying in the right direction. Conrad was very hesitant about whether he should risk his life and the lives of his colleagues. And then prompts from the engineers began to come into his earpiece. He had to immediately find the switch and restart the power. Conrad was furious because every second mattered, and because of the panic, he couldn't cope. Suddenly, his colleague Alan Bean intervened. He quickly found and flipped the switch, and it lit up again. The mission saved. But for how long? The next problem was not long in coming and was associated with the rocket's stages. They were designed so that each next stage separated from the previous one after its fuel supply was depleted. But due to the problems at the start, one of the stages detached later than it should have. As a result, it ended up in the moon's orbit instead of flying into outer space. It could become an obstacle to subsequent missions. The astronauts at that moment couldn't even imagine this part of the ship would wander in space for over 30 years, until a group of amateur astronomers noticed it in 2002. The problems didn't end there. During the landing on the moon, a malfunction was discovered in one of the engines. With great difficulty, the team managed to land the module with minimal damage. The command center controllers were on edge. But the failures of Apollo 12 didn't end there. Conrad's first line on the moon was, the main center was dumbfounded because every word of the astronauts on the moon entered history. But the thing is that before the flight, Conrad had made a bet with a reporter, Oriana Fallaci, for $500 that NASA didn't write the text for the astronauts. Though it wasn't the only funny thing during the Apollo 12 mission. The astronauts brought Playboy images on board and took pictures with them on the moon. And when Conrad had to step on the moon's surface for the first time, he stumbled and fell. At that moment, the astronaut probably felt reassured that the whole world wouldn't see such an epic fall. You see, the astronauts had accidentally damaged the antenna of a color camera that was supposed actions. This whole mission resembled a typical horror movie, when a group of friends is having fun and joking around. Well, the intense music behind the scenes makes the viewer understand that these guys are in danger they haven't sensed yet. While Conrad and his colleagues were absolutely calm, things were much more stressful in the Mission Control Center. The white flash that nearly ruined the whole mission in the first seconds of the flight was lightning. So, due to the malfunctions caused by its impact, the team's landing parachutes would open too early. No one knew for sure if they would work properly or if the entire crew would fall, unable to. NASA decided to hide this information from them. Fortunately, during the flight back to Earth, the parachutes opened precisely. It also turned out that in addition to the problems with the video camera, the astronauts had lost several film magazines. Well, some of the remaining ones got damaged. This was a real blow to scientists who study satellite imaging. Besides, TV channels had already sold ads that were supposed to play during the live broadcast of the first color images of the moon. Alas, it was not so, and it actually threatened any further funding for the project. Still, even this flawed mission cannot be compared to what happened in Apollo 13. John Aaron was
Imagine you find yourself in the 1800s, and you're no longer whoever you are, but instead an early paleontologist who has just stumbled upon a giant lower jaw and some ferocious-looking teeth. And lo and behold, it's a dinosaur. But you don't know that at the time, as it is the 1800s after all, and the only thing you have to fill in the missing pieces is some guesswork and a smidge of imagination, something which was used quite a bit in the early days. But to be honest, really, any time badly preserved and highly fragmented remains are found, it requires a lot of filling in the blanks. However, once in a while, scientists will come across a specimen so complete, so well preserved, that there really isn't much guessing left for them to do. It's just all there. And to me, these kind of specimens represent just about as close to time travel as we can get, giving us an amazing sense for what these prehistoric animals look like. And I always find that the older the specimen, the more wondrous it is. It essentially unlocks a glimpse into a time in Earth's history that was once thought inaccessible. And a pretty good example of this has to do with the troglodyte. Trilobite. You've probably heard of these guys at least once before, or at least should have, as they used to be among the most successful early life on the planet, being a form of arthropod that yielded at least 22,000 known species. In other words, more species than freaking birds. And thanks to this diversity, trilobites greatly differed in sizes, location of residence, and traits, with some having been predators, others scavengers, others filter feeders, and even some others who were planktivores. And it's believed that this group first appeared during the early Cambrian period about 521 million years ago, which also makes them closer to 1 billion years old than 0, which is pretty crazy. And back then, not even a map of the world would have shared any similarities with the present. So it's kind of remarkable that we even know that trilobites existed, and yet at the same time, we do not only know this, but also what some of them looked like exactly. As one remarkable discovery from Morocco revealed, a trove of trilobites that might as well have died yesterday, not 500 million years ago. Now, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the story of Pompeii, a tragic event where a volcanic eruption devastated and buried the Roman city of, well, Pompeii, which not only killed thousands, but also, quote-unquote, nicely preserved some of the more unfortunate victims that were encapsulated in a pyroclastic flow. And this story is relevant because it's believed that 500 million years ago, something pretty much identical occurred, as along the coast of Morocco, a giant volcano violently erupted, sending molten lava and heated gas surging into the surrounding ocean, whereupon it interrupted a group of trilobites just minding their own business. And interrupting is really the understatement of the century, as they got hit so hard, so fast, by the volcanic material, that they essentially became frozen in time, retaining the impression of their soft tissue and being preserved in full 3D, which is an extreme rarity among trilobites, who are usually preserved flat and smushed. Thus, this 3D element has basically given us models of trilobites that we can touch, feel, and look up and down, whereas 2D specimens are admittedly a bit less immersive. Additionally, the flow that smacked these trilobites did so with so much force that it literally shoved hot piping volcanic sludge down their throats. Unpleasant, to say the least, but rather beneficial for us, as what this did was completely sketch their digestive tracts, which is the first for this group, and even led to the discovery of brand new trilobite features, including a labrum attached to a hypostome, a slit-like mouth, and a pair of specialized appendages, which were positioned right next to the trilobite's mouth, probably being designed to have aided in moving food into their waiting orifices.
We have got to the point literally anybody fully working, knowing how to. This is base 44.
And in another first, it wasn't just the trilobites that were preserved by the volcano, but also what was on their shells, being that tiny animals, specifically Cambrian brachiopods, were found attached on their outer surfaces and legs, by using their own soft tissue stalks to root themselves into the trilobites. So, a pretty neat find overall, and the feats of trilobites don't even end here, as we have plenty of other amazing fossils that come from them. Notably, 2 specimens belonging to the species Triarthurus aotonki were found not only 100% complete, but also in pristine state, thanks to their unique burial conditions. You see, this type of trilobite existed during the Upper Ordovician and lived in various different locations, but in Beecher's trilobite bed of New York, they experienced life or death a bit differently than others of their kind, as here, ancient mud flows are frequent, that were highly rich in iron pyrite. And as it so happens, this stuff is pretty good for preservation, and thus leading to our 2 perfectly preserved specimens. Pretty metal, and I mean that literally, no pun intended. And thanks to this quote-unquote solution, not only are the 2 trilobites fully complete, but it is also preserved their gills, antennae, eggs, digestive systems, and their legs in walking position, all finds that alone would be extremely rare, let alone finding them all together, which is simply mind-blowing. It does probably also help by the sheer fact of how many different species of trilobites, and hence trilobites in general, existed throughout the years. However, with that said, you don't need 20,000 plus species to produce some amazing specimens. I mean, just ask the Lystrosaurus, an animal that gets crazier and crazier the more I research it. These little to medium-sized Isonodonts were once Earth's most successful creatures, and a rather unlikely ruler of early Triassic Pangaea. Now, they sure as heck weren't as diverse as trilobites, but they did have a respectable range across the globe, and were quite capable creatures, with this being so nicely demonstrated by the fact that in certain locations, they accounted for over 95% of all life, something we usually don't see. In fact, it's never been seen before or since. Yet, as it turns out, this is just one interesting tidbit about Lystrosaurus, as they're seemingly great at fossilizing as well, because as of now, it is a Lystrosaurus individual that holds the title for the oldest mummy of all time, and the competition isn't even close. In 2022, researchers stumbled upon a Lystrosaurus body unlike anything they've seen before, which dated back to 250 million years ago, but was remarkably well preserved. I mean, I've seen roadkill in worse shape. And this discovery was made in the southern Karoo Basin of South Africa, which today is a semi-arid desert. So not pleasant, but a lush paradise compared to how it was during the early Triassic, with sweltering temps and extreme droughts being very common realities of this. And it's thought that our specimen in question actually exists thanks to these harsh conditions, with the current hypothesis being that the unfortunate Dicynodont was caught out during a severe drought, which caused it to die, wither, and then, taking a page from the Egyptians, mummify. And it was this process that allowed for not only the wrapping, but also the texture of its skin to be preserved, despite, of course, the immense age of the actual specimen. And this also helped reveal some pretty interesting things, namely that despite being neither a reptile nor mammal, the Lystrosaurus had skin more like the hide of a rhino or hippo rather than the scales of dinosaurs or reptiles, with other observations being that Lystrosaurus is also hairless and dimpled. And just when you thought this find couldn't be any more special, it turns out that this specimen was not alone, as around it the team discovered 7 more additional bodies, all of which were in great shape, with one of the others even being a mummy as well. And the fact they died together as a group has also led to its own revelation, which is while Lystrosaurus clearly survived the Permian extinction event and became the Earth's most successful animal of all time, things were by no means easy for them, with these droughts likely being major causes of die-off amongst the genus, with some even attributing the conditions of the early Triassic to their eventual downfall. Now, these mummies, plus the trilobites I talked about, are often considered ultra-preserved because, among other things, they've retained most, if not all, of their entire bodies. Although, with that said, you don't need to have everything to count as well preserved. Sometimes all you need is just one piece of you to age well, very well, which is perhaps best demonstrated by what I would consider to be the craziest pliosaur discovery yet, and a specimen which really drives home just how scary some prehistoric animals were. And can you think of a place where such a crazy animal might be unearthed? Well, if you're thinking Australia, that's a good guess, but you're wrong, because this discovery was actually made in the UK, not perhaps a place you'd expect, as today, the island is known for its typically cold, rainy weather, and a distinct lack of scary animals. Well, not including humans, that is. But millions of years ago, during the Jurassic period, it couldn't have been more the opposite, with tropical lush islands being the name of the game, while warm, shallow seas surrounded them, birthing untold amounts of life, including unspeakable predators like the giant hypercarnivorous pliosaurs, who in that time reigned supreme. And in 2022, a remarkable discovery reminded us just of that fact, and of its power, as the team uncovered a massive skull from quite the unusual location, as it was suspended in the face of a cliff. Could you imagine seeing that one peeking over the edge? Almost scarier than the heights itself. And this skull, of course, belonged to none other than a pliosaur, which was a very easy thing for the researchers to tell, as the head was immaculate, being so well preserved that it's touted not only as the best preserved skull of a plesiosaur, but also that of any marine reptile from this period. It also comes in at a whopping 2 meters or 6 feet long, making it also one of the longest pliosaur skulls ever found, and the individual it belonged to likely would have been more than 10 meters or 33 feet long, weighed multiple tons. Now, the entire head was there and complete, but what was really striking to the paleontologist and the rest of the world were its teeth, which I think are better just referred to as chewing knives, because despite being 150 million years old, they are so well preserved that you could still easily slice your hand on them.
That's the high return resident. Next, in Batumi, tap into a fully branded coastal property, offering up to 12% of the Black Sea's most dynamic. Steps from the sea and minutes from this elegant high-rise features minor finish, panoramic views, and Wyndham management, combining comfort and passive income. Further for investment, enjoy rental management and the year-round demand backed by. Prices start at $115,000, with just 30% down, 0% interest. More detailed floor plan, projected returns, and exclusive ownership advantages in the brochure. Our international team is here to help you claim your piece of.
And you can also clearly make out multiple of their features, including distinct serrations, cutting edges, and grooves, which allowed the Pliosaurus to kill in a pretty gruesome way, as those ridges on the grooves were actually designed to unstick the teeth after they had sunken into flesh, which also means that it wasn't limited to one devastating bite, but rather multiple devastating fast attacks that incurred catastrophic blood loss, limb removal, and death. So certainly a dire situation for its prey, which would not have been helped by the fact that tests in the skull revealed a bite force that was 2 times greater than that of a large saltwater crocodile. Yeah. And even looking past the teeth, we can see more amazing preservation that demonstrates the Pliosaurus lethality. Namely, that a CT scan revealed that sensory pits remained intact, showcasing how they would have been connected to a multitude of vessels or nerves, life, that would have let the Pliosaur detect pressure changes in water. A helpful tool whilst tracking down animals in muddy, murky areas. But keep your fingers crossed, because while we do remain waiting right now, scientists who worked on the site are adamant that the rest of the Pliosaur skeleton is still somewhere in that cliff. Well, so yeah, my fingers are basically about to lose blood flow at this point. Okay, so far I've told you about specific specimens. But what if I told you there is a whole freaking site which is famous precisely because everything in it is so well preserved? Let me introduce you to Lagerstätten. Try spelling that. Now, this isn't the name of some fossil formation, but rather a type of sedimentary deposit that is unusual for its high level of preservation, thought to be caused by certain areas having been anoxic, and thus there would have been minimal bacteria, which meant less decaying of dead animals. And so far, across the world, numerous Lagerstätten formations are known, and they span nearly every geological period. However, amongst the legions, there is one that sticks out the most, and is arguably the most famous, plus impressive. For it's among the oldest known Lagerstätten and still beats even the youngest when it comes to quality, made all the more crazy by the fact that most of it is soft-tissued organisms. This is the Burgess Shale from the Canadian Rockies in British Columbia. Like the trilobites earlier, this place represents Earth over 500 million years ago, 508 million, precise. And unlike any other Lagerstätten, its preservation style is so unique that it even has its own name, Burgess-type deposit, and has the highest propensity for soft-bodied organisms be preserved that we know of, including many of the Cambrian's most funky creations, almost making this place feel more like a portal to an alien planet than a trip to the past. With some of the more cool specimens including the first complete Anomalocaris, a nice imprint of the strange Panarthropoda Hallucigenia, and a pristine Otoia, a strange enigmatic worm-like creature that kind of seems like it came straight out of a horror movie, with the level of its preservation allowing us to be uncomfortably familiar with how it would have looked like. As in the shale, it's even retained the circular indents all around the body, as well as its unsettling proboscis, plus fuzzy head. But when I say fuzzy, I don't mean hair, more like fuzzy flesh-like protrusions. Yum. Now, these are the most well-known specimens, but of course there are other finds too, and the list is very long, so I selected some of the more impressive ones, in my opinion, which consists of the worm-like Amisquia, fins, gut trace, and full body, and then we have the full body, the armored slug-like Wewaxia, as well as the worm-like precursor of arthropods, Dea, its limbs and gut trace. Moving down the line, we also see a bivalved arthropod and its pincers, the primitive arthropod, Burgessia, along with the outline of its actual stomach that was kidney-shaped, and the Stanleycaris, who in one case had its whole head and brain. Yeah, brain. So suffice to say, this is a pretty cool place, and it would take a long time to touch on everything that's been found. So just take note that across the many specimens and creatures, it's routine for researchers to find fossilized exoskeletons, outlines of muscles and growths, plus the actual gut contents of the creatures. Really amazing stuff, with often the best preserved Cambrian discoveries actually coming from here. However, Lagerstätten isn't the only kind of fossilization that tends to hold up well, with another process coming straight from the pages of Jurassic Park. And I'm talking about amber, of course. It has given us some remarkable specimens, including an ancient flea with a plague still inside it, a Cretaceous spider caught mid-attack on a wasp, a whole freaking salamander, and what are undoubtedly the best preserved arthropods ever, which date to 230 million years ago. Jurassic. But as cool as these are, I don't think they outcool another immense example of amber preservation that 100% deserves a shout-out of its own, as to me it represents the full power of amber, as well as my childhood Jurassic Park dreams. And this fossil is a contender for the best preserved dinosaur ever, as I'm talking about a dino that got stuck in tree goop. Now, dinosaurs as a whole aren't probably what you'd expect to find trapped in amber, rather the mosquitoes that bit them, right? And yet, one unfortunate dinosaur was very much trapped inside it, or rather, a piece of it. As in 2015, an amber collector found a strange piece within a mine that seemed to him to contain a plant inside. And so he polished the specimen to jewelry level and then took it off to a market to be sold. But, and thankfully, before he got there, he decided to have a scientist take one last peek at it, given its strange nature. And what a great
Who we play? Local crew. Yeah, they play home. This crew hasn't got home in 30 years. It's James Goldston. I know. Who's up next?
Dette års festival lineup er iskold. Åbn nu hos McDonald's.
decision that was, as after analysis, it was determined not to be plant material, but rather animal material. Dinosaur. That. Now, this was obviously big news, because it's not every day you find ancient life in amber, let alone an ancient dinosaur. And this is arguably the best preserved piece of dinosaur ever, seeing that the bones, muscle, skin, and of course the feathers, were all preserved nigh exactly as they would be in life. Which again, is seriously impressive considering that the dinosaur in question is believed to have been about 99 million years old. And get this, the owner of the fossil, not an avian dinosaur. In other words, not a bird, but rather a non-avian theropod, just like the T-Rex, which in this case is believed to be a Coelurosaur, to be exact. In other words, while we don't know the exact specifics, we do know that it was a part of the clade which contained all theropods more closely related to birds than carnivores. And we know it definitely wasn't a bird because the vertebrae in the tail were not fused into a rod or pygostyle, as it is seen in modern-day birds. And because of this, the tail turned out to be highly flexible and long, while keels of feathers ran down along both sides of it. Miraculously, another observation was made as well, which was about the color, as that too had been preserved, with it having been chestnut brown on top and white on the bottom. And along with the fact that all the meaty parts are preserved, it basically means that you're looking at a real dinosaur tail in all of its glory. So, now you can say that. And maybe you could have said that before if you see my other video on amber, in which I talked about this as well. Another crazy thing about this specimen was that even the quote-unquote liquid, or what had been the liquid, was still inside the dinosaur. And studies on it revealed the presence of ferrous iron, meaning we got dino blood. Though, don't get your hopes too high, because on the molecular level, the sample really ain't worth much as far as Jurassic Parking the creature goes. But it is an important find, as it implies the dinosaur was probably still alive when it got trapped by amber, making this also the first and only known case of non-avian dino death by amber. What a way to go. Now, you may be asking yourself, how does the dino get stuck in the first place? And the answer to that has to do with its size, as this Coelurosaur was definitely a little guy, being a juvenile, and is estimated to have been no bigger than a modern-day sparrow. Funny how small things can change the world. And eventually, paleontologists even learned something new about the evolution of birds thanks to this specimen, as its feathers lacked a shaft known as the rachis, which is found in modern avians. Meanwhile, it did possess barbs, meaning that barbs evolved before the rachis did. Neat stuff. And if you want to learn more about crazy dinosaur specimens, I suggest you check out my video where I did a whole segment on dinosaur mummies, which are pretty gnarly themselves. Anyways, it's pretty obvious that amber is remarkable at preserving things, as was Lagerstätte. But in some ways, they are both actually beaten by something that does have an unfair advantage: permafrost. This is essentially soil, or any underground sediment, that has been below freezing for at least 2 years. Now, 2 years isn't exactly ancient, but some of this stuff can be much older, with the oldest known permafrost being about 700,000 years old. And in the older frost, scientists have hauled up some pretty crazy things, including the best preserved specimens from the Ice Age. And what from this period was the most iconic animal? Well, you should be saying the woolly mammoth, and thus it should come as no surprise that it's from the permafrost that the best preserved mammoth has ever been unearthed, a specimen dubbed Yucca. Now, before I get into this, let me just clarify something, as you might think I'm starting to stray from the whole fossilized business. But keep in mind, a fossil is any trace of prehistoric life that is over 10,000 years old, and thankfully Yucca passes this requirement with flying colors, as after it was discovered in Siberia in 2010, it was deduced to have been a 39,000-year-old juvenile, placing it in the Upper Paleolithic. But based off of appearances alone, it could have come from just a few hundred years ago, or even less, because Yucca was in amazing condition, having been mummified by the freezing permafrost that ended up preserving her entire body, her all. And because of this, we now even have things like a scan of her actual brain, which confirmed that mammoths had typical elephantidae structure, but in Yucca's case lost about 55% of its original volume through the mummification process. And obviously, it's not every day you get your hands on a mammoth brain, and as of now, it's the only intact one ever located. And due to how well Yucca held, we also know that mammoth calves were a blondish red in color, and researchers were even able to extract blood from her body, which was, by the way, liquid. Liquid. Another first in mammoth history. Now, blood alone is crazy, but what scientists did to other sampled cells was truly the true crazy. As in one experiment, a team managed to stimulate her nuclei to perform certain biological activity, which is insane. It honestly gives me some flashbacks to Jurassic Park. However, not everything about this specimen is so grand, as there are elements of tragedy, as Yuka was, in fact, pretty much a baby at the time of her death, being perhaps no older than 6 years old, which thus leads to the question of what exactly happened to her. Originally, based off of some marks and cuts, it was thought that lions, and yes, Siberia had lions at one point, attacked and killed her, but left the carcass due to freezing conditions. And then this idea was later switched out for humans instead of lions. But now, it's actually believed that violence didn't get her, rather just old Mother Nature, who was especially harsh during the Ice Age. Specifically, while...
Tandlæge, der anbefaler jeg Sensodyne, for jeg ved, den virker.
Crossing a swamp, we think that Yuka became trapped in the mud ground, wherein the cold temperatures of the water and the frozen surroundings ended up mummifying her, and thus unknowingly creating a one-of-a-kind specimen. Now, with this all said, while Yuka may be the best preserved mammoth of all time, she doesn't keep the title when it comes to the Ice Age in general, and ironically, the best preserved Ice Age animal happens to be even older, dating back to 42,000 years ago. But once again, this story takes place in Siberia, where in 2018, a team of mammoth tusk hunters were excavating parts of the Badagaika crater, the largest permafrost crater on the entire planet. And while spraying down some mud along its banks, a hunter started to notice something poking out. And given the large amounts of specimens from this area, it was immediately thought to be a piece of an Ice Age animal. But what they did not expect was for this said piece to really be an entire freaking horse that was 100% complete. I'm talking about hooves, fur, and even eyes, all included despite it being over 40,000 years old. And the inside of this horse was arguably even more impressive, as after cutting it open, they discovered not only its digestive tract in perfect condition, but once again, liquid blood, which, given the age of the horse, makes it the oldest liquid blood ever discovered. And along with some red, they also found some yellow, you get my drift, with liquid urine also being extracted. Another record in the age department. And what scientists were able to do with these liquids, more so, the blood, is arguably even more impressive than the experiments ran on Yuka, where they weren't just able to extract DNA, but literally grow tissue from the horse's cell, a step towards bringing this animal back to life, according to the team. And the team has also stated that given its preservation, they will try to clone the creature, albeit admitting that it is still a long shot. Because in case you didn't know, bringing back extinct animals is a bit trickier than one might think. And yes, I did say extinct. As though this was a horse, this is not a kind you can find anymore, with this specimen belonging to a Lena horse, or Equus lanensis, a species that once roamed large parts of Siberia, from the late Pleistocene all the way to the recent Holocene, with the youngest specimens being about 5,000 years old. And on average, they were smaller than your typical horse, but they did possess unusually muscular and stocky builds that helped protect them from the brutal cold in the places they lived, with some estimates even stating that temperatures could have dropped to minus 70 degrees Celsius or minus 94 degrees Fahrenheit. So, in other words, cold enough to freeze the surface of your eye if kept open within 1 minute. Pretty cool. And yes, pun intended. Which also makes it pretty amazing that such a fun-sized and cute-looking creature could be so freaking darn tough. But that's evolution for you. And it's also pretty amazing that we have such well-preserved specimens, such as this horse and all the others that I just talked about. And I can only hope that in the future, there will be even more discoveries, and thus, talk about. Thanks for watching, and until next time, on Extinct Zoo.
Who abandoned them all those years ago. It's peak Far Cry content. Hell, the devs were really having fun. But why sneak in when you could just load a car with C4 and roll it into the camp? Z-Taxi! Gaming. Some outposts also have caged animals. Oops. Would you like reasoning on that? Later outposts have specialized pirates, snipers that can see, heavy gunners that you can take down early in the game, and mostly MC Ride. Enemies on their own are never really a problem, especially melee-based ones that have no range. It's when they work together, using the foliage as cover to coordinate attacks, they become a real challenge. A shotgunner on his own won't be a problem, but when closing the gap or you're already dealing with range pirates, the variety always keeps Jason moving. In my opinion, some of these outposts, devs wanted you to spot it, because in this game, it's infinitely more when things go wrong instead of the way you. But by reclaiming these outposts, start a rather large surrounding area is cleared of pirates, good for natives, but bad for gameplay. Though pirates wander around the island, the game becomes incredibly boring. Pirates can interfere with your side, control the surrounding area, and set up roadblocks. This is just replaced with civilians crying over a get over it, he'll respond. This in turn gives the nothing to do, so most likely they'll be eaten by a bugger or ask you to fix their car with a repair tool. Seriously, take one inventory. Even claiming an outpost, the Rakyat do nothing. They pull up in their jeep. I assume after a 5-hour drive of listening to Kids Bop God's Plan on repeat, they get out the car, walk around like they did all the work, contributing absolutely nothing. I'm not even joking. Back to these outposts an hour later, the ghost town. No pirates or Rakyats, nothing here. But you know what? There's one thing the Rakyat do. One thing how they contribute to society.
We have the outpost, but there is still more to. Should take a look at the jobs on the bulletin board.
We help out the items on the bulletin board.
Continue in the path of the warrior. Check out the jobs on the bulletin board.
Still more to do. Taking care of jobs on the bulletin board would be great.
We have the outpost.
The bulletin board is an unlock after taking an outpost, giving you an option for side mission. You've got wanted dead, where you have to kill a pirate captain with your knife. It tries to recapture the essence of the outpost. The areas are too open and you don't have much. Plus, one time I failed, literally doing what the game asked me to.
Continue in the path of the warrior.
You also have Path of the Hunter, where you take it upon yourself to reduce the animal population as much as possible before the WWF show up. You have to use a specific weapon to hunt each time, but you want to know a secret? Yes, Ubisoft gave you that pump-action shotgun to kill those endangered bears. Didn't say what kind of shotgun you have to use. Go to a merchant, buy a Spaz 12, and now you have a fully automatic shotgun, and all threat in the game is removed. All in all, these missions are, especially when the devs give you a purposely underpowered gun. There's one mission that gives you a Scorpion, unironically the weakest weapon in the entire game. The aim is atrocious, meaning you'll have to get up close and kill 3 black bears, animal with one of the highest aim. Also, it's impossible to kill one of these mag, leaving you totally exposed during the flow. There's also rare variants of the mission. Your inventory capacity. All of these can be killed with a bow. Assume because using a gun would make it more easy.
Undskyld.
Oh, nice. You play achievement. To redeem a wallpaper. You can find huge red stones called Trials of the Red. These ask you to kill as many pirates as possible in a certain time limit. And to be honest, this side content is really fun. Being given infinite grenades or infinite rockets in a short 2-minute window is great, while also trying to keep in mind you can shoot barrels to extend your time further. Only criticism is that they're all a bit too easy. I never really felt like I had 110% effort just to get the top score. What else is there? Oh yeah, I remember. The game has side missions. Well, a lot of them are just fetch quests, like I mentioned earlier. But some of them ripping storylines. One mission, a woman asks you to investigate a recent plane crash. But the twist is, find the plane is decades old. The woman is definitely, probably a ghost.
In the village nearby?
Yeah, why?
Hey? Oh, nothing. Only that there's no old woman who lives there.
Very spooky. Another asks you to photograph dead pirates. Wait, isn't this just a fetch quest? Oh, never mind. You take the pictures only to find out the man is a necrophile.
To analyze the pictures in private before posting them.
How brave. Another woman asks you to spy on her husband, thinking he's cheating on her, only for you to discover he's gay. The woman, the ghost, all along. Right, I made the last bit up. Guy is... That's why he wasn't with his wife.
You're being unfair. About me. About Vicar. About me.
Yet another woman asks you to scare a stalker away, shooting near him, not at him. I instantly got reminded of a side mission in GTA 4 where you had to scare a girl's abusive boyfriend without actually killing him. In GTA 4, you can kill him. The scene plays out differently. But here, I don't know why he's even scared of you. He's completely bulletproof. All of these quests, one, give no unique reward, just cash money, which is mostly used to buy and upgrade weapons. Extended magazine and silencer? No thank you. I'll cover my gun in a cool looking paint.
Engraving. Give you no tactical advantage whatsoever.
Whoa! Wanted, you could be a sweaty assassin, putting silencers on every single gun with no drawbacks whatsoever, but the game becomes incredibly boring when you do. To counter this, there could have been a system where silencers could wear down and break, so you couldn't rely on them as much. That would really help create an unexpected chaotic scenario that this game revels in. Notice that the optical sights you use are damaged and hard to actually look through. You've got scratches on the lens and sun rays blocking your view. I thought that was really cool. Like, you know, it played with the jungle setting of everything already being pre-owned, and it didn't turn the optical sight into a click to win. But when you switch from the optical sight to any sniper scope, it is completely pristine. Genuinely like it's a bonus or something. Like, it would have been cool if you could buy, I don't know, qualities of attachment, like a cheap scope that'd be full of cracks and grime, and more premium price scopes that would, you know, look like this. Another problem with attachments is they're way too affordable and basically overpower every gun. If you equip a semi-auto rifle with a scope and a sniper, you'll basically have a semi-automatic sniper. These have no chance. Even playing on the highest difficulty, I had to have taking off silencers, equipping lower tier weapons. Otherwise, the gameplay just wasn't interesting. They could have countered this by having better weapons, have ammunition that costs a lot more and is incredibly rare. This would force you to save better weapons for special occasions. Talking about the weapons a bit more, I love them. I think they perfectly encapsulate what the Rook Island is, a huge dumping ground for corrupt. There are a fair amount of guns in the game, and pretty much all of them hail from far off. Carries over the same concept of smuggled weapons from Far Cry 2, except those guns could actually...
Where do you get the weapons? It's a romantic notion that they all came out of the Soviet Union. Population. Get a ceasefire area. I think they fly 2,000 tons. They sell them to me. I resell them. The rest most be an army. So some of it's very old. They're not. The dead are biodegradable.
The economy of Rook Island is actually interesting. Items you find on Island that were no value are now treasured, and vice versa. Gold chain? Get that trash out of here. Cracker pipe? All of these as well have Dark Souls tier item descriptions, giving you seconds of world building. The collectibles in this game are a mixed bag. Letters of the Lost give world building, telling stories of Japanese soldiers slowly going insane. Finding 6 of these unlocks a Tanto knife that instantly kills all but heavy enemies in one hit. I like the letters. Only 20 of them. I don't like the relics. In total, there's 120 relics on the Rook Islands, each one representing part of Jason's tattoo. Spider relics are found in caves. Dark relics are found underwater. Boar relics are usually hidden behind a wall that Buzz Lightyear's laser could destroy. And Heron relics are high up places. So, unless you have a glider, you're rubbing up against the geometry, trying to mantle up to get them. Collecting enough relics unlocks special syringes. At 30 relics, you get untouchable, which makes you invulnerable to everything. Fall damage? Not a problem. Gunfire? One of those Nerf guns. Although, for some reason, devs did decode in quick time events, so they still instant kill you. Collecting 40 relics unlocks Touch of Death, a syringe that lets you instant kill anything in one bullet. Although, Ubisoft missed a massive opportunity by not making the right instant kill. They're, oh yeah, the main story. After making sure Daisy is okay, the next couple of missions involves sabotaging the pirate's business, trying to track down the rest of his friends. I ran the game on ultra settings so you guys could get the best quality experience. Oh, whoa! Not sure why the TV survives. Ubisoft parasitic. Your mom. These couple of missions prove to Jason he can deal with the pirates alone. He doesn't need help. While this is a stronger person, in Dennis and the Rakiat one, all this killing is making him parts of himself in the process. Eventually, Jason finds Liza, his freezer from the pirates, nearly dying more. And during the escape, you can tell that Liza and Jason are dealing with the situation a lot different. Hey, you're making me sick. Now, you could argue that quirky Nathan Drake dialogue, Jason trying to be the funny man in a tense situation.
Is there an ancient ritual dagger in your pocket?
Oh, maybe I'm just happy to see it.
At one point, he screamed Serpentine, reference to the 1979 comedy film The In-Laws. But you know what? Our tobacco pipes indulge what the writers were probably trying to aim for. Jason right now having a complete power trip. He comes across as uncaring for his safety or his girlfriend's. He just wants to nay as many pirates as possible. I'd stop. Doesn't seem glad he escapes more. Racked up so many kills. Furthermore, when consoling Liza, he totally discounts her fears and puts himself as the guy who's going to fix everything. Did it!
Hey, listen, I'm fixing this.
Even when being reminded of his passing, Jason just had to shrug it off, considering it less important.
It's dead.
Normal for people to stonewall as part of the grieving process, or to focus on other things so they don't get consumed by emotions. But by not properly taking the time to acknowledge Grant's death and mourn, Jason is isolating himself when his friends need him the most. Liza's taken to a cave underneath Dr. Earnhardt's house. This is where any rescued friends end up. They have another conversation about nearly dying, but Jason seems to shrug it off, not heeding Liza's warnings.
We nearly didn't make that escape.
Lisa, I've got this.
Anyway, started blasting. Thank God I went down to Gunther's Guns and picked up a spare.
Now, you guys want to know a secret? Something not even Matt Pat Candlestick Man has found out? In a corner of the same cave, on a pot of pills I assume Dr. Earnhardt left behind. Given the prompt, you can eat one. Flashback to Bangkok, days before you skydive to Rock Island.
Fifth floor massage.
It's actually really jarring seeing all your friends together. It's a far cry from the... Get it? Get it? Get it? Far cry? The name of the Thai bar, which I'm not even going to try to pronounce, means far shout. So, you can't be more on the nose than that. No big twist. You and your friends enjoying a night out. Your objective is literally to buy everyone drinks. You can tell, however, that this content that they try to reapply into the game. Any NPC that isn't from your group looks even more cardboard than usual, and the majority of the club is blocked off by two guys trying to woo miladies. I guess Jason's social anxiety won't. Whatever. Also, the cutscene where you get the drinks, exact copy paste the intro video. After taking your wake up, apparently one far side of no music playing. You're left alone with your thoughts on how Jason ended. Honestly, it's amazing world building, reminding the player that Jason did have a normal life before. It's sad because I bet most people miss these pills the first time playing the game. There's no mission marker, just a tiny glowing bowl. I wish the game had more story building segments like this. Eventually, Jason gets a meeting with Citra, Rakiat's leader. She's a very interesting I'll talk about later. Initially, she has no interest in a soft American white boy like herself. And just when she's about to turn you away, you mention that Vars killed your brother. Suddenly seems to take interest. Look, my brother.
Busted.
I will do anything to get him back.
Your tablet up vague information about her. They call her a warrior god. They know that she's resisted Vars, Hoyt, and their pirates away. She gives Jake a bottle, tells him the following.
Bring me what has.
Dennis seems extremely happy Citra even wanted to speak with you.
Will they fight you?
Dennis is clearly someone who fiercely respects Citra. He's the person who gave him purpose on the island. After drinking what I guess is liquid LSD, you trip out again, but instead of looking past like mushrooms, you look ahead at possibility. Jason follows a man in a white suit and see what looks like ceremonial. We can only assume that that is the thing that Citra turned to her. Jason wakes up, to Dennis, tells him where to head next. He also fits your arm with a longer tattoo sleeve, giving you the ability to unlock more perks that were previously. This diegetically shows that Jason is improving, turning into a warrior the Rakiat desire, and Dennis is rewarding him with more capacity to grow his strength. Dennis's directions take you to Bad Town, the North Island's biggest village. There's nothing really to do here apart from one vendor and a poker game. The rest of the villagers are all set dressing. And if you couldn't tell from the town having the word bad in it, not a great.
Mr. Taster, he's got my. Give me back my toast for you!
Isn't he?
You can even find one woman if you stand around along it. Break the wall, talking directly to the player, calling Jason a puppet.
Did you red? We're all red. I can see your strings. Like a boy. Down. Down.
Even references characters from Far Cry, primarily Ruben or journalists.
A war journalist looking for a story to redeem me.
Also, your main target in the previous game, Jackal.
No! Was a smuggler and a ship captain. Got me out.
After seeing the guy in the white suit, ladies and gentlemen, can I present to you a Ubisoft failing mission? Alright, to be fair with them, there's only one in the entire game, but it's terrible. You have to follow the guy at a snail's pace, periodically stand still just to inhale the fresh rotting fish, I guess. Also, if you go more than 7 micrometers away from him, countdown starts or you fail the mission. I'm hidden behind some boxes 10 yards away from him. The game thinks I need to move in closer. Also, the devs clearly didn't know what to do if anyone actually got spotted by him, so he just turns into a normal NPC and flees. When you eventually follow him into it, like most people, he doesn't take too kindly to strangers.
You have 10 seconds. Detonate the C4 under the table and this whole place explodes like a...
Jesus!
I doubt it. 5 seconds.
Patient.
Really?
Yes!
This is Willis Huntley, CIA agent, undercover on the island to keep tabs on illicit activities. I personally love Willis, purposely over-exaggerated American, putting patriotism before anything else, comparing any scenario to something stereotypical with American culture.
Would you consider yourself a patriot, Mr. Brody? Thing is, the real patriot doesn't...
He's almost like any Hideo Kojima bad guy, but instead he works for the player. Willis gives you the mission to destroy the pirate's business, so the big boss Hoyt comes down to investigate. And to those who haven't played the game before, it's a mission where you burn weed as a Skrillex song. Again, current year. Returning to Willis, Jason asks if he ever leaves his base, which he gives a very interesting answer.
Hey, do you ever go out on recon with your guys?
The reason I have the American flag in here is society, order. There, the jungle, our brains go dark little by little. Forget where you're from. Far.
Quite overdramatic, but does make sense. By lying to himself and calling his base home, Willis never needs to venture out, therefore never exposing himself to the jungle.
What was that noise?
Jason has done the opposite. So much he became involved with the tribe. The killings, the tattoos, the weird LSD trips. Willis has to deal with anything. He knows the island is dangerous and chooses to disconnect himself until he returns to America. After saving one of Willis's contacts and taking a picture of some low-res documents, find the location of another one of your friends, Oliver Kaz. You find and liberate him as he's about to be sold off, I assume to star in the 17th Taken film. And the pirates respond to you sniping them by trying to shoot Oliver. They're not even trying to incapacitate him, they're just going for kill shots. Finally meeting Oliver face to face, he acts too calm.
Oh, let's get out of here!
I thought this was easy character writing, but Oliver assumed he was being taken back home to his parents. Dad paid the ransom.
They're putting the screws to my dad. He was about to give them a ton of money.
Ollie, he would have been sold right into slavery afterward, even if he paid.
Shh. Some heavy shit, man!
The dropping Oliver in the ship cave, Liza gets your attention, showing you she's built a cross for Grant.
I'm building a cross for.
Oh yeah, remember your dead brother? Probably don't. All the missions, collecting and killing, have distracted Jason from mourning his brother. Liza is trying to be Jason's anchor, reminding him of the life he has to go back to once the is over. But Jason keeps pushing her away. He doesn't want to leave the dream world because all that waits back home is mediocrity.
And you shouldn't. I'm just worried it's affecting you.
I'm taking control of my life first
I know,
time.
you're
That's
right.
a good
You've
thing.
been working hard on that. Get it. Rest out. Get it later. Love you.
Also, while you're in the French, you can talk to characters you use, and the dialogue varies wildly. Talking to Oliver, he just says he wants to get stoned, nothing really of note.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a fire to inhale.
But one time, Daisy, Jason opens up to her a lot more. Not in a good way.
I never thought I'd be able to kill someone. First time it felt. Which is good, right? Now, feels like winning.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
This is probably one of the most powerful scenes in the game. No dramatic music to tell you how to feel, just Daisy's horrified expression you've just said. She doesn't even know what to say. You just both agree to say nothing and leave it at that. You can also take another pill before leaving. You trip out again at the same club you were, only more is now accessible. You can buy drinks at the bar, apparently dying after 3 shots. Why can no video game betray alcohol? You can even go onto the dance moves. Again, it's stupid, but it reminds you how, even though you're basically in hell at the minute, there are other people living normal lives. Flashback ends with Oliver and Keith being harassed by 2 locals. Keith taking the dominant role, standing up.
No more fights, I promise.
Someone else, guys. Hey, you asshole. You think you're better than us? Yeah, I do. It's on. Not yours.
Later on, you're contacted by Willis, telling you that one of your friends, Keith Ramsey, has been bought by the pirates and sold to a man called. You track him down in the Badtown bar, and within the first conversation, you can really tell what kind of character he is.
You're Buck. Birthday? It must be Christmas.
I'm here for my friend, Keith.
Doesn't ring a bell.
You bought him from Hoyt.
Ah, he said his name.
Buck Hughes is a vile character. He represents the first major hurdle Jason has to overcome. At the minute, Vass is nowhere to be found, probably off harassing more locals. And Hoyt is conducting business on the southern island. Buck represents the sexual desire of the island. If you notice, when you first meet him, his eyes are checking you out constantly, and he compares most situations to sexual reference.
Come on, ask me, what are they looking for? Paid you for that. Really should. Know what I want. I can Keith instead.
Jason even foreshadows Buck's character before he meets him proper.
So his name is Buck. He lacks the
Yeah, I know it's a Kill Bill reference. I'm really trying for this video, right? If Buck looks familiar to anyone that hasn't played Far Cry 3, that's because Mafia City uses his character model asset in the ads they stick all over YouTube. They even use Sam Fisher too. Like, how has there not been a lawsuit over this? Buck wants on a knife, exact knife once returning to her tribe. In return, he'll give you back your friend Keith. He won't let on to why he needs. He was very protective.
Seen this knife before.
Art! History of this and you and Keith 4 arches squeezed together.
The next 5 missions dedicated solely to Buck as you try to track down the location of the knife. Now, these missions vary massively in quality. The first, you get information off an anchored ship for the location.
Let me be clear.
Now, a mission like this actually sounds pretty cool. You know, a stealth mission where you have to infiltrate a ship and stick around taking down occupants not to alert any suspicion.
A little fucking knife that to get me, but you're too bloody incompetent, too fucking lazy to get it for
The only problem is there's only 2 ways to get onto the boat. 2 ladders either side on the back end of the boat. And when you climb up either of these ladders, you'll probably be instantly spotted from enemy placement, sending the whole ship into high alert. I don't even know why they gave you 2 separate ladders to climb if they're essentially right next. It would have been cool if there were, you know, actually inventive ways to get on the boat instead of just wooden ladders. I mean, what if you used the hang glider insteed? They're dotted all over the island, and it's perfect to get an aerial drop on a mission. Or maybe even like a hatch to get into the ship. Like, come on, man. Even Banjo-Kazooie did this. When you get into the ship and find the laptop, it's protected by a heavy gunner, but he's facing his back towards you. Keep in mind, it's impossible to do a heavy takedown at this point in the game. The perk you need to do it is Citra again much later into the game. Heavy gunners are incredibly slow, only being able to walk covered in Kevlar armor. And for some reason, they're the only enemy that wear sandals. What are those? Incredibly resistant to small arms fire, taking multiple sniper rounds in the face just to drop them. But thankfully, again, your boy, Ubisoft added a flare gun into the game that is so fundamentally broken, a 50-50 chance to either do no damage at all or instant kill someone that walked within a 5-kilometer radius. Jason gets onto the laptop to find the location of the dagger. He does that thing with the laptop that happens in like every media ever, where he presses a bunch of random keys and the laptop starts displaying hundreds of windows with way too much information for anyone to process. But hey, it looks cool, right? You could have at least, you know. You grab some weird disc thing, and then the game goes full Michael Bay mode. Of course, it was booby trapped. You know how pirates work. They don't trust anyone, even themselves. The boat sinks and you try to escape while it floods. It's a pretty cool sequence. You have air canisters to replenish your oxygen, a generous thought to people who didn't bother to upgrade their lung capacity in the skill tree, and you have to push away pirates that are so hell-bent on looking cool when they kill you, they still have their aviators glued onto their face. You escape the ship just in time, and when you wake up on the beach, Buck is there to greet you.
Which I love. Get the fuck up! On. There you go. On my project, it wasn't. Oh.
Finding out you didn't get the knife, he begins to taunt you by saying how Keith isn't doing too great. See, Buck is like Vaas, not as psychotic, but still enjoys playing with his food. He maintains the composure of Hoyt, the insidious intent of Vaas. I believe on these missions, he knew all along where the location of the knife was, but he sends you to your death multiple times just for his amusement. This is further proof to follow the compass and the marker. Buck's there waiting for you.
You knew where I was supposed to go. Why didn't you just tell me?
Don't get your knickers in a twist. I'll play the bloody game you are.
Spectator, you. Expect a good show, eh? Also, he does that video game thing where he walks behind you and just disappears from the entire planet. Why don't the devs think that people are going to turn around when a cutscene ends? Anyway, you enter the bunker and find that the pirates are already there. I can only assume Buck sent them to the location, hoping they'd kill you and pillage the compass off your body. Once you kill them and blow a charge they were planning to move through the level, it changes drastically. Something Far Cry 3 really hasn't tried yet. Once you get past the giant hole in the wall, there are no pirates. They only managed to push so far underground. Now you're in uncharted territory. The environment changes massively as well, fully turning into this ancient sunken city collapsing around. There are pitfalls, big buttons you have to press in. There's even a puzzle where you have to shoot support beams to raise the water to escape. Not exactly 300 IQ gaming, but it's nice the devs tried something new here. It made me feel like I was back on my PlayStation 1 playing Tomb Raider before I actually had any real life responsibilities. If you're a 90s kid, please like and subscribe. But as soon as it's getting good, mission ends. You pick up another compass piece, you cave in, and in true Indiana Jones fashion, you have to escape. You can even see an overview of the entire lost city, but you don't get to explore it. The game doesn't let you. Clearly, the devs were going to try something new here, and I just wish they stuck with it. After escaping, you're greeted by Buck again, who turns sour when finding out again.
I don't have your knife, right? No. Jason, that's not all right. You're busy playing games, aren't you? Fine. I'll play a game of pin the tail of donkey with keys.
Buck also alludes to knowing the location of the knife the entire time.
You know where I'm supposed to go, don't you?
Alright. Just know where you're headed.
He even teaches you a little history lesson about the island before each mission, about empires betraying each other for treasure stashed underneath the island. He seems to be more interested in your venture than the actual knife itself.
Listen up. Remember Zing He? With his treasure ships out trying to collect riches for the Mings? Well, fucking Zing He, he's got this captain called Lin Kong. Lin Kong in AWOL. What do you think happened to the treasure? Treasure House has been after that crap ever since. Even the bloody chaps told the island apart looking for it, but nobody knows where it is.
And if you're wondering, yes, I've tried to kill him. Fortunately, he has plot immunity. This mission takes you into a mine shaft where you kill racially insensitive pirates. There's also a couple of useless gimmicks in this mission that are never seen or used again. There are minecarts you can push to create cover from sniper fire, but literally pointless. There's only 2 snipers that you can easily run past, and the minecart has no cover from enemies shooting over the bridge. Hardest difficulty, by the way. There's pillars you can shoot to crush enemies with rocks, although why would you? Most of the enemies die in a single shot anyway. Repeated this segment about 3 times to try and actually crush someone with rocks. I could never get them to line up right. You enter an area the pirates haven't touched yet, again, repeating the same layout as the previous mission. But this time, there are Komodo dragons. How have they survived down here the way? Like, there's no other animals in the water. Maybe this is my personal hell for all the Komodo dragons I've killed before. Anyway, same thing as last mission. Pick up thingy in cave. Cave falls in, and Buck is there to greet you.
Fuck off, me.
But this time it's a little bit different. Instead of being an errand boy, Jason built enough courage to properly confront Buck.
Stay away from me.
He only backs down and realizes if he does this, the game, and kills Keith prematurely.
You call the shots now? Is that what you're doing? Victor. Apparently I'm no longer calling the shots, so dismantle everything. The Keith up. Wait. Mate.
Why is Buck's phone screen texture of the whole phone itself? This time before I met Buck, I got a group of Rakyat together, drove up to Buck, but confronted, they got in the driver's seat and took off. I assume they've got more bulletin boards to take care of. The next mission is finally acquiring the knife, but not without another mission with gimmicks that change next to nothing in gameplay. This cave has sulfur that are more of a nuisance than anything. For something that burns nearly 200 degrees Celsius, it really takes a while to chip away at your health. I think a dog bite does more game. The devs must have known this because the death animation by sulfur is just you scratching your arm a bit and then healing over. It would have been cool if you could have shot the pirates on weak platforms only for them to fall into the sulfur pit for like a unique death animation, or maybe have platforming segments where structures would break under your weight, creating kind of urgency. Again, the sulfur's a really cool idea, but really underused. Anyway, you know the score by now. Go to an unexplored part of the cave, fight some Komodo dragons, grab thingy, cave does fall in, leave cave. I love the concept of these, but just because it worked once and you get to repeat it in the exact same format 2 more times. Anyway, for once, Buck isn't waiting for you and wants you to meet him at his house. Also, by the way, his house is literally right next to Bad Town. You can even see the bar where you first met him from. Originally, I felt really insulted and nearly broke the game for me. The only thing stopping me from barging into Buck's house earlier, the prompt didn't come up at the door. But I guess you could argue this by saying Jason's changed since the first encounter. He's colder and more demanding. A Buck sending you on a suicide mission accident made Jason stronger. More kills means more tattoos, making Jason more powerful, story and gameplay wise.
Go fuck yourself.
Give the knife to Buck and find Keith, clearly in worse shape than any of your previous friends. He recoils when you go near him, begging you not to hurt him.
Please don't, please. I can't take it anymore.
It's a stark contrast to seeing his dominating personality in the club flashbacks. This is someone who's trapped and afraid. The game doesn't outright say it, but it's pretty apparent that Buck bought Keith as a... only used him as bait for you afterwards.
Actually, what I said was, Keith, dude, but you're not going.
We're walking through that door.
Jason goes lightheaded, and when you come to, the room has changed. The walls are removed and lights hang apparently nowhere. The background is plausible, but that's the point. Jason, out of his own mind, has created an arena to confront Buck in. I believe this is his way of coping with the situation. Assuming you don't fail the quick time event, you kill Buck in a quick, clean, and efficient way. There's no joy taken in killing him. He was an obstacle in the way. When Jason comes to, and shaking, realizing what he's killed many pirates before this, Buck was a faceless merc. For someone who wanted to dominate and control Jason. And without Buck being involved in the story, I don't believe Jason would have the strength to take on Varsal. Plus, it's another Australian off the earth, so... Keith begs you not to tell anyone about what happened. Clearly traumatized.
Tell them about.
Oh, by the way, he tells you that your younger brother Riley is dead. He just walks off.
Get right, and we'll be back in Santa Monica in no time.
We step.
Believing his brother is actually it's Jason Snell, applying Sony Vegas vignette filter, promising to kill them all.
I'll get them. All of them. Where?
Liza again concerned for you once you stay and grieve. You can tell she cares because she closed a book she was Ubisoft. Really the bravest of
You.
Jason again pushes her away. His way of grieving isn't to talk it out, to kill as a distraction.
You stay here. You take care of you.
Stop making this about us.
What are you talking about?
You can talk to Oliver. This is pretty much the closest he gets to character development outside the pothead in a slang movie.
Happy 420. This is the top 30 owners of Friday.
I heard about your brothers. That's fucked up. We all took care of each other. Your dad died. Lucky to have you around. My parents were too busy traveling the world to notice me. You guys are my family now. Losing Riley and Grant fucking hurts.
Although apparently still too much of a pothead to share his stash.
Hey, can I? No.
You're next, Oliver, right after my overprotective girlfriend. There's a third and final pill you can take, which takes you back to the club in Bangkok. The guys that were in the toilets now attack you. Escape into an elevator, seeing everyone in your group. I'm not sure who Mr. Bean is, though. It's in the intro video, but never named. I assume like a cook character that Vars killed off screen.
You what? Like I did your friend. What the fuck up?
You can even see him talking, but like nothing comes out of his mouth.
You got anything else specific planned?
No, we're just seeing where the flow takes us.
You also have a new guy in your group. Jason introduces.
Oh, hey, everyone. This is Doug. PJ here, an all-around excellent guy.
Hey, Doug.
Your older brother, Grant, is the only person to say.
That's what I'm fucking...
Your new friend, Doug, if that even is his real name. The entire reason your brothers are dead, your friends are stranded, and Jason is slowly going insane. He's the catalyst for the entire game. If you never met him, Jason and his group would have just gone back to America and lived their average life. There's no proof he's a spotter, but it can be assumed by him donning mostly red, much like us and his pirates. Oh yeah, and the lead writer confirmed it on Twitter, so yeah, not much to go off. Back in the present, you can talk to Daisy again, and you can really feel Jason's arrogance grow.
He's sleeping. Seems pretty fucked up. Going out there.
I feel like I'm invincible. You guys I'm worried about.
This is the way Jason's always acted with his friends. The island's killing Buck was a turning point. Much as Jason is now his own master, it's corrupted him. He begins showing his knife off to Daisy, who isn't too pleased.
What's that?
Oh, this is from the tomb of a Chinese warrior.
What fire are you making?
Why? This knife is going to save us.
Pretty designed fully. Knives take people away. They don't bring them.
Wait, stop. Later on, you run into Dennis, telling you he's leading an attack for prisoners taken by the... Then proceeds to run in the opposite direction back inside the temple. You link up with the Rakyat, who clearly didn't get the same mocap budget that Dennis got. He gives you the explosives, and after planting what clearly isn't for, you get a call from Liza and Hart's phone.
Hello? Kind of busy. What's up?
What's coming along? Back here.
Not sure.
You are coming.
Yeah.
Okay. Soon.
Jason now seems indifferent to Friend's escape. Like, you know, she fixed the boat. You know, the only thing that can guarantee you safe travel off the island, the thing that can actually bypass the magical barrier that whoops you back to the island, Jason should be relieved, but he's so consumed helping the Rakyat and liberating the island. His home of California with vegan options on the burger menu just seemed completely alien to him. When the ambush actually begins, you're not ambushing pirates. These guys seem a lot more organized than soldiers. I'll talk more about them later. You eventually get to the convoy truck, and inside is... Vast Montenegro is the heart of Far Cry 3, and the only real reason I'm making this video. One thing to note is that in the 35 hours I played Far Cry 3, only about 15 minutes had anything to do with Vast. It's stunning how such an amazing character was so under game. This is a curse the stuff can't ward off in performance. 4 hours of gameplay, bad guy appears for a cutscene. 4 more hours of gameplay, bad guy appears for a cutscene. Repeat for about 2 more times, and then the bad guy dies. Maybe sometimes you might get lucky and have an antagonist mock you on the radio, but that's nothing compared to seeing them in person. Vast is the head of the party. As most of them lack any sort of real personality, to save time and resources, most of the pirates have their faces covered with helmets and bandanas. I think their biggest character development is stating the various STIs they've contracted. Vast is important because he is the island and everyone on it. He represents what people will become if they spend too long there. He is the decay that transfers onto Jason and starts his descent during the events of the game. I think I'm so infatuated with Vast because we see so little of him. There's 3 main villains in Far Cry 3, arguably a 4th I'll bring up later. Honestly, you could scrap all of them, just have Vast, and the game would be infinitely better. Hoyt, Vast's employer, just reminds me of the mobsters from the John Wick film. And Buck, washed up hitman, is just every Australian when they don't get the 8th bottle of VB.
Here for my friend, Heath.
Vast is first introduced by basically telling you how screwed you are. He revels in chaos, unlike Hoyt, who only traffics people for business. Vast is a loose cannon. He gains nothing by having this conversation with you. There's no information to extract. He's just tormenting and humiliating you. To him, it's incredibly cathartic.
So what is it? Why aren't you laughing now? Like you did not fun any.
He loves to remind you that anywhere apart from where you are right now, freedom, and you've lost that right.
Thing is, way up in the finger.
Here. Here.
This is all enabled by the amazing voice and motion capture of Michael Mann. In a lot of games, characters that are motion captured are usually voiced by someone else, but Michael fits both roles. So much so that he appeared himself in much of the promotional material leading up to the game's release.
I want a cheeseburger, pussy, and a cigarette.
When auditioning for Far Cry 3, Ubisoft thought he'd be too much of a loose cannon and dropped him.
When I initially auditioned for Ubisoft, the character was, and I gave them anything but they were looking for. Obviously, I did not get the part.
Only to call him later, telling him they're making a new character based entirely off his performance.
But I get a call a few weeks later saying, Ubisoft liked your audition so much, they're creating this small character based on the audition you have done. The character is going to look like water under the bridge.
There's even clips of him performing in his mocap suit, and for someone in a black bodysuit with little balls all over him, I could totally tune out of that. See Vars in his element.
Out of here. They mentioned you on the radio. Those idiot fucks, man. You gotta get up.
Please. Okay, we are actors.
Also, why did Michael Mando win an award for the best T-pose in video game history? There's a web series called The Far Cry Experience, and Michael nails the acting of Vars in real life. It's a lot more black comedy than the base game. Like, I don't think there's a scene in Far Cry 3 of Vars blowing a trumpet.
You're gone down! You! Okay. Yes?
Also, there's Christopher Mintz-Plasse, a real-life actor playing himself, and is captured by Vars and tortured in various advertiser-friendly means. And at the end of the video, it asks you to find his body in Far Cry 3, which you actually can. He looks a little bit different, though. I assume they didn't have the budget to add his likeness for an Easter egg that 1% of people will find. Not until hours into the game, you see you're captured by pirates and wake up to ballerina dance covering everyone in gasoline. And this is where he actually opens up about himself.
Give you that, eh? Ask you a question. Give you that, eh? Give you that, eh? I said, give you that, eh? Dígame si una voz. Miss you like me?
See, as warped as Vars's brain actually is, he has high respect for family and the values that later on, it leads to the only friendly faction in the game. Well, apart from the civilians, but pretty cool them. Intro for Vars. And one thing I never noticed, despite the sibling rivalry, as much as Vars talks about his sister, Citra barely ever mentions Vars. Only when you kill him later on in the game does she even acknowledge his existence, why they separate.
He left me the tribe, his birthright. God can lured him away with money. I'm a monster.
Citra gives a pretty black and white take on what happened, but Vars has a very different take.
My sister, you first time. You know what I love? I fucking love him. Coming.
This is not what they say who knowingly betrayed his family. This sounds like someone burnt by his family, forced into a corner, and had no way out. Honestly, I believe Vars. His brain is totally scrambled from the drugs or too much Fortnite, but as sane as he is, always honest. I've already said it, but Michael Mando does an amazing job conveying the pain Vars is feeling here, even including that nervous chuckle at the end that he knows he's gone overboard.
Listen to me. Listen, boss. Boss. Hold on. Damn.
Vars is actually so offended he can Citra on you via the tattoos you've collected throughout the game. he decides to burn your bodies so there's no remnants of a mark.
It's too bad. He tried to.
Citra hurt Vas so badly, he wants all memories of her. The first time you can see Vas interact isn't you, he still goes on about family. Something cemented into his psyche.
Bullshit. An ankle. Or
Maybe
Now, as insane as Vas is, I personally think it's all act, a way to intimidate everyone around him, or even as a self-defense mechanism. Several missions in story, Agent Willis plays an audio recording where Vas is talking to his employer, Hoyt, the man who sits Stray, and the way Vas acts in this conversation is nothing like any other interaction in the entire game.
Lovely weather we're having. My boss are you planning a parade? You boss? That's no why. I don't give a fuck. Him. Really? Here, once you've got friends or money, these friends are going to be so like that. I shot his older brother. I did what you wanted with his older brother. It's my sister. Thinking that way. I don't give a fuck about family. It's by my turn. Your head isn't impaled on the antenna of my car. Therefore, I would like it if you gave a fuck. Jason Brady. Okay, Hoyt? Okay.
The thing is here, Vas seems calm and collected, complete opposite of every other encounter you have with him. Usually Vas seems to have a struggle with himself, making snap decisions and acting incredibly erratic.
I'm sorry. I don't like ways you're looking.
But here, he's docile and almost sounds intimidated by it. I think this is Vas's reason. Someone who puts up a show because he's weakness, Yalin will kill. A person who can't be understood is easily the most dangerous. The most pivotal scene of Vas is and gives you a speech about insanity. I know it's basically a meme at this point, but for good reason. It's an incredibly memorable speech. He talks about the insanity of repetition, doing the same thing over and over again, knowing it won't change the outcome.
Insanity is doing the exact same fucking thing over and over again. Expecting it to change. He's crazy. First time somebody told me that, no, I thought they were bullshit. Sure. Thing is, he was right. And then I started seeing it everywhere I looked. Everywhere I looked, all these fucking pricks. Everywhere I looked, that fucking thing. And over and over and over again. Thinking, I'm gonna be different.
It's an incredibly bleak worldview, but in the Rook Islands, it makes total sense. You can't just keep killing pirates, it won't progress the story. You can't just keep killing and skinning animals. At some point, you're going to make all the necessary upgrades, making the killing worthless. You can't expect to take every enemy outpost the exact same way each time because of different enemy placement. But Vas has fallen into the cycle of insanity. Without knowing it, he repeats himself constantly, makes multiple attempts to kill you, only for it to blunder and you escape. Even after this dialogue, he pushes you into a flooded pit tied to a only for you to escape yet again. Vas is using the Earth's elements against you, but to no avail. After escaping, you're confronted by Vas, again, seemingly much calmer and more knowing there are no other eyes. Instead of using an elaborate way to kill you, he does it the same way you've been offing people the entire game.
Did I ever tell you? Definition. No.
With them, quote from "Oh, you can't help that," said that. "We're all mad down. I'm mad. You're mad. How do you know I'm mad?" "You must be," said the cat, "or you wouldn't have come here." There's a lot of these quotes spread across the game. Initially, I thought it was just official garbage. Ooh, let's have a quote from the Bible. Very good, guys.
I'll see. Motto.
But reading into them, they do have a fair bit of meaning. Everyone on Rook Island is some way or another. Some friendly, others not so much. The only people who have managed to stay completely sane are your friends, sheltering themselves in the caves, physically blocking themselves off from the outside world. They might go stir crazy, but that's a lot better than the jungle waiting. Even during the loading screen, words form mom, taste, kill, friends, die. The most basic of words being random sequence, almost like we're trying to understand the island. Waking up from Vaas's fourth attempt on your life, you have to crawl through a mound of bodies, a bit on the nose, but been given a second chance, being reborn into the earth. This is for you, Ubisoft. A golden medal, subtle storytelling, hardly made out of guys. He's being reborn. Just the opening. Oh, I got you. Yeah, I got shit to do like tomorrow. Dreams and stuff.
We've been through a lot. Yeah, today we got really far.
Dennis is there to greet you, shocked that you survived the bullet, until you pull out the lighter that stopped it. Lighter that Vaas put in your chest pocket.
By the way, this later.
Finally counter with Vaas is form is calm. Small island, the top right corner. You can tell it's the bad guy because they're strippers and they play copyrighted music. But plot twist, Vaas knew you were coming all along and baited you into a trap.
Surprise, motherfucker. Didn't think we were coming back.
After killing the remaining pirates, you enter Vaas's personal chamber, only for him to surprise you, stab you with a seemingly killing you again. But again, you survive. Waking up inside a fever dream, you meet Vaas, seemingly wanting you to. When the prompt actually came up, unfortunately, the game forces you to do it anyway, assumingly from Jason's bloodlust.
Were you enjoying my sister's?
After fighting off dozens of apparitions, Vaas seemingly invites you to kill him as a matter. To be honest, I really didn't want to. I just stood there looking at him, knowing that once I kill him, it becomes infinitely more shit without him. Initiating the takedown, Vaas even seemed to fight you, only trying to defend himself. One thing I noticed, life inside him, facial expression changes. I mean, most people's faces change after being stabbed with a knife, but Vaas looking away as he accepts what comes next. Vaas's death is the only antagonist who doesn't have a quick timer. He doesn't try to put up a fight. Well, I mean, you already killed him in a dream, right? You never see him again, so maybe he just escaped and hopefully we'll see him. No, never mind. They've confirmed his death on Twitter. Going back to his insanity speech, Vaas mentioned killing someone, told him the definition of insanity was crazy.
First time somebody told me that. No, I thought shit. Sure.
And you end up killing Vaas, the guy who told you the definition of insanity. By killing Vaas, you haven't broken the cycle. You've joined it. And that's why, personally, I think Vaas isn't the bad guy here. It's Citra. Citra Telugmai is a character I've purposely skimmed over. She's a girl gamer, native to the Rook Islands. Citra, like I said earlier, is the sister of Vaas, both of which share a similar tooth necklace. Like I mentioned before as well, she leads the Rakia, and only takes interest in you because she can see the warrior Jason can become.
Bring me what is.
She's the reason you encounter Book. If it wasn't for her wanting life, you never would have met him. Part of me believes Citra never cared for the knife, but knew you'd die trying to get it or come back as a completely different person. But this knife is Jason's mind. He has visions of it, even sees Vars attacking him with it, only for him to then use it on Vars. Both of which are impossible because you gave the knife to Citra for safekeeping. She begins filling Jason's head with stories of warriors overcoming the impossible, tricking Jason into thinking he can be that warrior, the ability to anyone and
Let's spit the blood.
So it's, women are in a nature setting to be conquered.
And like every boomer in a UK club, you down hallucinogenic potions, not knowing what they'll do to you, only to please her.
Give me it, it's mine!
In these visions, you can see characters in the game being replaced by you. Jason is becoming the warrior Citra wants, stripped of any morality. Before you face Vars, you can see yourself replacing him and Citra. You three are one. You all have the capacity for great violence. Ironically, Jason is designed to purposely expose Vars, with a much softer face defined by his blue shirt, while Vars wears complete opposites on the color spectrum. In the 2012 E3 demo, just before you shoot Vars, you can see his mom replaced by Jason. By following Citra's path, you're becoming another Vars. Before your final encounter with him, Citra forces you into a trick where you fight a colossal beast, conditioning you that Vars isn't human, an impossible creature you can't be reasoned with, rewarding you with sex after victory, giving into your primal gamer desire. Vars even warns you about Citra before you kill it, knowing what Citra is turning you into.
Like a warrior.
Citra picked up on Jason's insecurities, that feeling of never belonging, manipulated him to feel like he has a purpose here. Even to the point he doesn't want to return home when the boat's been repaired. He'd rather leave to the destiny Citra's etched into his mind.
The boat's almost fixed. We get to go home.
I'm not going.
What?
What are you talking about?
Found my here on this island.
Are you serious?
You can talk to some of your friends one-to-one after breaking the news. The only person who wants to stay is Ollie, but you convince him not to.
Stop stressing right now because Ollie is staying with Dr. You have to go back. Why? You know why. For my mom.
And Keith, you can have some small talk about life back home in America.
Good luck back on Wall Street.
All about the hustle.
Liza and Daisy won't even speak. Heartbroken.
Oh.
First major step to making Jason into her warrior. Killing Buck or a brother or any pirate on the island, but by betraying your friend, those close.
What?
If you could do that, anything she wants with you. Citra begins telling you that Vars's death wasn't enough. He was just part of the problem. Root cause is Hoyt Volker, Vars's employer.
Volker lured him away with money. Constant.
Wait. Now, your main interest is killing Hoyt, and your friends won't get in the way of your progression. I actually started seeing the tattoos on my arm as kind of a bad thing now. They did help me, but I feel like it's slowly killing Jason. Chipping away is more becoming this mindless hunter. A good comparison to the tattoos is Rut Mechanic and Hellblade. They both represent entirely different, but in a really distinct way, they're connected. In Hellblade, the Rut and Sex's arm is physically killing him, but in Far Cry, it is figurative, shaping him into someone else. A good example of fully converted is Dennis. You can talk to him later when he's drunk off a single beer. Seriously, to any video game developer's drink. This mainly talks about how he's traveled the world and he's never managed to fit in anywhere.
I worked as a mechanic in a garage. That do me fat. My accent. The owner. They tried to pay me less than the other.
I find it ironic he free despite having less control than ever before. Citra has taken everything away from him, but he's been conditioned to believe that he now has true freedom. I mean, he does in a sense. He can go wherever he wants to and do what he wants, but only by sacrificing his entire life to see. It's sad to say, guys, Dennis is a cock. After Vars's death, you make contact with Willis, the only man that can get you onto the southern island and fly you over the visible barrier the devs put in. He also tells you he has an operative on the second island waiting for you.
Reminds me, my man Sam is embedded with White's troops. You whistle the stars, and
Leaving the North Island, you get another Alice blank one. This time, it's Alice saying isn't herself. Jason is becoming a pawn for the Rakyat. Willis gives Jason a wing glider to safely land on the South Island. This thing is a upgrade and really helps moving around both the islands. You can be 0.01 meters above the ground and still have the deploy it, although it doesn't help you getting into areas. Ubisoft have an immersive and realistic way to avoid you skipping huge parts of the game. Your biggest enemy up here is probably the birds, who can glitch you out of your wingsuit, instantly killing you. So anyway, how is the second island? It's not very good. This is where the game really loses its theme, and pretty much everything here is a down. Now, there is a pretty popular theory found on the depths of Reddit. The theory is that Vars killed Jason. The rest of the game is a fever dream in Jason's dying mind. I personally don't think this is true, but was. South Island is the worst aspect of the entire game. Pirates are generic Call of Duty men who have next to no personality. They're meant to be more intimidating, having better equipment than the pirates and military experience, but they all act the exact same. The only new enemy is the Flamer, same health as the heavy gunner, but with a flamethrower instead. They actually really help spice up the game. Once they spot you, it's incredibly hard to see them because they'll be constantly spitting fire at you. Even spotting them with the doesn't mark them properly when they're firing at you. And worst of all, broken gun in the game, the flare gun, does no damage whatsoever. Flamers really help create chaotic situations. Privateers aren't fireproof, and flamers will usually kill their own guys just to hurt Jason. I like this enemy. Gold star from me. At one point, it's even mentioned that the remnants of forces are trying to disrupt the privateer's business.
Pirate. They're afraid to bombs. Need a song.
Now, this would have been really cool, right? Seeing the privateers and the pirates going against each other, creating this triangle of conflict. Kind of like how when the Flood were introduced in Halo, another faction to create more dynamic situations. But apart from these videos I found on YouTube, where the two groups have a verbal disagreement, I could never see the pirates or privateers fighting each other. Such a wasted opportunity. The second island itself is open, I assume to promote the use of the wingsuit more, but this comes across very barren and with nowhere near the foliage of vegetation of the first island. It loses the claustrophobic feel the North Island had. Pirates and animals could hide in the bushes and wait, but here everything's exposed. I'm sure there's something deep and profound here about how the island is changing as Jason does, but I spent all my deep philosophical energy on the first island. I'm all burnt out. Pretty much all the side content from the North Island is here too. You've got the radio towers, the supply drop missions, killing normal people, killing special people with a knife, hunting animals. Some of these are, to be fair. One trial of the Rapid Black Ops gun game mechanic. Kill grants you one random weapon. It totally changes the gameplay. You're ready to shoot an enemy, only to realise you're given a totally useless weapon. Another puts you in a swamp with wooden bridges, forms hordes of pirates at you, pushing you to different areas as the environment burns up. Sometimes backing up to get some breathing room is completely impossible. Fires surround. And there's another one as well where you have to fight an army of helicopters mounted turret. Like, it's pretty fun, but what about Path of the Hunter? Now, the devs realised you killed all the rare animals on the first island, so yeah. So what do the rare animals offer now? Just money. Yeah, remember how you could sell rare pelts originally because of how treasured they were? Nah, bro, just pawn these off, who cares? Problem is, at this point, you're way too upgraded for any animal to be a threat. One hunt wants you to kill bears with the starting pistol, but my Jason was way too leveled up for them to be any kind of threat to him, failing to capture how dangerous the hunts were in the early. The only real incentive side content is to get cash money, which you can now use to buy new guns the vendor has stocked as soon as you reach the second island. They could have added guns rewards for completing side missions instead of dumping them all into a menu when you reach a specific point in the game, but Ubisoft. But don't worry, guys. There are more random side quests. Talk to strangers to help them out with their problems.
The guys in there take all my money.
Yeah. The only problem with these missions is that Jason acts exactly the same as when he accepted his very first side quest. The thing is, Jason has changed now. He's rugged and more battle-hard. I find it really difficult to believe he just accepted a quest from Miguel to find his wife's son's ashes. And also, like the first island, all of these M. Night Shyamalan twist at the end. For example, man tells you people have been going missing in a cave. You investigate, find nothing of value, and then when you go to leave, Dev spawns in an alligator to attack you. Wow, what a twist. Ingenious writing. In another quest, a woman wants to leave the island and you to get blood diamonds. You can pay a ship captain off to escape. You kill some baddies, get the diamonds, but oh, what a twist. A ploy all along, so a pimp can keep the diamonds for himself. When do you leave? Oh. What the? You fuck it up. And you have to kill him while the woman watches in horror. This ending was so physically retarded. I loaded a previous save thinking there could have been like a different outcome. I came to the confrontation again, watched the man treat his woman with respect for about 5 minutes, and then left the house only to realize the game soft locked me out of accessing any new content until I completed the mission. Completing side content does unlock upgraded versions of already existing weapons, but it would have been nice to have something diegetically in the game, like, I don't know, maybe a call from Dennis. I think the only saving grace here is, again, the outposts. Nothing really has changed here. They're just as good as the first island. But anyway, not the side content. It's the story. We want more Jason Descent. More Jason Descent. You talk to Obama, Agent Sam. Clearly the budget cut of the second island hit this pretty hard.
I'm looking for a friend. I have two named Sam.
What's Sam under?
Also, how do none of the privateers know what Jason looks like? They'll attack you on sight, but if you go into a neutral zone, you can walk around and interact with them, and they seem to have no idea who you are. Keep in mind, you're the only plainclothes non-native on the island, so I find it really hard to believe that no one, except people on patrol, know who you are.
Leave right now. Give me it.
Look, I'm gonna cut you a break. Idiot.
Anyway, you get into a poker game and you finally meet. You can instantly tell who he is because his polygon count is double anyone else at the table.
And boy.
Cashing out. See? Need to continue playing, Carl?
Go to meet Sam outside, and I guess the cutscene they didn't expect anyone to turn around because if you do, they've despawned. Sam is a great supporting character. Without him, I'm convinced the second half of the game would just completely fall apart. There's no Dennis or Citra here. He's pretty much the only friendly face you have for the rest of the game. He shares a lot of similarities to Dr. Earnhardt, having good intentions but being slightly unhinged. Living on his own for so long in deep cover, he's adopted the privateer's attitude, being a borderline psychopath. The islands of but him being undercover has given him the ability to justify his action. So he still has some morality.
Being around all these. Too much. So easy to fool them. Damn it. What's it?
Apparently, Hoyt is so incompetent. A single person on the island knows what you look like. Only the markings of the tattoo on your arm. But Sam has an idea to get you a disguise, taking a recruit's uniform.
Melody. Must enlist with the privateer. Else no arguments. Man upper.
This mission really sucks. It's the only mission in the game that has an fail if you spotted, apart from the opening mission. But in that mission, you were basically handheld on what to do with your brother Grant and pop up something. Here, you'll do, but it's as linear as the first mission, meaning you have to throw rocks at incredibly specific points to distract guards. Also, enemies seem to completely ignore the meter fill up when they detect you, and they just spot you instantly. And the approach this any way you want mentality is completely gone when you can't even take different paths to get to your objective. Thanks for the warning, bro. After throwing rocks to distract guards for about 15 minutes, you finally get yourself a recruit uniform. The main reason you got this disguise was to cover up your task. Having the uniform makes patrolling privateers neutral to Jason, meaning they won't attack unless provoked, although the definition of neutral can be argued. Outposts and certain missions will be marked in red zones that you don't have access to, so you'll still have to sneak around, much like normal gameplay. So, apart from the couple trophies with privateers, this uniform makes no difference to gameplay. It annoys me because this could have really gone somewhere. You take a grunt's uniform, like, what if you could upgrade yourself by stealing clothes from higher ranks? It could even treat you differently depending on your rank. In Far Cry 2, you have a reputation level, and at base rank, mercs in neutral zones will treat you like complete trash. Watch it. But on higher levels, they respect and fear you, knowing of your past work. Mind him on a business plan. It'd be nice to see here, but instead you just treat like a nobody to everyone. Again, a great concept, but not fleshed out at all. Like, imagine if there was a mission where you had to eliminate the Rakyat just to maintain your cover. This would have worked amazingly with Jason's psyche. He still continues to sacrifice everything just to get to his end goal. I know it's a stretch for Far Cry to have a morale, but if the player is given a Hitman tier disguise in the last third of the game, nothing seems too abstract. Shortly after getting our outfit, we're introduced to Hoyt, the leader of the trade empire encompassing the Rock Islands.
Ah, my rosy-cheeked new employees. I'm not going to lie. We're all here to make a buck. Happiness gets me up.
Hoyt's introduction is nowhere near vast. He's too far away from Jason for his words to come across as any kind of threat. Instead of a one-to-one speech, talking to an entire group of not even making any eye contact. It feels a lot less personal, but it still hits all the notes of a good character intro. Unlike Vaas, to just be born evil, with no turning point in his life that changed him.
My father, Simon Mine, got up at the on each morning. Yeah, he went.
You keep in mind, this is the man who corrupted Vaas. He really doesn't say much to convey his message. You and Sam spend the next mission trying to get into Hoyt's graces, killing pirates, using bombs. They really sucks that Jason will ever fight the pirates. It's a great swan mission, but they throw the rest of their forces out.
Wunderbar. I will tell Hoyt. Work with me. Should grease the wheels, yeah?
Another mission to suck up to further, get a dossier with the names of privateers who are running their own business on them and not giving their profit. After getting the book, you have to escape. But if you don't, the game just spawns infinite enemies beyond a wooden shack until you die. It reminds me of this one mission in Saints Row 2 where this limousine pulls up and just has infinitely spawning mimes from it. After you've built up enough rep to meet Hoyt face to face, it loses a lot of tension because you've already indirectly been introduced to him before. But Hoyt managed to recapture my attention by talking about how fragile.
Join me for a celebratory cohiba. Well, it's quite a show down there.
I don't really smoke.
Concerned about cancer. That's good shit. Cancer won't be what kills you. You know the real secret to keeping employees happy? Yeah.
The best way to see Hoyt, in my opinion, he's kind of like an insane store manager. Except he isn't insane, he's perfectly sane. He's someone who views life as fleeting and wants to capitalize on it while he still has it. He believes that no one is truly evil if by the end of it they make a statue out of you or you die on a bed full of money. Someone who's removed all morality from the equation because it's deemed to him as a weakness. As much as I didn't like Hoyt as a villain when playing the game, I've come to respect him because even though he's one of the few sane people on the island, one of the most evil. And he only really has any modicum of respect for Jason, mentions that he's a hunter.
Hobbies. Cooking, painting, movies, crystal meth. What are yours?
I like to hunt.
I'm a hunter myself. Noblest of professions. I can often travel to slave markets in Rio, Hong Kong, New York. This is a global enterprise.
He also compares content to human trafficking. A stupid comparison until he compares it from a business perspective.
Look, American. They put 1, 2, 3 contact lens. So when I'm going to place it in my eye, tell whether it's inside out. Now, I want to, and not ABC. That way they can so
he basically is the insanity speech that Vaas was. The repetition is his business. Smuggling people, drugs, extortion, murder. It's a cycle that repeats itself over and over until someone intervenes. Hoyt will never stop because he can't stop. He doesn't know any other way of living. When you meet other antagonists, somewhere completely out of your comfort zone, a place that makes you feel on edge, a rundown shack, a cage, but with Hoyt, a well-lit, clean office. And that shows how different he is to everyone that came before him. And then Hoyt ruins that by playing classic music while he blows up a boat outside. You can see this used in the promotional trailer for Hoyt as well, and they forgot to crop out Jason, so it's just a recruit uniform sitting in a chair with no head. He also mentioned there's a prisoner that torture, whether or not you get any information out. But plot twist, it's your younger brother, Riley. All in all, this is a really good scene. Riley seems genuinely happy to see you, but you can't let him express that because Hoyt's watching.
I rarely get to passionate.
He is the polar opposite. While he was older and an army vet, Riley is young and inexperienced. One thing to note is that he wears blue, much like Jason does, while people like Grant and Vaas wear red. Blue is usually associated with calm, while red can represent blood and violence. Hey, that's just a game theory.
Okay.
Escape with Riley now, but Ubisoft still has about 3 more hours of content to hit their boardroom deadline. But for now,
believe your own lies. Remember.
On a serious note, this huge twist on things because up until now, you thought that all surviving friends got off the island. Riley being here and alive, Foundation reminding Jason of his life back home in America, breaking him away from the path that Citra wants him to follow. And this is the first time since friends escaped that he's shown any kind of emotion. Hoyt, so pleased, invites you to a poker game, but not before you do a couple missions blowing up his stuff. I mean, you can't expect one great mission by another one, can you? This is Ubisoft. We need some filler content. After blowing up some fuel tanks and destroying a radio dish so badly it flips into the earth, we finally have that poker game with Hoyt. Before the game, you're given a pop-up saying no turning back. This is some pretty heavy stuff. We're in the end game now, boys. Hoyt seems more agitated, acting very passive-aggressive.
Stop. Call it the game of chance. Talk to Sam. It's about bluffing. Don't you, Sam?
Sam looks at you, ready to signal you to attack Hoyt, but then this happens. Hoyt apparently knew you were Jason all along. It's not apparent how long he knew. Maybe it was the TV downstairs where you were talking to Riley that had literal footage of you and your friends being captured on it. That's not a meme, by the way. Privateer watching it in front of you. It feels like a joke you're not. Or maybe it was the fact you kept going around killing every single privateer and then someone eventually snitched. It's a pretty piss poor explanation. But again, the game is trying to connect gameplay with story, and it usually never ends up working well.
What's that? Is it Brody? It's my mind. Who do you think I am? Is on the left, right?
Also, Sam really is dead, despite being able to survive grenades. We got a crit with the knife. Placing a bet has now been replaced with bet life, because Ubisoft know nothing about subtlety. No matter what play, you're scripted to lose. Hoyt cuts off your finger, and Jason, as the adrenaline, faces out to face off against Hoyt in a similar arena to Vaas and Buck. This fight is okay. It doesn't try to one-up the final fight Vaas had, because the game knows it can't. So this feels a lot closer to Buck's encounter. Having a knife with a quick time. One nice touch is to actually kill Hoyt. You have an option of choice to plant another knife in him. Betting this he just falls to the ground anyway. Waking up, Jason realized to play Far Cry 3 on PC, he had to install Uplay. Blind rage killed everyone in the room. My exact reaction, I forget my Uplay login. You've now got to race to the while he's being transported to. When you arrive, you have to search the nearby. You can tell which one it is because it's red door.
We made it. They come. They come.
Escape on a helicopter, which Riley can barely pilot. And this scene, I still debate whether I love or absolutely despise it. You're shooting at privateers chasing you. Ride of the Valkyries plays a bombastic, over-the-top classic film. I hate it because it's stupid. Jason has just saved his brother, appearing in a Taken sequel. They're escaping. His brother's dead. Friends could be anywhere. And all of these themes are completely ignored for funny, loud music. A guy saying so many one-liners, they overlap with each other. I like this scene because it kind of shows what Jason has become. Keep in mind, we never leave Jason's perspective game. This music could just be playing in his head like a power fantasy. I'm definitely giving Ubisoft more credit than they're due here, but, you know, it's something different than open world bad. Finally escaping, you land the doctor. Yeah, remember him? I do, barely. The house is destroyed and the doctor is mortally wounded outside.
Yes. Where am I?
Hey, your uncle. Yes. Sorry.
In peace, Dr. Earnhardt, were painfully underused and underdeveloped like most things in this game. By the way, the actual actor Earnhardt, Martin Cavan, died less than a year later of cancer. I'm not aware of any other work he did outside the game, but he did a phenomenal performance of Earnhardt. So rest in peace, Martin. Thank you for keeping me entertained in my younger years. Going upstairs, we find Daisy's room turned up and down. We can finally grab that money that was teased at the start of the game. It only took 20 hours to get. Afterwards, you head to Citra to confront her about. She knocks you unconscious and talks about how far you've come.
Where are you taking it?
I'm heading for big. Back to
She's proud of the progress you've made, worried that you'll lose everything. Talking about how the path you've taken isn't yet complete.
the fight. And it is not complete. Love you. I give you all my love. Only you help you. Love you for who you are. Lead you guys. You will be free.
Citra wants you to free yourself of the past. Being separated from your friends isn't enough. You're still tied to them. In her eyes, you have to kill them to truly break the chain and become a warrior, unbound of them. Basically, knowing that once you kill your friend, you have no possible redemption and completely under her control, warping your perception of reality, and you start being your girlfriend Liza. Firstly, you lose the knife, so long to get. Then your tattoos, the hours you spent killing and collecting to unlock them all, wiped away in an instant. And when you eventually sober up, you have your knife against Liza. What Citra wanted you to see wasn't a vision or a premonition. If you go back home to America, you lose everything you game, especially in the second half, presented with the choice: kill Liza, inherit the island, and keep progress, or let her go and return to a life. Obviously, I chose the mature option. But for real, I think these choices are very poor. I literally just saw it as pick good ending or bad ending. It'd be nice if these choices had actual consequences. For example, leaving the island could completely wipe your save file so you couldn't return without starting a new game. An actual consequence. Having all the hours you've completely wiped, but at least you get to know that Jason got off the island with his joining Citra, kill your friends and have a sweet gamer sex with Citra, only for her to kill you. You did genuinely love her, but the rules of the island come first. You'll raise a child unhampered by the outside world. Cycle is complete, will soon repeat itself. Leaving the island, you break the cycle and renounce all your past actions.
Stay with me. You don't need any of that. You're
Dennis, who I almost forgot was in the game, in his rage, goes to stab you. Citra, trying to calm him down, knife instead. In a really self-aware moment, Jason contemplates that even though he survived and escaped the Rook Islands, he'll never be the same.
I can't come back from this. I'm a monster. I can feel the anger inside me.
Is that a bittersweet ending? Bravo, Ubisoft. Bravo. One thing to say about Far Cry 3's ending. No matter which one you pick, Citra gets penetrated either way. Jason is my favourite protagonist. I think after the criticism he got, Ubisoft was scared of having some vocal character.
Hey, little. Whoa.
That's why AJ or barely speaks. Every other protagonist is mute. Far Cry 3 is an amazing experience. So good that Ubisoft got lazy and copy-pasted its format for every subsequent game. It's side content. The story loses steam, but overall, I'd recommend it. 7 repaired.
DJ here and all around.
Here. Order. There. I'm straight. Little by little. Here we come. The fuck? What's playing down? You can't.
Do you fancy?
Not all of you. The arm has been dead.
I want to save us.
Knives take people.
What kind of man are
Jason, what is it? Would you lock it down like you did? Not fun anymore. Hey, you're up in the finger.
I never thought I'd be able to kill someone. First time. Which is good, right? Now, feels like
I can't come back from this. I'm a monster. I can feel anger inside me. Somewhere inside me, more than that. That.
All right. You can unlock legendary guns. Those are pretty cool. I like the shotgun that can one-hit kill God if he's in the same time zone as you. Safe houses have laptops. You can take the SD cards out of them, and they explain stories of people trying to make their own drugs. Apparently, GHB is an epidemic in Europe. I only learned about this finding it in a memory card in the game. Thanks for teaching me drug safety. There's no new game plus, but you can continue the game after you complete it. I think you're stuck in this weird limbo just before the ending. All of your friends are gone. All the key characters are... But look, you can shoot a funny bird with a sniper now. Don't tell anyone I told you this. Once you capture every single enemy outpost, you can go into the options, reset the world, bringing back every single enemy outpost just to be captured all over again. This repopulates the world with all the bad men. It's the closest thing you ever get to a new game plus. Being able to run a island, taking out outposts with in-game arsenal, it's great. The only problem I had when spawned me inside the same room of an unclaimed outpost, so I couldn't leave, and rightfully so, the pirates outside lost their minds. You can visit Dr. Earnhardt's grave to pay your respects. I thought this was my wife or daughter's grave, but on a second playthrough I realised this here until you complete the game. Citra's temple is locked down, but you can still find and interact with Rakiat in the world. Some expert level parkour, you can get in the back through the... You can find the gallows your friends were held captive in, even the stone slab where Citra's sacrificed. You can enter Vars's base, but it's just a husk now, only really having a few Rakiat taking... All the doors are locked. Voigt's compound just spawns dead privateers. Hopefully you didn't leave any loot inside his offices because the doors are locked forever. Jason's also lost his privateer uniform, making all the patrolling ones hostile again. Although for some privateers in the town still have no idea who you are.
I'm just a nigga with a rocket launcher.
You can still visit other points of interest, but all you'll really get is another Willis on your tablet. I just find it funny that thousands of miles away, he still has time to give you information about the island. But you're probably wondering, what happens if you collect every single relic on the Rook Islands? All 100 become a god? Get a secret ending? Nope. Get an extra tattoo part that does absolutely nothing. Not even a Uplay achievement. But look, guys, I can see it on his wrist when he holds a shotgun. That was worth 10 hours. Also co-op. But I found a game. I don't have any friends.
Mate, I can fucking do that.
There's DLC as well, although I couldn't. Not really worth talking about. It's got the funny fat man, the reoccurring character in all games.
Hey, look! He just strapped a bomb to him. Hey, in the hole!
Conclusion. Still too many civilians. Get a game over. Game sucks. Oh, bass. Thank you, sir. Let's crank that up to 90. 90 is always best. Look, it's 89.65 or 90.2. Just round the number up. I love this game so much, but the settings are slop. Actual slop. 90. Oh, for me, bro. 90.2. 90.2. And your cola for the $9. Spaz 12 is broken. The Spaz is okay. It's a bit MIDI. The 1887 is kind of baby though.
It's crazy how Nacho Vargas settled down here in New Zealand and started a pirate gang after a successful and profitable life in the Mexican cartel. Truly inspiring.
It is very inspiring. How he faked his death and became boss. Amazing stuff. The sensitivity's gone up as well. It's just like I have to spend so much time in the menus. I just want to play the game. I've seen that done a bit. Yeah, that works. All these settings just to miss the shots. Right, so the goats spawn here. That's not very helpful. There's a loot crate here. It's probably up there, can't be else. Any squirrels? Bless me. Inshallah. You know, I got my mother flowers for Mother's Day. I picked the wrong option, so I'm like, it says when it arrives tomorrow, happy Eid Mabak. Pig. Pig crate, pig crate. Yeah. Let me look. Simple syringe kit. Okay. Wait, I killed him. Like, another pig died? Was that like collateral damage? Like every time he loots, I just wipe my nose. There we go, there we go, there we go. How many? 3. Okay. 24 bullets. We do. Nice. Syringe kit. Yeah, I guess. Oh, dog skin. We got another achievement. Artsy craftsy. Oh, these goats have to die. I'll get the last one in a second. He might not have ran off because the gun's silenced. Simple holster, there we go. Why'd you kill LeBron? I get it, because he's the GOAT. I like that. Well, I can make it. I don't want that. There we go. Right, deer. Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah. Ammo pouch. 4. Okay. Right, do I need goat for anything else, though? Or can I stop looking for goats now? Let me have a look. So I got 1 skill. Ah, there we go. I got death from above. Hip shooter. Improved hip fire accuracy. That sucks.
Steady the crosshair while looking through the scope. The takedown one's probably the best one. Health regenerates. That one's going to be very useful, even though it's boring. Takedown drag. Hey. I think jump takedown. Oh, I know how it works. Check your sleeve, young man. Oh, look at that. The thing even appeared. Great stuff. He's got scammed out of his money. No tattoo for you. What was I doing? Brain. Checking if I need any more goat hides. Oh. Cassowary. Tapir. Boar. Deer. Leopard. Boar. Deer. Goats. Okay, I need goat one more time. One more goat. One more little goat. That's a boar, I think. No, I think that's a pig. All right, let's hang around, see if I can find another goat. There we go. I won't kill the other one. I won't kill the other one. I'm a villain, not a monster. You didn't need to die. Craft this. I need a lot of tape here. Deer. Which one was boar? What does a boar look like again? Cassowary. Tapir. What's a boar? Okay, the boar icon is nothing like the pig. Yeah, okay, so I don't need any more pigs. Thank you, Shadow, for the 3. You call it Fat Cry. Is it because of your fetish? That's correct. Like, actually, 3 years late to the bit. You definitely are drunk, young man. You need to go to bed. You definitely... It's like, he's like, you know, like he's drunk off his ass and he just got like an enigma moment. He's like... But that scene with Danny DeVito from It's Always Sunny, it's like, oh my God, I get it now. I get it now. Pork found in kitchen. Yep, bread found in bakery. What are you shooting at? What are you shooting at? What are you shooting at? Leave that dog alone. Are we ganking a dog? Do you have a car? No. Just homeless vagrant. God, I don't like running around. Yeah, no, his detective skills, man, like he put Cole Phelps to shame with that one. Genuinely. No, not dogs. I don't need to kill dogs. I'm just going to slide down here. I can't be asked. Like, the hides are worth nothing as well. Joker, baby. Can you dogs actually piss off? Or I'm going to have to fight you. Oh my God. Yeah. I do like how they do that. They just lock you. Didn't even know I had this. What did I press to bring this up? No, seriously, what did I press to bring this? What did I press? There's 4, it's 5 on the number pad. That would have been helpful to know I had that. That's a pig. Oh, holy shit, that's a lot. Wish I had the sniper right now. And I'm out of ammo. Fuck my chungus life. That's just very good. Okay, they're all running around, they're all freaking out. Oh, there's a lot of them though. If I get all of them, this will be enough. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, this is like real ethical hunting here, chasing them with a knife. Very ethical hunting going on here, guys. More rocket pack. I'll just see how many I can kill first. Thank God they're all stuck in the geometry. Thank God. Thank God the AI is horrendous. Oh, no. Okay. Is that a boar? Oh, I can't skin it. Great stuff. Any dead people? No. Okay. Call the dog. Go away. Mr. Rekiet, help me, bro. Help me, bro. Come here, Mr. Rekiet. Oh, you piece of shit. Piece of shit. Let's just see me running towards you. Should be an option to, like, pull them over. Oh, the dogs might actually be ganking. That deer's gone. That's just a pig. Right. They're still tagged. I think if you tag them, it kind of stops them from despawning. Like, they get a bigger range.
You. Just you. Building your app. Base 44. Private. It's real. One thought leads to more thought. Layer by layer. Taking shape. You need your tools? Bring them in. They just click. Okay, pick it up now. Create something smarter. Something powerful. Counts. Give it your touch. Big. Small. Next idea hits at 2 a.m. Of course it does. Keep building. Ask yourself, wait, this? Damn right. Base 44. Build it your way.
Possibly. Mr. Rekiet, help me, bro. Guys, are you for real? Are you for real? Just no interaction at all. Like, I have to get run over by these guys for them to do something. Come on. Can you please just run into a cliff face or something? Please. Please, man. Right, I got. Your number's up. Your number's up. Oh, that range. Thank you, Shadow, for the 12 again. Making you filthy rich annoys me. But will you cover Far Cry 6? Yeah, I don't see why not. I'll be honest, I still didn't finish Far Cry 6. I kind of got burnt out on it. I was like, ew. They're not bad, they're just mid. With 3. But playing Far Cry 3 is kind of like playing Red Dead Redemption 1. It's like, it's good, but if you've played Red Dead Redemption 2, you'll go back to 1 and you'll be like, oh my god, this is like the most like static game ever. You can also play Far Cry 2. If you played Far Cry 2 first, you'll write off the entire series as dog shit.
Cynical chasing deer around the jungle with a pocket knife. He is a prime example of British urban hunting techniques.
Okay, first of all, it's a machete, by the way. Oh my god, he's going for the Usain Bolt. There you go. That'll be enough to craft something good. Right, is there crates down there? That's a hidden tunnel. 100%. Uh-oh. No, we're good, we're good. Yeah, I need the ammo from the crates. Yeah, this is a hidden tunnel. Give me that. Give me that. Is that fucking it? Are you serious? Like 2 bullets? 2 bullets, by the way. Great stuff there, lads. Well, to be fair, you guys have AKs, right? Uh-oh. 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 Alright, we're good. What in the physics was that? Please someone explain to me what those physics were. Was there a relic there? Okay, probably best to grab that. Okay, let's see how much I can craft with all those deer skins. How many did I get? 5. Okay. The weapon holster based. Shark skin. Okay, that's not too hard. It is a bit annoying going through all these menus, but like once we do it all, we don't ever have to do it again. Grenade pouch, rocket pouch. They're kind of mid though, like. And then this one. Oh, nice. A dingo. I don't even remember them being in the game. Komodo dragon skin. Shark, cassowary, tapir. Yeah, I do need some tapir skins actually. I could probably do that next. There's a tapir on this island. Yeah, it's down there. I don't need any more deer. I could probably go over here and kill some sharks actually. Do that. I know this stuff like isn't that interesting, but I want to like spend time getting my inventory fully maxed out because it just makes the game like so much easier. Who's being attacked? I'm just screaming. Like, any sharks? Any sharks? Any sharks near the coast? I have to swim out. This is bait. This is bait. Please refer to the GIF of Tom Hardy in Mad Max where he points up and says, "That's bait." This is 100% bait. God, my breathing is horrendous. There'll be some. I don't think I can get this, you know. Nah, no way, no way, no way, no way, no how, no way, no how, no way, no how, no way, no how. Got it, got it, got it, got it. Get out, get out, get out, get out. I'm not gonna get the loot. There's no point. I just need to not die. There'll be a shark to greet me. Watch this. There's no shark.
Hotline Miami stream skeptical.
Hotline Miami, like, I promised Far Cry. Juggle this stuff. I need to do Far Cry first. I mean, I do want to cover Hotline Miami, definitely at some point, but you gotta give it a bit of time. I appreciate the enthusiasm, though. Just fucking seagulls. Oh, I actually got one. Unlucky. Okay, the shark's like sleeping. Is it nap time? Uh-oh. What is that? That's some seaweed. It's actually nap time for the sharks right now. What is... Oh, that's just... Turtles. Their leather is worth a lot. Well, their shell. Oh, oh, shark, 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 shark. Thank you, Starbaldi, for the 25. Appreciate it. My ammo's okay. So yeah, I forgot with bigger animals, the skinning animation is slower. Oh shit, I wasn't recording. Fine. Baby shark, baby shark, baby shark, baby shark. It's such a slow animation. I think there'll be a shark just camping. Heavy duty holster. Do I get more shark skins? I don't know, like, what else you can craft. I guess we'll. Oh, that's it. Oh, we're done with that base. Perfect. Cassowary, tapir, boarhide, Komodo, leopard, boar, dingo. Yeah, I think we're kind of done in this region. Like, all these animals, I'm just not... I mean, there are a lot of tapir hides we need. So let me go south of here. Fill up those. I don't even think there's an achievement for maxing out all the inventory upgrades. I think I'm just being autistic. I don't care. I get to play one of my favorite games again. My inventory looking like... Oh yeah, it's pretty fine. How much is the shell worth? $10? Oh, that's it? Oh, never mind. I'm never killing another turtle again. Thank you, Eggalepsy, for the prime. He knows we'll never hit the goal. Yeah. All my views are poor. There's no chance. Like, I know the dono goal is ridiculous, but it's like, that is the only price to restart the whole game. What bug there? I mean, the tapirs spawn around here, so maybe we don't do that. I swear when you get to an area, it takes a little while for them to actually spawn in. Hello, my friends. Hey, what are we doing today? Hey, guys, look, it's Avengers, bro. There we go. There's always a third. Where you hiding? Where you hiding? Oh, shit. I need to get down there and kill him before he kills the tapirs. That lion? This early? The tapirs are actually that lazy, they're just chilling. Thought something was chasing me there. Sorry, boys. I gotta remember the bodies, but they're not marked. Which is a little bit annoying. Okay, tiger. Tiger, okay. Tiger. It was a misinput. Classic misinput. An Australian 10 beers and 4 rums do jack shit. Yeah, it's actually crazy how much Aussies can. You're all fucking degenerates. Outpost there? Where's the radio tower? There it is. There's no way it's that one. That's too far away. Skibbity. Skibbity. I like how I'm doing what I did in the original video, where it's like I'm doing all the side content first. Always end up doing. Right, loot. Nice. Hey, fucking dingo. Do I need more tape here? I'm pretty sure I need tape here for one more thing. Or dingo. Yeah, I need another tape here. Yes, worry. Yeah, need another tape here. I'll lurk around here more. Kill some more defenseless animals for fun. There we go. I do like how they programmed it that headshots actually do more damage.
Your finger in green really.
I don't remember that actually. Why'd you bring that up, bro? You didn't have to mention that in chat. God, the water looks so nice in this game. Old water. The bin there. Let's do the radio tower first. I want to see everything we got before I do the outpost. There. Oh, hilarious. Kill! 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 Lion, kill! I have one bullet, by the way. You are so rent-free that you go for me and not... Oh, this is bad. Go for him, I need the ammo. Go for him, go for him, go for him, go for him. Get the fucking ammo. Get the ammo. 15 bullets. Should be enough, should be enough, should be enough. Oh. My lord, the last bullet. The last bullet. I'll need that for something later. Lion 2? Can we stop saying... That's the name, the wrong name of an animal one time. Chat is rent-free about it for the entire stream. Tony the Lion. It was a different guy. Tony the Lion. Whatever happened there? He looked different to his brothers. He looked more like a tiger. Don't you have a Molotov? Oh, so scary. So scary. Oh, boyfriend's arrived. Boyfriend patrol. The boyfriend patrol. Don't shoot me, I'm looting. But the boyfriend patrol might kill me. Oh, he loved that man very much. He definitely loved that man very much. Cannot get a good shot on him. One bullet left. What the fuck happened there? I don't want to push him. Wait, what am I doing? This is... Wait a minute. Lamau, I forgot about this. Goodbye. And then more pirates hear that explosion, and then they come over to investigate. It's actually never ending. It is genuinely never... Yeah, here they come. I'm just running. I'm not dealing with this shit. That is not a bear. What is that? Is that like a pig? A water buffalo, right? Just a big pig. Don't damage me. Don't damage me. What do these even have? Don't slide down the whole mountain, please. Feathers. I don't need any goats. No, don't run away. Run away, goats, run away. No. I must be their protector. No, goats, you're being... I'll save you, goats. You see the pirate in the background? Who the fuck did that? Are they up here as well? Oh, for God's sake, there's no cover. There's no cover either. No cover, no ammo. Oh, he's, yeah, coward. Coward. Backing up while firing. Coward. Not here, man. Not here. Fuck it. Alright, locking in now. We got Komodo. Oh, I don't need dog skin anymore. Don't need pig skin. Okay, what have I got? I'm probably pretty stacked on cash now, right? 700 dilla? 700 dilla. 700 dilla. There's no attachments available. These are all the worst skins I've ever seen. That is like the interior of like P. Diddy's car. Like, there's no way. Okay, carnivore, sure. It looks like the digital camo from COD 4. Someone in chat's gonna say right now, he got the one that says Vor.
Getting review about watch Miller.
Okay. I get it. What difficulty? Difficulty's master. Look, I'm sorry, mate. I need the car. Oh my god. Oh, that was unlucky. I do need the card though. I do need the card. Fully. Like, all right, give me a second here. Have the better scope. It's got the 2x scope on it. The zoomy doesn't have the zoomy scope. This sniper looks good though. All right, let's try it. Please, man. Perfect. Okay. Need to go left and then across. Yeah, I'm not trying to. Is that a ball? I need that. Don't you skin it already? Okay. Very helpful. Very helpful. Cheers, guys. Yep. Oh. Little. Let me get that. A horse. You know what? The healing animations here are pretty brutal, but they have absolutely nothing on Far Cry 2's animation. $6. Yeah, the money's always horrendous. It's just always the items that are worth more. I don't care what you're shooting at. Wait, what are you shooting at? Dogs? Yeah. Good luck, boys. Right, I'm gonna drive just non-stop here, I think. I really need to get to that radio tower. This is a new area, I think. We got a blockade. No, we're good. I can try driving a bit. If I get enough momentum, I can just scale that. No, there's a hard face. Go up here instead. Thank you, Jay, for the 5. You're a Fat Cat 2 main video in the works. Not at the minute, but I do want to do one at some point. Yeah, I kind of said I was going to do it, and then I was like, I got to actually play Far Cry 2, and I was like, nah, I don't want to. But I do want to come back to it now. I think I'm streaming Far Cry 3 now to kind of build up the stamina to be able to take on 2, because 2 is so much worse. It's so less user-friendly, which is why it's like, it's the best Far Cry game, but also, like, Far Cry 3 is more streamlined. More things work in 3, but it is more streamlined. 2 is like really rough around the edges, but some of the mechanics are like so much better. Like it just feels more brutal. Like, you know those people that just play like on hardest difficulty? No HUD, no crosshair, that kind of thing? That's exactly why I like Far Cry 2. Also, Far Cry 2 is brutal. It's like one bullet, you need to heal constantly. And in this game, you can heal without syringes, but in Far Cry 2, like, you need syringes. I love the map on Far Cry 2. Yeah. The only thing I hate, the only thing I really hate about Far Cry 2 is it's the outposts. Here, the outposts are out of the way. You have to kind of go there. But in Far Cry 2, they're always on main roads that you need. And if you take out an outpost, like kill the enemies, they respawn like 5 minutes later. And you have to always get out the car and you have to kill them because it's like they just chase you relentlessly. They've got like this AI script where they just catch up to you. That's the worry there. Okay. They probably said one thing. Like that's the only time you can see his legs. Now free installs the AK. Great stuff. The gun that everyone has in the game. All the repair tool. I need to get a kill with that. Okay, there's a dog. Gonna be a bit late. Well, the receiver, very nice. Oh, shit. You got vests. Damn, you didn't die? Grenades? Really? Really? Oh, fucking okay. Yeah, it's over. It hit the fucking metal. You gotta be joking. Oh, damn it, you snitch. I think I'm dead. I get less XP, but whatever. I didn't have to do them all stealthy. It's fine. But I forget how clunky this gun is. Right, coming in from the north, coming in from the north. Liberate 3 outposts. Let's go. Let's go. Yep. Give me a medal on my chest that says he spammed the C4 award. Oh yeah, here they go. They're going to claim that they did everything. They just don't help you. I mean, I guess if you get them... on the back of your truck, they'll give you a hand. But yeah, usually. I also like, I remember saying this in the video, they all come in, they're like, oh, we did it, bro, we took the outpost. And then when you revisit the outpost, they're just gone. Like, it's just barren. Money? Yeah, take it. Ecstasy formula. Ooh, very nice. Very nice. I like that. I like that. I mean, I've never taken ecstasy in my life. I have no idea what it does. What can I get? Oh, the MP5. Oh, I love that gun. Oh, we get it this early? It's over. It's over. Do I buy it? I can't afford it. Yeah. Look how expensive it is, eh? Yeah, as soon as I get that, it's over. Right, keep our current stuff. Where's the SNUS formula? I like how you're the same guy that brings up SNUS every single stream. Buy the FAMAS? No, it's French. I won't be doing that. Made that apparent in the Cryfair video. Don't I need another tapir hide? Do I need another tapir hide? No, I got all the tapirs. Right, buffalo. I probably need that for something. So let's kind of lurk around here for a bit. I don't know where they'll spawn though. Because they're big animals. There we go. Oh, they're being harassed. What are the dogs doing? What are the dog doing? And they got health. Thank you, Cola, for the 10. We'll clean this place of pirates. We're promised. What is going on here? Right. Gotta say. Uh-oh. I mean, I'll take it. It's a lot of skins. Already nearly out of AK ammo. Thank you, Shadow, for the 30. What do you do for a living, bro? You gave a lot of money this stream. You're definitely a day trader. There's no way. Castle. But I'm getting lucky here. Like, everyone's trying to gank each other. Was it a lion again? Look at that. Where's there so many? Where's that one white? Less of that. Less of that. Initial highs. Really should have bought a shotgun. I think that would have been a lot more efficient here. The dogs actually piss off. Like, I don't need them anymore. Damn. There's now the dogs going to go on me.
Undskyld. Du sagde den der ned.
Don't you have to still pull the bolt because I didn't do it? No. Gimme. Any reason to use Molotovs over grenades? No, not really. Okay, let me see. Again, I'm a villain. A monster. I need to know if I need to kill any more. Cassowary, shark again. Okay, yeah, I was kind of expecting that. Do I not need the do I not need the or Komodo, leopard? I don't need them for anything. I definitely need them for something, but it's probably like I need to unlock something else first. What's my loot rucksack? Yeah, that'll be enough. 3 will be enough. Still need to find a fucking boar. I think they actually attack you if you get too close. Okay, I think we're done here. No, I'm not gonna attack you, bro. Oh god. White tiger. Recessive mutant strain along Bengal tigers. Is that different loot? Go away, cassowary. Is that different loot? No, it's the exact same. Okay. Kind of shit. There's like no. I need like animal loopholes, but I can't find any. Right, let's go take this outpost. Might as well. I'm gonna fast travel just to get to a car. I swear, like things are gonna be sped up so much when I get the parachute. Yeah, I'll have to keep all these, I think. I do need another Komodo dragon. I didn't say bad dragon. You degenerate. Thank you, Shadow, for the $12. Better here than Pokey Matches. What is that? He's just showing a blank board, by the way. Oh, sorry. Get in. Why'd you want to crank? You turn. Jesus. Unlucky. Uh-oh. Now they spawn 50,000 Rakiat. Now they do it. Excuse me. Wasted syringe. I mean, you don't need syringes in this game. If you're gonna die, you're gonna die. The pirate radio. I don't think you can actually change the stations in the game. How close are we? Yeah. Okay. Comedy moment incoming, actually. Wait, can't you stick it? There you go. Okay, comedy moment. I did this in the video. Don't spot me here. Holy. Did I go for the alarm? Oh, okay. That didn't work. I forgot I was playing on Master. I forgot, like, the animation to get out the car is so long. I could have done it if someone didn't spot me as soon as I got out. I think there's a sniper or something, right? Is no one on a roof? Alright. Funny part 2. This has to work. It just takes so long to get out the car. You gotta build up some speed. Already being spotted. Normal behavior. Yes! Are you still going for it, though?
AI apps. Teknologien bevæger sig hurtigt, men det er mennesker som dig, der giver den retning. Uddannelsen i softwareudvikling lærer du at forstå, designe og bygge de systemer, der får verden til at hænge sammen. Du arbejder med virkelige problemer og bæredygtige løsninger, apps, der gør hverdagen lettere. I et studiemiljø, hvor vi hjælper hinanden og mødes fagligt og socialt. Og når du er færdig, så står du med rigtig god jobmuligheder. Både i Danmark og i USA.
That fucking dog. It worked. I like how it only worked because the barrel was like this barrel is like a physical object that can't be moved. Because everything in this game is just like stickied down. $8. Meth pipe. Okay. Our family's okay. Have you checked out the bulletin board? Are you still addicted to sparkling water? Yes. 100%.
Have you checked out the bulletin board today?
That's horrendous. Like, you get 5 backup. Yeah, I need to start raiding still. Elite rucksack, syringe kit, ammo pouch. Oh wow, that's why. Fucking hell, like, where are the balls? Where are the... There's just no balls in this game. Okay, I guess what I could do is go back to Amanaki and then go left instead. There's just actually... There's no games. Like a fucking PS5 library, there's just nothing. Thank you, Monkey Man, for the $3. Been watching since Dying Light. That's crazy. I appreciate that. Holy Epic Danky with the 50 gifted again. You are doing too much, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's insane, man. Thank you. W's in chat for Dankies. Sharing his money over all the pause. Thank you, Brett, for the Prime as well. No car again. Okay. Again. Gotta go hiking through the wilderness. Great stuff, great stuff. If I had the parachute here, I could just fly over there. I'm thinking this is where the game wants you to go, so there's probably boars here. No, okay. Yep, some things you can mount lever, some things are just like, fuck you. Won't let you do that. Is it out here? Yep. Okay, yeah, this part's really exposed. This like really screwed me the first time I played the game. I got the sniper now, so it should be alright. It just would be nice to have a vehicle. It would be very nice. All I'm asking, man. Oh, that's the main quest. Fuck it, let's just do it. Let's just do it. Sure, let's just do it. Find and kill the commander using a knife. Oh no, this is the one of the side things. Thank you, Shadow, for the 12. I'm shit at currency. Tell me how much do you receive? Well, you sent, I don't know what you sent. You said 20 AUD. And what it does is, for me, it just converts it into dollars because I get some people that like bait and it looks like they're sending loads and it's just a penny. So you basically sent $12, which is probably like, I don't know, £8. Yeah, I just think dollars is easier. Where's the commander? That's not him. There's a dog. There he is. The dog better not be near him, man. Go chase that stone. Go chase that stone. There we go. You were in the crosshair. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? It was so free. What? Prince of the Temple, okay. Oh no, my XL bullet. A fly. My XL bullet. Nothing. The XL bullet's totally out. Right. Path of the Hunter. I guess we could do that. Is a rare one? No. Bears. I do need bear pelts. That's a good shout. Get my Honda Civic. Get my little Subaru. Unlock 50 entries in the survival guide. Yeah, most of these are just playing the game. It's so easy. Uh-oh, uh-oh. No, 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 no. Settle down. Settle down. You know what? I'm not getting out of this piece of shit. I mean, I gotta go through the war anyway. What a waste. Thank you, Gobi Milk, for the Prime. Thank you, Alfred, for the Prime as well. Appreciate you. Okay, that shotgun's alright. Yeah, I gotta get my ammo up, man. Look at that. Like, how much you get on backup? That's horrendous. Money. Money, money, money. The people that live on this island just have no survival instinct at all. They just leave their money lying around everywhere. Oh, the bear cave. Okay, this isn't too bad. I remember one where you had to kill bears with the scorpion. That one's horrendous. Hello, bear. Not too bad. Hello? One more bear in here. We're bearing with bears. Yeah, that wasn't not hard at all. It helps. Give me a pelt. Give me a pelt. Let's shut that window now. Actually, I'm pretty fucking cold. Heavy duty arrow quiver. Nice. Manny a shark. Ah, that's right. Yeah, it's not achievement related, but there are like legendary animals, like rare ones.
Og lidt til hele holdet. Ikke godt. Det fortsætter. Næste år vil 557, hvis der kommer galt afsted. Folk kører alt for selv om vejen er uforudsigelig. En spor. Formvend. Sammen. De tror, det er for sjov. Vi sænker for. Det er jo slet ikke sjov i vejdirektoratet.
Yeah, actually, chat. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go shut that window and take a piss. Sam cry through. No one in chat said Hassan cry through. Oh, Chair cry through? Yeah, close enough. Okay. There's a boat. Perfect. No fear and hunger this century. You know, not this again. Not this again. Go away.
You see,
I don't know who Grums is. All I know is everyone hates him. I genuinely don't know. Did he make a game or something? I do not follow any of that shit. I just see that everyone wants him dead. Like when that CEO got shot by Luigi, they edited it, so the CEO's head was Grums' avatar. I'm doing what I did in the original video, man. Like, I'm doing all the side content before doing the fucking second quest in the game. Two tap, two tap, two tap, two tap. It's over. What's this aim? I was getting stuck on the geometry. That was great. Worth it. I gotta save my ammo. Not worth it. Thank you, Angel, for the 2. You gave £2, and that's $2.50. Jesus Christ, the sterling actually fucking died. I remember we were worth double the dollar. Isn't it funny how Brexit just fucked everything imaginable? Like, I can only stay in Sweden 3 months because of Brexit, then I have to go back home. And then I've got to apply for a visa, and then come back again. Like, if not for Brexit, I could just stay here, like, indefinitely. Literally just mind broken because they pumped like 50 million into Facebook ads to be like, the brown people are coming to take your jobs. Can we get 5 big booms? No. We're talking politics. That's like the first vaguely political thing I've said in probably months.
these pipes. I think his game so better.
I'm in a bit too deep now to restart the game. I mean, if we hit the goal on YouTube, the super chats, and I restart the game, sure.
Retest. Rita. New Pepsi strawberries and cream. Indian puppy. Sweet test. New Pepsi.
You like the son of night in a DLC or something honest. You have something like was added in development. If I could remember game, do that.
Thank you, Hitler's Pimp, for the 10. Oh, is that actually Hitler's Pimp? I haven't spoken to you in years. Hope you're doing all right. Yeah, so the second island kind of falls off a bit, definitely. The pirates have more personality than legendary military men. Okay, what animals? Is that another fucking pig? Oh my god, the pigs have taken over the islands. There's no boars. There's no boars. There's just pigs. There's no boars. Pigs everywhere. Like Sea of Thieves, you board a ship, you get all the loot, and the only thing there is a pig crate. Just nothing. There's only slop. Yep, true. I might as well do this. This is an achievement. And I get spotted immediately. Okay, I'm sure this will be fun. And I have to go towards them. This will be fine. This will be fine. That's fine. No rock, no rock, no rock. Fuck yeah, no, there's too many of them. What's that? Don't flip it. Don't flip it. I like how it gives me the tutorial for the supply drop when I'm like nearly done with it. Too deep, bit too deep. He's trying to quit smoking or something? Like, didn't even light it. Just put it to his mouth twice and then dropped it. I think there's a quest in here. Probably a quest. I don't want to do the Earnhardt mission. I'm too autistic. I need to do like all the side content first. Alright, we'll go to the outpost. There's no way you see me from over there. Are you smoking again? Oh, I see that cigarette. Put it out. Oh no, you're just yawning. Just yawning. Oh. Yep. Okay. Why did I take damage? Didn't shoot me. Wait, how did I not see that? Thank you, Danky, for the 50 gifted subs on Twitch, bro. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. How did I not see that? Jesus, my bad. Bro, I got the notifications though. Thank you so much, man. That's 100 on both YouTube and Twitch. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. The dog is just actually going to snitch on me. Who is? Fuck off. Oh, that was their dog. Okay, it's probably best I got him. I really need that upgrade to move faster when crouched. Just pissing. Yep. Nice.
Room. It's gonna end with life. Not true.
I like how it's just belching and pissing at the same time. The Far Cry 7 leak. Have a rogue element. Yeah, they really need to do something with the series, man. Because after 6, I think people realized it's mid. People out the castle area, I guess. That could be kind of funny. They'll look at me though because the shot's close. Actually hidden behind a metal pole. They won't call for backup though if it's an animal, I think. He's going to push though.
Hvor belægs for Sunset. Sikker favorit hos gæsterne.
That's it, surely? That's it? Yeah. Yeah, I like all the little kids, they just go on the single player ship and then they scuttle as soon as there's any kind of combat. I remember they did like an Instagram post, Microsoft, that you could name your ship, and one of the names was Dead Game. Like, they were just so salty about their own product. That's my loot. Yeah, I can probably some stuff. There's also there's no laptop here. Okay, guess it's not in all of them. Right, can we not have a game crash now, please? Can we not have a game crash? I don't know if I need to get a gun. Be good to get a shotgun, actually. Could do. Oh my. Oh my. The game breaking has begun. Oh my. You're poor. How many attachments can you have on this thing? It doesn't say. Oh, 2. Yeah, it's sound suppressor and then optical. Spend 5,000 already? What do I get a cam on it? Wood. Just get wood. The camos are so mid. Black is. I mean, black works with everything, but wood. Wooden gun, it just shatters in my hands. Not that great. Please shut up. Check out the drops on the bullet. Wait. Just different voice actors saying the same thing overlapped. Spending money on skins in a single player game. Didn't I see you in the item shop earlier buying Raven Team Leader skin? What if Raven Team Leader had a built-in emote where she takes off her clothes and gets fucking naked? That's the same gun. Please tell me I can keep this, right? What am I hunting again? Deer? Deer.
You rather which universe if you had two join one?
Far Cry was a film. Far Cry 3 wasn't, but Far Cry was a film. By Uwe Boll. Damn. More to spawn in, I think. Oh, how did I miss? Where are you running towards me? Zero survival instinct. My aim. Let's go one of those like aim training games or something. I remember seeing this GIF of like there was someone that was using like an aim trainer. You know, little like balloons appear and they have to like shoot them. And then he just applied the same thing into CS and he just missed every shot and died. Pigs, it's a pig falling over. Average pig. Apparently there's no boars on Rock Island, they all moved, apparently. Getting the pass. I mean, we could 100% the game We could. It's not achievement related. I was only going for achievements, but we could.
Du er klar. Vi ser din poesi. Boost. So many. Lav din helt egen poesi. Jeg glemmer. Se hvilken overraskelse, der gemmer sig. Den ret som pynt. De forskellige farver dufte. Hvilken bliver din farve?
Yeah, I'm actually very happy we're not going to hit that goal now. Oh my god, I hate all the running in this game. Where's the one to unlock more syringes? Print faster? Oh, that's a good one. That's just all, these are all health related. I guess I can get an extra. Ah, that's. Okay. I want that next. Oh, it said you got to complete more missions. Ah, okay. Yeah, I forgot about that. I'm gonna get soft locked eventually. I'll have to do like the main content. It's a knife again. These are always knives. Yep. He's gonna see me, but like, okay. Take down? Where? Yeah. Okay. Uh-oh. I hate how you're locked out of Switcher. You have to fucking pull the thing back. Damn. Rushed with the shotgun. Yeah, they're on such a high vantage point, so they can just see you coming a mile away. They all fall for it. Just give him a little hug. Give him a little hug before he died. It's okay, buddy. You'll be alright. Another relic. Regen health faster. Sprint or reloading. Sure. Oh, he's got little sharks on his arm now. A little spider. Okay. So just go back. Do it again. Opinions on Atomfall? I played on the hardest difficulty, which was a mistake. Because the combat's great and stuff, but it just removed all of the it removed all the HUD. And I'll be honest, the game without a HUD and a compass, I know I sound like such a noob here, but with no objective marker, the game is very, very difficult to follow. So I was like stumbling on stuff, and I was like, I don't know how to resolve this quest. So I have no idea. Like, you could argue that it just makes you think, and I'm stupid, which is true. The relic, though. I don't know how to get to it. The relic. Oh, it's on the, yeah. There'll be a cave entrance, but I think it's just down here. No, it's right here, okay. Thank you, Shadow, again for the $30. Damn. Been watching you since MLG. Jesus, that's crazy. I appreciate the support, man. Really means a lot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Half this. Look at that. Not too hard.